Chapter 2307. More than a dozen white-haired old men glared at each other, looking like they were about to draw their swords, but when they looked at Lu Ming, their eyes were burning. After a long while, Lu Ming reacted. Seniors, this junior cultivates the nomological system. I have no intention of abandoning the nomological system and focusing on cultivating the physical body. Lu Ming said honestly. It was not easy for him to achieve his current achievements in various nomological systems. He had sacrificed too much. Moreover, his nomological system was unprecedented. In the future, he would master more strongest nomological systems. How could he give it up just like that? You still want to cultivate the nomological system? Kid, let me tell you, your talent in physical cultivation is definitely stronger than the nomological system. Do you understand? It's a waste if you don't cultivate the physical body. Don't ruin your future. The dozen or so old men panicked and tried to persuade Lu Ming. Seniors, I've made up my mind. I won't change it, but, Lu Ming rolled his eyes and revealed a smile. However, I can do dual cultivation. I can cultivate the nomological system and physical body together. Seniors, what do you think? Practice together. The dozen or so old men quieted down and looked at each other. Kid, the path of cultivation is very difficult. Who knows how much effort it takes to cultivate one of them? Many people spend their entire lives and still can't cultivate one of them to the peak. If you want to cultivate both, I'm afraid you're biting off more than you can chew. That's right. You won't be able to cultivate both. The dozen or so old men criticized Lu Ming sternly. Seniors, I understand this logic, but others are others. I'm different from others. With my unparalleled talent, it's definitely not a problem to cultivate the nomological system and the physical body together. Lu Ming said shamelessly. His face was not red and his heart was not beating fast. This kid is simply shameless. But what he said makes sense. With his talent, it's indeed difficult for others to compare to him. Are we going to pass the 7 gods' mysterious art to him? He doesn't specialize in body cultivation. It's not good to pass it on to him like this. The 7 gods' mysterious art is the highest secret of body cultivation. It can be practiced to the legendary supreme realm. In my opinion, it's better to ask the Taishang elder. Yes, I think so too. The dozen or so old men gathered together to discuss. After a while, one of the old men said to Lu Ming, "Brat, you wait here. We'll go ask the Grand Elder for instructions." After saying that, the dozen or so old men all left. Lu Ming, you actually managed to cultivate the minor heaven mystery art to perfection in just 1 month. How did you do it? Hong Lu walked over in amazement. Ren Chan also curiously sized up Lu Ming. She had also cultivated before, but she could only cultivate to the 3rd level. If she wanted to continue to improve, she didn't know how much effort it would take. She knew how difficult it was. However, Lu Ming was able to cultivate it to the peak in 1 go. This was simply a miracle. I don't know. I just casually cultivated it to perfection. Is it that difficult? Lu Ming asked in surprise. Ren Chan and Hong Lu's eyelids twitched. They were tongue-tied and couldn't speak at all. They were so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. It was a complete blow. It's not difficult. After holding it in for a long time, Hong Lu squeezed out such a sentence. It should have something to do with the ancestral dragon blood, Lu Ming pondered. He felt that the reason why he could cultivate the minor heaven mystery art to perfection in 1 go was largely related to the drop of ancestral dragon blood. This was because when he cultivated to the end, the energy in the ancestral dragon blood was constantly being refined. That was why Lu Ming was able to cultivate the minor heaven mystery art to perfection in 1 go. Then, Ren Chan asked Lu Ming about the cultivation method of the minor heaven mystery art. They chatted while waiting. They didn't have to wait for too long. The dozen or so old men returned. Kid, we have already asked the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder thinks that your talent is really rare. It would be a pity if you don't cultivate your physical body. Therefore, the Grand Elder has agreed to pass the 7 gods' mystic art to you. Take it. An old man said. Then, he took out a roll of animal skin and handed it to Lu Ming. The cultivation method of the 7 gods' mystic art is recorded on it. Memorize it and return this roll of animal skin to us. The old man said. Thank you, Senior. Lu Ming thanked him. He was overjoyed. Then, he took the animal skin and carefully looked at it. Soon, he memorized all the contents on the animal skin and returned it to the old men. Lu Ming closed his eyes and carefully comprehended the contents. The 7 gods' mystic art was a supreme physique cultivation method. It was many times more exquisite than the minor heaven mystery art. The 7 gods' mystic art was divided into 7 levels. Each level was divided into early, middle, and late stages. Lu Ming used a full 7 days to roughly understand the contents of the first few levels. Then, he began to cultivate. Buzz. Buzz. His muscles, bones, organs, and even every drop of blood in his body emitted a mysterious vibration. Waves of mysterious power seeped into every corner of Lu Ming's body and into every cell. Lu Ming's physical body was undergoing a transformation. The first 2 levels of the 7 divine mystic art were also a way to build a solid foundation. It was very similar to the later levels of the Xiaoxiangshuan skill. Lu Ming was able to cultivate it with ease. Very soon, he had mastered the first 2 levels. 7 days later, Lu Ming reached the 3rd level of the 7 gods' mystic art. At the 3rd level of the 7 gods' mystic art, one could fight against Void Emperor with just the strength of their physical body. At the 4th level, one could fight against a true emperor with just the strength of their physical body. The 5th level corresponded to a grand emperor. The 6th level corresponded to a heavenly emperor. And the highest level, the 7th level, corresponded to a supreme realm. After reaching the 3rd level, Lu Ming's cultivation speed slowed down. He continued to circulate the 7 gods' mystic art. The drop of ancestral dragon blood in his heart also continuously circulated energy throughout Lu Ming's body. Following the circulation of the 7 gods' mystic art, the energy seeped into every cell of Lu Ming's body and continuously strengthened Lu Ming's physical body. Time passed day by day. Lu Ming continued to break through. Early 3rd level, middle 3rd level, late 3rd level. After a full 2 months, Lu Ming finally reached the late 3rd level of the 7 gods' mystic art. However, Lu Ming did not stop. He felt that he could continue to break through. During these 2 months, Ren Chan, Hong Lu, and a dozen old men had been watching nearby. A genius, a genius. He reached the late 3rd level of the 7 gods' mystic art in one go and has no intention of stopping. This has never happened before. A dozen old men exclaimed. At this time, a few burly men flew over, their faces grave as they reported, "Elders, something bad has happened. Outside the exit, where our ancestors are sleeping, a large number of strange races have gathered. They have already launched an attack, and their strength is extremely strong. They're here. Let's go and gather all the experts." Chapter 2308. The elders all left and headed towards the exit of the small world. At the same time, a large number of archaic body cultivators rushed towards the exit. At the exit of the small world, where the archaic body cultivator ancestors were sleeping, a terrifying battle broke out. Countless foreign race powerhouses bombarded the tombs like a gust of wind. The tombs split open and zombies walked out one after another. These zombies were very terrifying. Many of them had the combat strength of a great emperor. Some even had the combat strength of a heavenly emperor. These zombies were all top body cultivators when they were alive. In addition, there were also archaic body cultivators fighting with the endless foreign races. More than a dozen elders and a large number of body cultivators rushed out and charged towards the foreign races. Kill! Those old men looked to be gray-haired. At this moment, they shouted loudly. Their blood chi soared into the sky like smoke signals. Their bodies erupted with terrifying power as if ancient dragons were awakening. Boom! Boom! Their attack method was very simple. With a simple punch, the fist force shattered the void and a large number of foreign races were killed. The zombies were even more direct. They were not afraid of death. They ignored defense and attacked crazily. For a time, the archaic body cultivators gained the advantage. The foreign races attacked for a while and were beaten back. They retreated to the depths of the land of dusk. However, the archaic body cultivators did not dare to slack off. They sent people to guard them strictly. Sure enough, every few days, the foreign races attacked again. Moreover, their overall strength was stronger than before. Both sides fell into a fierce battle. After a period of fighting, the foreign races retreated. However, after a while, they would attack again. Lu Ming had been cultivating all this time. Previously, he used 2 months to successfully cultivate the first 3 levels of the 7 Gods' arcane art. Then, he used another month to successfully break through to the early 4th level. Then, he used another month to cultivate the 7 Gods' arcane art to the middle 4th level. At this point, Lu Ming had to stop cultivating. This was because he felt that his original accumulation had been used up. He had encountered a bottleneck and could not break through for the time being. He needed to polish for a period of time. Moreover, the energy of the drop of ancestral dragon blood had been refined by half. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes and let out a long breath. My strength is so strong. Lu Ming felt the power in his body and was extremely excited. This was the power of his physical body, pure physical strength. Lu Ming felt that his current physical strength was dozens of times stronger than before. Intermediate 4th level. My physical strength alone should be enough to fight against a 13th level true emperor. Lu Ming speculated. Don't look down on this kind of power. It was extremely terrifying, because this was purely the power of the physical body, and nothing else was added. In the past, although Lu Ming's physical strength was strong, it was still far from what it was now. At that time, Lu Ming's physical strength, world strength, and laws would be able to increase Lu Ming's strength. However, if he were to rely on the strength of his physical body alone, it would be impossible. At most, he would be on par with a low-level ethereal emperor. But now, Lu Ming was able to fight against a 13th level true emperor with just his physical strength alone. With the addition of the world strength and laws, Lu Ming's strength would reach an astonishing level, far surpassing the strength of an 18th level true emperor. Now that Lu Ming was facing an expert with the combat strength of a level 18 true emperor, he could completely crush the other party. Body cultivation, when combined with the law system, would burst forth with astonishing power. My defense and recovery ability has been greatly enhanced. Coupled with the indestructible ancient scripture, I wonder what kind of level it will reach. Lu Ming found it hard to imagine how powerful he would be if he were to go all out. Lu Ming, which realm have you cultivated the 7 divine mystic arts to? Hong Lu came over and asked. Intermediate 4th level. Lu Ming said. Heavens, intermediate 4th level so quickly. You're sick. I've been cultivating for dozens of years and I'm only at the intermediate 4th level. You're sick. Hong Lu wailed, as if he had suffered a blow. Lu Ming rubbed his nose, speechless. His rapid improvement was mainly due to his previous accumulation. His body had been tempered many times in the past and was already very strong. With the help of the lesser heaven mysterious arts and a drop of ancestral dragon blood, he was able to improve so quickly. His speed would slow down in the future. Moreover, cultivating the physical body required a large amount of natural resources, such as spiritual herbs, saint herbs, and emperor herbs. This time, he relied entirely on the energy of the ancestral dragon blood. He didn't need any herbs. By the way, where are the other seniors? Lu Ming looked around and asked. They've gone to war with the foreign races. Their attacks have become more frequent in the past 2 months. Many of our people have died in battle. Speaking up to this point, Hung Lu's complexion turned awful. The foreign races have already attacked. Lu Ming's expression turned grave. We can't go on like this. The foreign races are too strong, and their numbers are endless. It's not that I'm underestimating the strength of the primordial body cultivator lineage, but if this continues, we won't be able to hold on. Ren Chan said. Then what should we do? Hung Lu was also a little anxious. Let's go to the front line. I want to talk to the seniors. Lu Ming said. All right, let's go. Hung Lu nodded. Immediately, the three of them headed for the exit of the pocket dimension. With their speed, it didn't take long for them to arrive near the exit of the pocket dimension. There were many temporary buildings near the exit of the pocket dimension. A large number of primordial body cultivator experts were stationed there. When Lu Ming and the others arrived, it was obvious that there had just been a huge battle outside. Many people had just retreated from outside. In a huge stone hall, a few supreme elders and more than 20 elders of the primordial body cultivator lineage were discussing something. However, their expressions were grave, and their brows were tightly furrowed. The atmosphere in the stone hall was very oppressive. At this moment, someone reported that Hung Lu and Lu Ming were requesting an audience. Let them in. At the very top, a supreme elder spoke. The supreme elders of the primordial body cultivator lineage were all heavenly emperor realm powerhouses. A while later, Lu Ming, Ren Chan, and Hung Lu walked in. Numerous gazes fell on Lu Ming in unison. Kid, what realm did you cultivate the seven gods' profound art to? An old man asked curiously. Middle stage fourth layer. Lu Ming answered truthfully. Middle stage fourth layer. These old men in the stone hall, and some middle-aged men, each and every one of them opened their eyes wide. They knew when Lu Ming started cultivating. In just a few months' time, Lu Ming actually cultivated the seven gods' profound art to the mid-stage fourth layer. Chapter 2309. Hung Lu was the most outstanding prodigy of the Archean body cultivators, but he had only reached the mid-fourth level after a few decades. Lu Ming, on the other hand, had only taken him a few months. Good, a peerless genius, a peerless genius. The elders sighed. After a while, they calmed down. Why did you come to us? One of the supreme elders asked with a smile. Seniors, now that the foreign races have set their eyes on this place, they will definitely not let this place go. If this continues, the war will be very disadvantageous. Lu Ming said. We know that too. What do you think? One of the supreme elders asked. Let's rush out and leave this place. Otherwise, this place will be breached sooner or later. At that time, no one will be spared. Lu Ming said and directly expressed his thoughts. Leave this place. In the stone hall, everyone's expression changed. Our Archean body cultivator lineage has been living in seclusion since the ancient times after our defeat. We have lived here for countless years and have already taken root here. You want us to abandon this place? A burly man said. The others fell silent. Indeed, their lineage had lived here for countless years. Who would be willing to abandon it just like that? Seniors, it's not that I look down on the strength of the body cultivator lineage, but the foreign races are too strong. The ones outside are only a small part of them. In the ancient times, the celestial realm was incomparably prosperous. Experts gathered and invincible experts roamed the world, but in the end, it was still breached. Countless experts died in battle. Only the Taiching celestial realm was left in the nine heavens realm, barely holding on. If the foreign races transferred some of their experts from the battlefield in the Taiching celestial realm, they definitely won't be able to hold on. Lu Ming advised. The people of the Archean body cultivator lineage had solemn expressions as they pondered seriously. They also understood that Lu Ming was right. Their lineage was only one of the Archean body cultivator lineages. Their strength was far from being comparable to the Archean body cultivator lineage in the prime of the ancient times. However, the body cultivator lineage in the prime of the Archean era was still defeated by the law system. Later on, after many years of development, the system of laws flourished to the extreme, but it was still broken through by the other races. It was clear how powerful the other races were, and how they could not withstand them. There's actually another exit in this small world. If you want to retreat, you can retreat from the other exit. After a long time, a supreme elder spoke with a voice filled with helplessness. There is another exit? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. In that case, it would be much better than rushing out. Everyone, tell me, are we going to retreat or not? The supreme elder who had spoken earlier turned to look at the others. I agree to retreat. I agree too. Our lineage can't end here. I agree. The remaining elders and grand elders all expressed their willingness to retreat. Only a few people remained silent, unwilling to accept this. I have a question. With such a large population in our small world, how are we going to bring them out when we retreat? One of them asked. That's easy. True emperors of our law system can create small worlds. Even a one-star true emperor can create a small world with a circumference of 100,000 miles. It's enough to bring everyone out. Ren Chan said. Then where should we go after we retreat? A burly man asked. To the Grand Pure Heaven Domain. A supreme elder answered. The Grand Pure Heaven Domain? This time, not only were many Archean body cultivator elders stunned, but even Lu Ming and Ren Chan were stunned. Could there be a way to reach the Grand Pure Heaven Domain from the myriad Spirit Heaven Domain? If there was, why hadn't the other races discovered it after so many years? How can we go to the Grand Pure Heaven Domain? The eyes of many elders lit up. It would be best if they could go to the Grand Pure Heaven Domain. There's an ancient book in our body cultivator lineage that says that we can reach the passage between the Grand Pure Heaven Domain and the Hunyuan Heaven Domain from the yellow springs of the Nine Nether Heaven Domain. According to little brother Lu Ming, the passage between the Grand Pure Heaven Domain and the Hunyuan Heaven Domain has become a battlefield. As long as we reach there, we can enter the Two Worlds City and the Grand Pure Heaven Domain. Another Supreme Elder also spoke. Doesn't that mean we have to go to the Nine Nether Heaven Domain first? Someone asked. That's the only way now. A Supreme Elder said. Seniors, it's completely feasible. The Nine Nether Heaven Domain and the Wanling Heaven Domain are connected by a passage. As long as we charge through the passage and enter the Nine Nether Heaven Domain, we can reach the Yellow Springs and then the Grand Pure Heaven Domain. Moreover, the energy that the other races cultivate is different from ours. Although they can absorb origin chi to cultivate in the heavenly domain, it's very slow and inefficient. Therefore, other than the battlefield in the Grand Pure Heaven Domain, although the other heavens have been occupied by the other races, there aren't many of them. Seniors, with your strength, you can definitely kill your way to the Yellow Springs. Ren Chan said. His words made everyone's eyes light up. Alright, let's do that. First, I'll have to trouble you to put everyone below the Martial Emperor realm into the small world and then retreat. A Supreme Elder announced and gave the order. Immediately, everyone got to work. Those who cultivated the law system began to move. They put everyone in the small world into the small world, leaving those above the Martial Emperor realm outside. After so many years of development, the population of the primordial body cultivator lineage had already reached tens of billions of people. However, this was not a problem at all. A small world of a one-star true emperor was 100,000 miles wide. A martial emperor's small world was 1,000,000 miles wide. It was a piece of cake to take in tens of billions of people. After a few days, all the people and resources in the small world were put away. At this time, they began to retreat. However, they still left some people behind to guard the exit and control the zombies to fight against the other races. There was no other way. Someone had to stay behind or the other races would discover them. Those who stayed behind would die without a doubt. Those above the Martial Emperor realm led a group of powerful zombies to the other side of the small world. There was another exit there. They went through this exit and came out of the land of dusk. Then, they quickly flew toward the passage to the 9 nether heaven domain. However, they still encountered the other races along the way. Even though they were easily killed by the body cultivators of the Archean era, they weren't strong enough. However, some of them still managed to spread the news before they died. When the other races in the land of dusk received the news, they were immediately enraged and launched a fierce attack toward the depths of the land of dusk. The immemorial physique cultivators who stayed behind were naturally no match for them and were all killed in the end. When the other races rushed into the small world of the immemorial physique cultivators and found that it was empty, they were furious and ordered all the other races in myriad spirit heaven to encircle the immemorial physique cultivators. Chapter 23:10. Lu Ming and the others were very fast. Coupled with some powerful archaic body cultivators, they were very powerful. Although they encountered obstructions from other races, the hastily gathered outsiders were no match for them and were easily killed. A few days later, they arrived at the passage between the myriad spirit heaven and 9 netherworld heaven. The passage here was very similar to the one between the grand pure heaven and Hunyuan heaven. It was very wide. However, there weren't many outsiders guarding it. Apart from the grand pure heaven, the other 8 heavens were under the control of the outsiders. They naturally didn't need to leave too many people to guard the passages. They didn't encounter any obstructions. They broke through the passage and rushed towards 9 netherworld heaven. 9 netherworld heaven was the legendary nether underworld kingdom. It was filled with nether chi and was an extremely powerful heaven in the ancient era. The nether underworld kingdom was famous in the heaven domain and had countless experts. Later, it was invaded by the outsiders and suffered heavy casualties. The legendary Yellow Springs and Bridge of Helplessness were both in 9 netherworld heaven. Lu Ming had seen the Yellow Springs Bridge of Helplessness when he entered the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. It was built by the 9 Lives demonic silkworm based on the Yellow Springs Bridge of Helplessness in 9 netherworld heaven. There were many ancient books among the archaic body cultivators that recorded many secrets. There were also records of 9 netherworld heaven's territories. After entering 9 netherworld heaven, they rushed towards the Yellow Springs. Along the way, they encountered some outsiders, but they were easily defeated. 9 netherworld heaven was very wide. Although it wasn't as large as the grand pure heaven domain, it wasn't much different. After flying for several days, they saw a large river running across the land. The river was so wide that they couldn't see the other side. The water in the river was yellow and sticky, and filled with a disgusting stench. This was the Yellow Springs. Legend had it that the water of the Yellow Springs had terrifying corrosive, devouring, and cursing powers. Once one fell into the Yellow Springs, only death would await. It was said that even heavenly emperors would be in danger if they fell into the Yellow Springs. No one knew how long the Yellow Springs were. It was true that no one knew. No one knew where the source was, and no one knew where it flowed to. This was because someone had followed the Yellow Spring all the way and eventually discovered that it flowed into the eternal void. Following the void, it would pass through the passage between the Taiching heaven domain and the Hunyuan heaven domain, which was the current battlefield. This was their hope. They wanted to follow the Yellow Springs and move forward. Kill. Beside the Yellow Springs, there was actually a dense crowd of outsiders gathered. At this moment, they were charging towards them. Not good. It seems like the outsiders have guessed that we're coming to the Yellow Springs and have gathered a large number of experts here. Someone's expression changed. Attack from the other side. A grand elder of the primordial body cultivators shouted, and everyone rushed in another direction. However, not long after, a large number of outsiders also charged over from that direction. Charge! A grand elder roared, and everyone rushed over. They were already at the edge of the Yellow Springs. Only by rushing over would they have hope. The experts from both sides clashed fiercely. On Lu Ming's side, those who were below the martial emperor level were all kept in the small world. Those who remained outside were all martial emperors and above. With some of the strongest body cultivator prime elders as the vanguard, they charged into the outsider army like a sharp blade. Puff! 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 Countless non-humankind beings were killed and blasted apart. However, there were also experts among the outsiders. There were even heavenly emperors among them. Heavenly emperors were too terrifying. One attack from them was enough to destroy heaven and earth. Lu Ming's vanguard was immediately hindered, and their speed slowed down. Behind them, a large number of outsiders rushed over. Both sides were engaged in a bloody battle. Kill! Lu Ming roared, and he went into a frenzy. 9 types of laws covered Lu Ming's body. At the same time, Lu Ming activated his indestructible golden body. The indestructible golden body combined with Lu Ming's current physical strength to unleash boundless power. Lu Ming did not care about defense at all. Like a beast of war, he rushed into the crowd of outsiders and continuously punched with both fists. Every time he punched, at least a few members of the alien race would explode. As long as they were not martial emperors, regardless of their combat strength, they would be instantly killed by Lu Ming. This was the case even for 18th level true emperors. Right now, Lu Ming was truly invincible among true emperors. Bam! Bam! Lu Ming had lost count of the number of outsiders he had killed. His body was bathed in their blood. Slowly, they broke through the defenses of the outsiders and reached the shore of Yellow Spring. Bring out the heaven-piercing warship! A supreme elder shouted. At the same time, he waved his hand and a warship flew out, floating above Yellow Spring. You guys control the ancestral battle physiques to defend against the outsiders. We will activate the heaven-piercing warship. A voice reverberated in all directions. Boom! Next, the Supreme Elder's body rumbled. A stream of blood rushed out and entered the heaven-piercing warship. Buzz! The heaven-piercing warship trembled and emitted a terrifying aura. At the same time, it rapidly grew in size. Without a powerful treasure, it was impossible to escape from the Yellow Springs. Once a person touched the water of Yellow Spring, only death awaited. Even a heavenly emperor would be in danger. Only by relying on the ancestral treasure of the primordial physique cultivators, the heaven-piercing warship, could one enter Yellow Spring and travel to the eternal void. Boom! Boom! Following that, a few more supreme elders of the primordial physique cultivators activated their blood chi and poured it into the heaven-piercing warship. The heaven-piercing warship trembled more and more violently. Its entire body glowed and rapidly grew in size. Stop them! Kill! Kill! The outsiders roared. More outsiders rushed over from all directions. In particular, there were 5 or 6 outsiders who were shockingly powerful. They were all heavenly emperors. They walked through the air, releasing terrifying fluctuations. A single move blasted out, causing heaven and earth to collapse. They were powerful to an unimaginable degree. Stop them! Some of the elders of the primordial physique cultivators roared. They were no match for them, so they could only rely on the zombies. They controlled the zombies to charge forward. Some of the zombies had the combat power of a heavenly emperor. They resisted the heavenly emperors of the outsiders. However, they were outnumbered. They were suppressed as soon as they clashed. Bang! Bang! Some of the heavenly emperor zombies were hit by the heavenly emperors and exploded in the air. However, they had no choice but to sacrifice the zombies to buy time for the supreme elders. Buzz! After a while, the heaven-piercing warship expanded to tens of thousands of meters in size and landed on the Yellow Spring River. Hurry up and board the heaven-piercing warship. We'll cover you. A supreme elder roared and rushed over to fight the heavenly emperors of the outsiders. The other supreme elders also rushed over. As for the weaker ones, they rushed toward the heaven-piercing warship. Especially those of the law system. Because there was a large population in their small worlds, the primordial physique cultivators protected them and let them board the heaven-piercing warship first. Lu Ming, Ren Chan, and the others also boarded the warship. Chapter 23:11. Retreat. The primordial body cultivator Grand Elders retreated as they fought. Don't let them go, stop them. A foreign race heavenly emperor roared, his eyes emitting beams of destructive light, incomparably terrifying, blasting towards the body cultivator Grand Elders. The other foreign race heavenly emperors also launched fierce attacks. For a time, the body cultivator Grand Elders could not retreat to the ancient battleship. Among the primordial body cultivators, there was an old man, a peerless powerhouse, his combat power frighteningly high. Unfortunately, there was also such a powerhouse among the foreign races, stopping him. In the end, they had no choice but to let several powerful zombies launch suicidal attacks, only then did they temporarily delay the other party. Several Grand Elders seized the opportunity and rushed onto the heaven-piercing battleship. Roar! Roar! However, several powerful zombies were stopped by the other party. Being besieged, their indestructible physical bodies were torn apart by the other party. Go! The heaven-piercing battleship rumbled, speeding towards the depths of the Yellow Spring. Stay! A total of 6 or 7 foreign races chased over, all of them Heavenly Emperor realm existences. They did not give up, erupting with terrifying attacks, wanting to destroy the heaven-piercing battleship, and bury all of them in the Yellow Spring. However, the body cultivator Grand Elders joined forces and blocked the other party's attacks. Moreover, one of the strongest Grand Elders punched through space, blasting a Heavenly Emperor realm foreign race until he vomited large mouthfuls of blood, his body retreating wildly, falling towards the Yellow Spring River. Splash! The Yellow Spring River's waves rolled up, and a wave just happened to hit the foreign race Heavenly Emperor's body. That Heavenly Emperor screamed miserably, his body scurrying about in the sky, his originally burly body shriveled up rapidly. In the end, that Heavenly Emperor blocked the corrosion of the Yellow Spring water, but his aura withered, almost dying. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. The Yellow Spring water was indeed terrifying. Even a Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouse would be severely injured when hit by the Yellow Spring water waves. Just what was the origin of this Yellow Spring water? How was it formed? It was also too terrifying, right? Heavenly Emperors were standing at the pinnacle of this world. Although that foreign race Heavenly Emperor might just be an ordinary Heavenly Emperor, but some Yellow Spring water could seriously injure him, it was too shocking. The other foreign race Heavenly Emperors all revealed a look of dread, not daring to pursue. If he was blasted into the Yellow Springs River, the consequences would be unpredictable. Just being hit by the waves, a Heavenly Emperor was severely injured. If he directly fell into the Yellow Springs River, wouldn't it be a dead end? The outsiders could only watch as the Heavenspan battleship sailed into the depths of the Yellow Springs. Everyone let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, they got rid of the non-humankind beings. At the same time, they were secretly surprised. They didn't know what material the heaven-piercing battleship was made of, but it could sail on the Yellow Springs River without being damaged by the water. A Grand Elder of the archaic body cultivators had told him that the heaven-piercing battleship had been found by the ancestors of the archaic body cultivators in an ancient ruin. Everyone could only let their imaginations run wild. Just what kind of ruins could lead to a treasure like the heaven-piercing battleship? The heaven-connecting battleship was huge. It sailed in the Yellow Springs River, following the flow of the river. It was unknown where it would end up. Everyone could only wait patiently. A month later, the heaven-piercing battleship had traveled a long distance. Up ahead, there was nothing but emptiness. They had already reached the border of the 9 nether heaven. However, the Yellow Springs River didn't end. Instead, it flowed directly into the emptiness. A river that wasn't on the ground, but instead flowed into the emptiness. It was truly shocking. Everyone stared blankly at the river, somewhat dazed. They couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the world. The heaven-piercing battleship sailed along the Yellow Springs River into the emptiness. They looked around and found that they were surrounded by a dark void. The Yellow Springs River was like a passageway that led to an unknown destination. At this point, all the Grand Elders were in high spirits. According to the ancient records, the Yellow Springs River would pass through the battlefield between the Taiching Heaven Domain and the Hunyuan Heaven Domain. They had to concentrate and seize a fleeting opportunity to rush out. Time passed day by day. They didn't know how far they had traveled in the dark. It was silent, as if it was eternal. "Look, what's that?" Someone suddenly exclaimed and looked ahead in surprise. The others also looked over. "That's..." At one glance, Lu Ming was taken aback. His eyes widened involuntarily. In front of the Yellow Springs River, an unknown distance away, was a huge mountain. The mountain loomed in front of them, but no one could be mistaken. It was really a huge mountain. A huge mountain actually appeared on the Yellow Springs River. "I've never heard of it before," an elder exclaimed. He was a Grand Elder of the Body Cultivation sect, but he had never heard of such a thing. There was no such thing in the rumors about the Yellow Springs River in the past. There was a huge mountain on the Yellow Springs River. The heaven-piercing battleship kept moving forward, but the huge mountain still hovered in front of them. It didn't seem to be closing the distance at all. Could that be the end of the Yellow Springs? Someone muttered to himself. The others were shocked. The end of the Yellow Springs was a huge mountain. This sounded really inconceivable. "We're here. Attack!" A Grand Elder roared. His blood surged as he threw a punch at the space to his right. The power of this punch was shockingly strong. When the punch was thrown out, the space exploded continuously as if it was made of paper. At the same time, the other Supreme Elders also made their moves, continuously blasting in that direction. With so many experts attacking at the same time, the power was terrifying. The space was completely torn apart, allowing them to see the situation outside. Outside was a land of deathly stillness. "Battlefield, it's that battlefield." Lu Ming was overjoyed. He could tell that it was the battlefield between the Taiching Heavenly Domain and the Hunyuan Heavenly Domain. The Yellow Springs River would indeed pass by the battlefield between the Taiching and Hunyuan Heavenly Domains. The space between here and the battlefield was very thin, and several Grand Elders had forcibly blasted it apart. "Let's go." A Grand Elder piloted the heaven-piercing battleship towards the spatial gap. The spatial gap was closing on its own. The other Grand Elders continued to bombard the battleship to open the spatial gap. Rumble. The heaven-piercing battleship successfully left the Yellow Springs River and charged towards the spatial gap. Soon after, the heaven-piercing battleship rushed out of the spatial gap with a rumble and landed on a piece of land, kicking up a cloud of dust. "We're back." Lu Ming carefully sensed his surroundings, and his face lit up with joy. This was definitely the battlefield. After taking a big detour, Lu Ming had returned to the battlefield again, and he had brought back a large group of experts. With the addition of this group of body cultivators, Two World City's strength would increase significantly. "Little brother Lu Ming, we'll follow you from now on." Chapter 23:12. Everyone's gaze was on Lu Ming. None of them had been to the Grand Pure Sky Domain or the battlefield before. Naturally, they had to rely on Lu Ming. "Seniors, please follow me." Lu Ming identified the direction and headed toward the Two World City. The others followed Lu Ming. The battlefield they were in was not the Void Emperor battlefield, the True Emperor battlefield, or the Great Emperor battlefield. It was just an ordinary battlefield. The auras of the large group were too powerful. They charged through the void with shocking power. Along the way, when the foreign races encountered them, their expressions changed drastically. They turned around and ran, but they were killed by the archaic physique cultivators with a single punch. They encountered several waves of foreign races, but they were all killed by the archaic physique cultivators. Now, the archaic physique cultivators were furious. They had lost their homes and ancestral lands because of the foreign races. Naturally, they were furious. Not long after, the Two World City finally appeared in front of them. Dong! Dong! When Lu Ming and the others approached the two-world city, the deafening sound of war drums could be heard. On the city walls, light shone and figures appeared one after another. Obviously, the experts on the two-world city had noticed them. However, there were too many of them and many of their auras were too strong. Naturally, the two-world city was alerted. Everyone, we're on the same side. We're from the heavenly realm. Someone shouted. Who are you? A voice came from the two-world city. At that moment, the people on the two-world city were also very surprised. Although there were many heavenly realm beings on the battlefield outside the two-world city, there were not so many of them. Moreover, some of their auras were shockingly strong. Moreover, they were unfamiliar and had never seen them before. That was shocking. Everyone, I'm Lu Ming. At that moment, Lu Ming walked out and said loudly. What? Lu Ming. The people on the two-world city were obviously shocked. Isn't Lu Ming dead? He's here again. Could it be that he's not dead and the rumors are wrong? Then who are those people beside him? For a moment, there was a lot of discussion on the two-world city. Everyone, these are our people. Open the formation and let us in. Lu Ming shouted. Lu Ming, it's fine for you to come in, but we need to report the others. We can't afford to let so many experts into the city rashly. If something happens, we won't be able to bear the consequences. A tall and sturdy man spoke. I'll take responsibility. At this moment, a voice came from Two-World City. As soon as the voice was heard, a few figures appeared on top of Two-World City. The one in the lead was precisely Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu looked at Lu Ming with a look of great joy on his face. They are all humans or divine beasts from the heaven realm. They are definitely not from a foreign race. Open the formation and let them in. Celestial the Arch Heng Yu said. Yes. The others obeyed. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu was a heavenly emperor. Moreover, he was not an ordinary heavenly emperor. His battle prowess was extremely strong, second only to heavenly venerables. When he spoke, no one dared to disobey. Not long after, the light barrier outside Two Realms City rippled, and a huge gap appeared. Go in. Lu Ming took the lead and rushed in. The others followed and rushed in one after another. Not long after, everyone entered Two World City. The light barrier outside Two World City closed up again. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, I knew that you were fine. Back then, there were rumors that you died, but I didn't believe it at all. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu walked over and laughed loudly, very happy. Following that, his gaze looked at the primordial body cultivators, Ren Chan, and the rest, and asked, Lu Ming, who are they? Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu was very shocked in his heart. Because some of them made his heart palpitate, having a powerful pressure. And these people, he had never seen them before at all. This made him rather shocked and curious. They are from the myriad spirit sky region. These are the primordial body cultivator lineage, Lu Ming gave a simple introduction. At the same time, he briefly recounted his experience. Primordial body cultivator lineage. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu's pupils constricted sharply a few times. Then, he cupped his fists at the primordial body cultivator grand elders and said, I'm Heng Yu. Greetings, fellow Taoists. You're too polite. The old man of the primordial body cultivator also nodded politely. Lu Ming, I really didn't expect that. Back then, there were rumors that you had fallen. I didn't expect that you actually ran to the myriad spirit sky region. It's really strange. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu sighed. Senior Heng Yu, were the people who said that I had fallen from the Lan and Yen family? Lu Ming asked, a trace of cold light flashing in his eyes. That's right. They also said that you were the one who killed the fellow Taoists of the heavenly realm to seek treasures. They bumped into you and wanted to take you down, but accidentally rushed into a broken small world. In the end, that small world collapsed. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu said. Ha, the Lan and Yen families are really shameless. They clearly wanted to kill me and seize my indestructible ancient scripture. The people of the heavenly realm were also killed by them and they framed it on me. Lu Ming's voice was very cold. When he thought of Bai Tai dying because of him, Lu Ming was filled with murderous intent. I knew it. As expected, the Lan and Yen families are very good. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu was furious after hearing that. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Since I've returned this time, I must take revenge. I'll go to the Lan and Yen families now. Lu Ming said coldly. Even if it was not for other reasons, he must avenge Bai Tai. He would not let any of those who killed him go. Lu Ming, the Lan and Yen families are not in the Two-World City now. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu said. Not in the Two-World City. Lu Ming was puzzled. That's right. The Lan and Yen family's headquarters are not in the Two-World City, but in the central region of the Grand Pure Sky Domain. The Two-World City is only their base. In the past 2 years, the foreign races have stopped attacking, so there are fewer battles. Therefore, some of the experts of the Lan and Yen families are not there. In addition, the Lan family's genius, Lan Xia, is about to marry Xianyuan Yi and hold a big banquet. Countless experts are gathered in the central region of the Grand Pure Sky Domain. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu explained. Lan Xia and Xianyuan Yi are 2 of the 9 absolutes. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He had heard of these 2 names before. They were 2 of the 9 absolutes of the younger generation in the heaven domain. They were peerless geniuses. Especially Xianyuan Yi, who was ranked 2nd among the 9 absolutes. Many people said that he had the chance to become the first of the 9 absolutes and stand at the peak of the younger generation in the Tian Yuan domain. Lan Xia is the genius of the Lan family. She's Blue Cloud's sister. This time, her marriage with Xianyuan Yi is a strong alliance and has attracted everyone's attention. I heard that the Lan family has invited most of the heaven domain's geniuses. There will be a grand banquet. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu said. When is their wedding day? Lu Ming asked. Chapter 23:13. Half a month later. Just nice, I'll make a trip. The price that the Lan family and the Yen family have to pay will eventually have to be paid. Lu Ming muttered, his voice getting colder and colder. Lu Ming, don't act rashly. The Lan family is definitely not something ordinary factions can compare to. The Lan family is an extremely ancient family with deep foundations and experts as common as clouds. Not only is there only one heavenly emperor in Lan City, it is said that the Lan family also has an old ancestor who is a peerless 4-star heavenly emperor realm powerhouse. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu said with a somewhat solemn expression. But Lu Ming's eyes were firm, unmoved. In addition, the Lan family has existed for countless years and is on good terms with many major factions. For example, the Yen family. The Yen family is just an ordinary powerful faction with a heavenly emperor holding down the fort. They have a marriage alliance with the Lan family. The 2 families are very close. In addition, there are also many factions similar to the Yen family who are on good terms with the Lan family. This time, they will all rush over. If you go over rashly, I'm afraid you will suffer a great loss. Therefore, if you want to go, you must be careful. If you really want to go, I'll accompany you. However, the other heavenly emperors of the primordial realm have to guard Two-World City. I'm afraid they can't leave. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu explained the Lan family's power structure and general strength to Lu Ming. However, seeing Lu Ming's firm gaze, he knew that Lu Ming had already made up his mind, so he agreed to accompany Lu Ming. Many thanks, Senior Heng Yu. Lu Ming thanked him and said, if I want to go, I naturally have to be confident. Finished speaking, he walked towards the primordial body cultivator grand elders and said with cupped fists, Seniors, this junior has something that I would like to ask the seniors for help with. If there's anything that you need us old bones for, just say the word. An old man laughed, very forthright. I would like to invite the seniors to follow me to a place. Lu Ming told them about going to the Lan family. No problem. The grand elders of the Archean body cultivators all agreed. Ever since Lu Ming had displayed his exceptional talent in body cultivation, they had regarded Lu Ming with great importance. Moreover, it was all thanks to Lu Ming that they were able to enter the Two Realms city. Since Lu Ming was in trouble, they naturally had to help. Heavenly ruler Heng Yu also smiled. He knew very well that these old men were very scary. With their help, their chances of success would be much higher. Lu Ming, let me arrange a place for them to stay first. Celestial Emperor Heng Yu said. Senior Heng Yu, is there a spacious place with no one around? This time, quite a number of body cultivators have come. They are all in our small world. Lu Ming said. Oh, how many people? Celestial Emperor Heng Yu asked. About 30 billion people. Lu Ming said. Oh, only 30 billion? That's easy. Not far from Two Realms City, there's a vast and uninhabited mountain range. It's enough for them to live there. Heavenly ruler Heng Yu thought for a moment and thought of a place. 30 billion people seemed to be a lot, but it was just a drop in the ocean compared to the vast and boundless territory of the Grand Pure Sky Domain. The population of the Grand Pure Sky Domain was simply uncountable. Any small territory had more than tens of billions of people. Not long after, they set off and arrived at a vast and boundless mountain range. This mountain range spanned millions of miles. It could easily accommodate 30 billion people. Immediately, Lu Ming and the rest had people from small worlds. With a thought, a large number of people appeared in this mountain range. Following that, some primordial body cultivator powerhouses went up to make arrangements. Everyone chopped wood, moved stone, and repaired houses. Most primordial body cultivators were incomparably strong. Doing these things was simply too easy. They believed that in less than a few days, they would be able to completely settle down here. Ren Chan and the rest also chose a place and settled down. Their eyes were filled with sadness. Their small world had a large population to begin with, but now, not many of them had come together. Many of them had died in battle. Especially some of the top experts, they did not come here. Lu Ming discussed with Heavenly Ruler Heng Yu they all, planning to go to the Lan family after a few more days. It would not be too late. Lu Ming returned to Two World City and met with Mulans. Seeing Lu Ming, Mulans was naturally overjoyed. The two people caught up for a while. Lu Ming returned to his residence, planning on having a good rest. I wonder if I can contact the Chaos Hall now. Lu Ming thought of the Chaos Hall again. Thinking up to here, Lu Ming took out the Chaos Essence token. He did not expect that the moment he tried this time, the Chaos Essence token actually had activity. Lu Ming was overjoyed and poured world power into it. Buzz! The Chaos Essence token started vibrating. Then, a light pillar appeared, enveloping Lu Ming inside. Following that, Lu Ming's figure disappeared from where he was. Lu Ming seemed to be traveling through the void. That feeling was like taking a super long-distance teleportation formation. Not long after, Lu Ming came to a large hall. It was the Chaos Hall. The moment Lu Ming appeared, light flashed in the Chaos Hall. There were a total of 9 figures, emitting different colors from their bodies. 2E, Gold E, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Greetings, young master. 2E, Gold E, and the rest bowed to Lu Ming. Seniors, there's no need to be so polite. Lu Ming hurriedly waved his hand. Young master has already defeated the son of primal chaos, Yuan Xian. Moreover, you have broken through to the Emperor realm using many different types of laws, and have even mastered many different types of supreme laws. Such talent is unprecedented. From now on, you will be the master of Primal Chaos Palace, and also our young master. 2E said with a serious face. You have heard of me? Lu Ming asked curiously. Of course, the Chaos Hall is in the Taiqing Celestial Domain. Young master's name has spread throughout the Taiqing Celestial Domain. Of course we have heard of you. 2E said with a smile. The Chaos Hall is in the Taiching celestial domain. Then why couldn't I contact you before? Lu Ming asked curiously. It was not difficult to guess that the Chaos Hall was in the Taiching celestial domain. Back then, he could directly enter the Chaos Hall from Yuanlu. It was not difficult to guess that the Chaos Hall was in the Taiching celestial domain. That was because the Taiching celestial domain was connected to Yuanlu. The Hunyuan sect was probably in the Taiching celestial domain too. Lu Ming was curious why he could not contact 2E and the rest before, but now he could. Young master, there are 2 battlefields in the Taiching celestial domain. The Chaos Hall is near one of the battlefields. More than 10 years ago, the foreign tribes suddenly invaded and a fierce battle broke out in that battlefield. We brought the Chaos Hall to join the battle and cut off the outside world. That's why you could not contact us. 2E explained. The other 8 nodded their heads in agreement. Lu Ming was enlightened. So that was the reason. Recently, the foreign tribes did not invade. Therefore, Lu Ming could contact 2E and the rest again. Seniors, I would like to ask about the Chaos Scripture, Lu Ming asked. The Chaos Scripture in his hand seemed to be incomplete. Young master, the Chaos Scripture in your hand is indeed incomplete. It only has the part before you became a martial emperor. The part after you became a martial emperor was supposed to be given to you after you became a martial emperor. Now that you have become a martial emperor and reached the true martial emperor level, it is natural that you have it. Young master, please follow me. Chapter 23:14. In the secret chamber, there was a figure sitting cross-legged in the air. It was the figure of the Chaos Emperor. As soon as Lu Ming entered, the figure turned into a ray of light and rushed into Lu Ming's glabella. Suddenly, a piece of information appeared in Lu Ming's mind. Chaos Scripture. Lu Ming whispered. This piece of information was the latter part of the Chaos Scripture. It recorded the deduction laws of the Chaos Scripture, a series of divine abilities, and the combination of various laws. Among them, the law of chaos was the main one. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and carefully comprehended it. The Chaos Scripture contains 18 types of laws, similar to the indestructible ancient scripture. Unfortunately, it's only based on one type of law of chaos, so it's not suitable for me. However, there are many things in it that I can learn from. Lu Ming pondered. The Chaos Scripture contained 18 types of laws. Among these 18 types of laws, Lu Ming only had 4 of them. In the future, if Lu Ming wanted to master more laws, he could use the Chaos Scripture to deduce other laws. That way, it would be faster than comprehending them alone. In addition, Lu Ming could also try to cultivate some of the divine abilities to increase Lu Ming's means of fighting against enemies. Of course, Lu Ming's main cultivation direction still depended on himself to comprehend and explore. After all, he had mastered many types of supreme laws. If he wanted to unleash the strongest power of these laws, he had to rely on himself to explore. After all, since ancient times, no one had mastered many types of supreme laws at the same time. A day later, Lu Ming stopped comprehending. He was not in a hurry now. When he had time in the future, he would choose a few divine abilities to cultivate. Lu Ming returned to the main hall. 2E and the other 8 were waiting there. 2E, what are your cultivation bases? Lu Ming asked curiously. The 9 of us belong to 9 different elements and are all in the Heavenly Emperor realm. 2E replied. Ah. Heavenly. Heavenly Emperor. Lu Ming began to nod subconsciously, but he immediately reacted and his mouth opened wide. He was dumbfounded. Earth 1, Gold 1, Wood 1, there was a total of 9 people and all of them were puppets. In the past, Lu Ming thought that 2E and the rest might be at the Heavenly Emperor realm or even peak Heavenly Emperors. However, he did not expect them to be at the Heavenly Emperor realm. 9 Heavenly Emperors, what kind of terrifying power was this? The Primal Chaos Palace was only one of the 9 great palaces of the Primal Chaos sect. Even if the primal Chaos Emperor's strength was exceedingly high, the fact that there were 9 Heavenly Emperor realm puppets under him was enough to shock people. From this, it could be seen how amazing the strength of the Hunyuan sect was at its peak. Ha ha ha, good, very good. Lu Ming was delighted. With the help of 2E and the others, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. Primal Chaos Palace, is there anyone else other than you? Lu Ming asked again. Yes, but they are all puppets. There are 1,000 of our 9 elements. Their names are from 1 to 1,000, from the Martial Emperor realm to the Heavenly Emperor realm. Di Dao. Lu Ming nodded. Previously, Tu Yi had sent Tu Qian to follow him to the Divine Wilderness continent. Until now, Tu Qian was still guarding the Divine Wilderness continent. Seniors, I'll go back first. I have something that I need your help with. In a few days, I'll be going to the Lan family in the central region of the Taiqing Sky Domain. Lu Ming told them about the Lan family and asked Tu Yi and the others to help him. Tu Yi and the others naturally agreed. Lu Ming was overjoyed. With Tu Yi and the others' help, this time, he would definitely make the Lan family pay the price. Then, a force enveloped him. Not long after, Lu Ming returned to his original place. It seems like there's a formation similar to a teleportation formation on the Primal Chaos token. As long as it's activated, the teleportation formation on it will be activated. Lu Ming thought. In the next few days, Lu Ming did not cultivate and had a good rest. A few days later, Lu Ming, Heavenly the Archhengyu, and the 4 Supreme Elders of the Primordial Physique cultivators headed to the central region of the Taiqing Sky Domain with Lu Ming. The Taiqing Sky Domain was vast and boundless. It was not smaller than the entire Yuan continent and was roughly divided into 5 regions. East, South, West, North, and Central. The Lan family was in the central region. Heavenly the Archhengyu led Lu Ming. With the speed of a Heavenly the Arch, they arrived at Blue Moon City where the Lan family was located in a few hours. Blue Moon City was an ancient giant city that completely belonged to the Lan family. This was the headquarters of the Lan family. The Lan family had been here for countless years. During this period, Blue Moon City was unusually lively. It was simply a sea of people. The marriage of the Lan family's genius daughter to the second-ranked genius of the 9 absolutes was a big event. Moreover, it was said that the Lan family had invited a large number of geniuses. Many people guessed that there would be a grand event and naturally came to watch the fun. Heavenly the Archhengyu and the others concealed their auras and walked into Blue Moon City like a few ordinary people. They found an inn and inquired about the news. This time, there are so many geniuses here. Most of the famous geniuses from the Heaven Domain and the Yuan realm are here. The Lan family actually has such great influence to be able to invite so many geniuses here. Someone raised a question. What do you know? There hasn't been a grand event in the Heaven Domain for a long time. Ever since the selection of the 9 absolutes more than 10 years ago, some of the top geniuses haven't clashed with each other. This time, they can take advantage of this opportunity to compete with each other. Moreover, I heard that the Lan family has paid a huge price this time. If anyone can get first place this time, the Lan family will take out 100 Chaos Stones as a reward. What? 100 Chaos Stones? What a huge sum. Many people were shocked. The Lan family actually wanted to take out 100 Chaos Stones as a reward for the first place. This was definitely a huge sum. Back then, outside Two World City, Lu Ming had taken down the other party's prince in exchange for 100 Chaos Stones. The Lan family has really put in a lot of effort. Could it be that the Lan family wants to push Xianyuan Yi to the throne of first place? That's right. Xianyuan Yi is ambitious and has long wanted to challenge Lin Xiaofeng and take the throne of first place. This time, Xianyuan Yi most likely wants to take advantage of this opportunity to defeat Lin Xiaofeng. This way, the 100 Chaos Stones won't be wasted, and Xianyuan Yi's reputation will be pushed to the peak. The Lan family has a good plan, but aren't they afraid that Xianyuan Yi won't be able to defeat Lin Xiaofeng and will be defeated by him? If that's the case, they'll suffer a double loss. Therefore, this time, there will most likely be a showdown between the top geniuses. That's why so many people have rushed over and attracted a large number of geniuses here. In the restaurant, many people were drinking and chatting loudly. Lu Ming and the others had received a lot of news. 100 chaos stones, we can't miss it. There was a glint in Lu Ming's eyes and he revealed a smile. It seemed that there would be additional rewards this time. Seniors, it seems that we don't have to rush to their door. Let's get the 100 chaos stones first. Lu Ming said with a smile. They drank for a while, then left the place and found a restaurant to stay. Time passed day by day. Soon, it was the day of Lan Xia and Xian Yuanyi's wedding. Chapter 23:15. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, when he used the divine breath technique, great emperors couldn't see through him at all. Even heavenly emperors could only see through Lu Ming's disguise, but they couldn't see through Lu Ming's true appearance. Lu Ming didn't plan to reveal his true body from the start. If Lu Ming revealed his true body from the start, the Lan family definitely wouldn't let him get the 100 chaos stones. He would change his identity first and get the chaos stones first. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu went first, followed by him and a few body cultivator grand elders. Not long after, Lu Ming and the others came to a square. This square was hundreds of miles long and wide, but at this time, the square was already filled with banquets. Many people were sitting casually at the banquets. Look, that's the prodigy area. There were people chatting on the side. Lu Ming looked over and found that there was an area north of the square where many young prodigies were sitting. Long Chen, Huang Ling, Desolate Force, and Bubbles. Lu Ming looked around and saw many familiar faces. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Other than Bubbles, he hadn't seen anyone else for many years. However, now wasn't the time to reminisce. It wouldn't be too late to reminisce after this matter. At the same time, Lu Ming also saw others. For example, Heng Xinghe, Yuan Xin, Bao De, Xie Ke, Tian Ming, most of the top prodigies of the primordial realm were here. The others were all prodigies from the heaven realm. For example, those prodigies who followed Heavenly Emperor Kong Yin to the primordial realm during the Battle of the 10 Earths were also among them. At this time, Lu Ming realized that there were countless banquets in this square, and they were also divided into many different areas. The area where they were sitting was just an ordinary area. Lu Ming didn't care and waited quietly. Look, it's Xian Wulin of the 9 Absolutes. And Fu Lu, Wang Yi, suddenly, someone exclaimed. Lu Ming looked towards the sky. A few figures walked over in the air, full of arrogance. They looked down from above and glanced at the crowd, then landed in the area of the young prodigies. Among them, Lu Ming had seen a few before. Xian Wulin, the bald youth, Fu Lu, they were all prodigies of the 9 Absolutes. Their talents were amazing, and their future achievements were unimaginable. It's Lin Xiaofeng is really here. Immediately after, there was an even louder uproar. The whole place was in an uproar. Almost everyone's eyes were looking at a young man in the sky. Lin Xiaofeng was ranked first among the 9 Absolutes. In the past, he was the strongest genius in the heaven realm. He stood at the peak of countless geniuses and was invincible. He was also the opponent's. Lin Xiaofeng, dressed in black and carrying a long saber on his back, landed in the area of the younger generation with a cold expression. Lin's brother. Many prodigies is. Lin's. T-Test battle determine. T.S. More than a decade ago, the two had clashed and launched a peak battle. In the end, Lin S defeated Xian Yuanyi. Xian Yuanyi had always wanted to defeat Lin S to prove that he was the best in the world. This time, the Lan family had mobilized so many people and really took out 100 chaos stones to push Xian Yuanyi to the top. They were very confident. Therefore, many people wanted to know who would emerge victorious in this confrontation. The Yan family's celestial emperor has arrived. The Luo family's celestial emperor has arrived. The Boundless Palace's palace master has arrived. At this moment, voices spread throughout the place. Everyone quieted down. The celestial emperors. In the sky, one figure after another came. In the east, the Yen family's celestial emperor led the Yen family's experts here. In the west, the Luo family's celestial emperor led the Luo family's experts here. These celestial emperors and the experts who followed them descended in the northernmost area. That was the VIP area. Only those with noble status could sit there. These forces were all on good terms with the Lan family. For example, the Yen family and the Luo family were all related to the Lan family by marriage. After that, powerful forces continued to descend. Some forces even had celestial emperors descend. During this period of time, the foreign races retreated and did not attack. That was why these celestial emperors had time to come here. Ha ha ha, thank you for coming, I'm sorry for not coming out to meet you. At this moment, a loud laugh was heard. Then, a group of people flew over from the depths of Blue Moon City. The person in the lead was the Lan family's head, the celestial emperor powerhouse, Lan Cheng. Behind Lan Cheng followed a large number of Lan family powerhouses. Among them, Blue Cloud was among them. And beside Lan Cheng, a young man and woman followed, attracting the attention of many people. Because these two people were today's protagonists, two of the 9 absolutes, Lan Xia and Xianyuan Yi. Brother Lan, congratulations to the Lan family for getting a son-in-law. The Yen family's celestial emperor and the others got up to congratulate, their faces full of smiles. Thank you. Everyone, please take a seat. Lan Cheng waved his hand. Today, my Lan family's prodigy, Lan Xia, is getting married to Xianyuan Yi. You don't have to be polite, eat and drink to your heart's content. Lan Cheng said with a smile. Immediately, countless people flew out and placed wine and dishes on all the tables. Then, it was time for the wedding ceremony. Everyone waited patiently. They all knew that after the ceremony, it would be the main event. Soon, the ceremony was over. Lan Cheng got up, faced everyone, and said, "This time, thank you for coming, especially the prodigies of the younger generation, most of them are here. Why don't we take this opportunity to exchange pointers with everyone, and let us old guys also see the glory of the younger generation, how about it?" That's great. Since the battle more than 10 years ago, many prodigies have rarely fought, and have been cultivating hard. Today is a good time to see the results of their cultivation. Now is the golden age, prodigies have gathered, and now with the addition of the prodigies from the Yuan realm, the real stars are shining brightly. Many people nodded, revealing a look of anticipation. Those young prodigies also sized each other up, and a faint fighting spirit spread out. For example, Xianyuan Yi's gaze fell on Lin Xiaofeng, and the powerful fighting spirit was not concealed. In his eyes, only one Lin Xiaofeng was worthy of him fighting. This time, the Lan family will also offer some prizes. As a reward, the Lan family will offer 100 chaos stones as a reward to the person who comes in first place. No matter who wins first place, my Lan family will never go back on our words. Lan Cheng continued, and his voice spread throughout the entire venue. Lin Xiaofeng's eyes were filled with a bright light. This time, he was here for 100 chaos stones. Who wouldn't be tempted by 100 chaos stones? However, the other prodigies sighed. They understood that they were destined to not be able to get the 100 chaos stones. With Lin Xiaofeng and Xianyuan Yi around, it was impossible for them to get first place. Chapter 23:16. Everyone looked around with different thoughts in their minds. "Senior, what are the rules of this competition?" Someone asked. "There are no rules. If any of you want to fight, you can come up here and challenge whoever you want to spar with. There are no rules. You are free to fight." Lan Cheng explained with a smile. He then waved his hand and a huge battle stage appeared in the middle of the square. There were no banquets in the middle of the square. It was obvious that it was for sparring. "Now, who will go up first?" Lan Qing asked again. Then let me throw a brick to attract the jade first. A voice sounded. Then, a young man in a white shirt rushed up to the battle stage. The young man looked at the younger generation area and said, Fang Han, come up and fight. I'm not afraid of you. The person who was challenged shouted and rushed up to the battle stage. Without saying anything, the two of them fought fiercely. The two of them were just ordinary sky prides. They were not top sky prides because they had not mastered the strongest laws. The laws that they had mastered were kingly laws. Both of them were in the empty emperor realm. They exchanged blows and the battle was extremely intense. The two of them exchanged more than 100 blows. In the end, the young man in a white shirt who went up to the battle stage was more skilled and won. Next, the battles continued. However, those who fought at the beginning were all ordinary sky prides. The sky prides who had mastered the strongest laws did not fight. Not long after, Lu Ming saw Long Chen, Huang Li, Huang Ling and the rest challenging others. Long Chen, Huang Ling and the rest had not comprehended the strongest laws. They had only comprehended the kingly laws. After so many years, their strength had improved greatly. They had mastered 3 to 4 kingly laws and their cultivation had reached the level of a 4-star empty emperor. If one was not an innate firmament child, it would not be easy for one to comprehend the strongest law after advancing to martial emperor. The difficulty was extremely high. However, as long as Long Chen, Huang Ling and the rest had not become great emperors, they would have the chance to comprehend the strongest laws. Around the square, many big shots were drinking and chatting as they watched with interest. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. After 3 days, almost all the ordinary sky prides had fought. Finally, the sky prides who had mastered the strongest laws went up to fight. Many people immediately perked up and watched carefully. The battle between the top geniuses was undoubtedly more exciting. At the same level of cultivation, the combat power of the top geniuses was stronger than that of the ordinary geniuses. Lu Ming saw Blue Cloud, Yanxi, and Stellar River make their moves. Their talents were definitely top-notch, and they all defeated their opponents one by one. This was especially true for Heng Xinghe. He had challenged several people consecutively and won every single one of them. However, Lu Ming did not make a move. His goal was 100 chaos gems. It was useless to make a move now. All he had to do was wait until the end. Boom! Suddenly, a tall and sturdy figure rushed onto the fighting ring. His entire body was pitch black, like an iron tower. Bao Da! Lu Ming's eyes flickered. After so many years, Bao Da had become many times stronger. The muscles all over his body were bulging, filled with explosive power. Physique cultivator. I didn't expect there to be a physique cultivator prodigy outside. Beside Lu Ming, several Archean body cultivators were immediately intrigued. They stared curiously at Bao Da, sizing him up. Bao Da was like a barbaric dragon. Finally, his gaze swept towards a gray-robed youth. You, come up and fight. Bao Da's voice reverberated throughout the entire arena. The gray-robed youth was the one who had followed Heavenly Emperor Kong Yin to the primordial realm. Moreover, he also cultivated the Archean cultivation system. Back then, the gray-robed youth had challenged Bao Da, Xia Ku, and the ancient devil alone. He had easily defeated them. Bao Da had always been brooding over this. Now that he had cultivated for so many years and his strength had increased greatly, he naturally wanted to challenge the other party and get back at them. Whoosh! The gray-robed youth rushed onto the fighting ring. This time, I will defeat you alone. Bao Da's eyes were filled with ferocity. He was like a giant beast, and his aura was extremely terrifying. Make your move. The gray-robed youth spoke as a powerful aura erupted from his body. Boom! The two of them moved at the same time and collided fiercely. An earth-shattering explosion erupted on the fighting ring. Then, the two figures could not help but retreat continuously. The first move was a draw. Again. The two of them bombarded each other again. Many people were watching excitedly from all directions. Even some great emperors and heavenly emperors were watching seriously. This was because the two of them cultivated the Archean cultivation system. Bauda, an Archean physique cultivator. The grey-robed youth, an Archean martial artist. The two of them fought each other head-on. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. Over the years, Bauda was much stronger than before. He could actually fight with the grey-robed youth. It was difficult to determine the victor in a short period of time. One had to know that the grey-robed youth could easily defeat them in the past. This reminded Lu Ming of Heavenly Emperor Kong Yin's words. Some of the top geniuses in the Yuan realm were not weaker than the geniuses in the heavenly realm. However, due to limited resources, their cultivation was weaker, and their combat strength was far inferior to the geniuses in the heavenly realm. But now, the geniuses in the Yuan realm had received the resources of the heavenly realm. In terms of cultivation, they had quickly caught up. Now, they could truly fight with the geniuses in the heavenly realm. This black kid is not bad. Next to Lu Ming, an Archean physique cultivator elder spoke, revealing a look of interest. He is indeed not bad. The physique cultivation technique he cultivates is not very advanced, but he has such achievements. He is indeed a peerless genius in physique cultivation. If he is properly trained, his achievements will be limitless. Another old man also spoke. Obviously, these elders had a strong interest in Bauda. Roar! In the battle ring, Bauda roared. Like a mad beast, his attacks were wild. In the end, he even ignored his own defense and attacked crazily, adopting a method of fighting that would cause both sides to suffer. This made the grey-robed youth's expression solemn. In the end, after exchanging a few blows with Bauda, he floated back and left the battle ring. I'm not fighting anymore. I admit defeat. The grey-robed youth said, then returned to his seat. Ha ha ha. Bauda grinned and laughed wildly. Finally, his gaze swept over some of the other youths. He still wanted to fight. Bauda, that's enough. Now it's my turn. A voice rang out. Then, a figure rushed into the battle ring. It was Xiaku. Bauda chuckled and left the battle ring. Then, Xiaku challenged a genius from the heavenly realm. And he defeated his opponent. What are these people from the Yuan realm trying to do? Do they all want to challenge the geniuses from the heavenly realm? In the young genius area, a youth said coldly. The expressions of many geniuses from the heavenly realm changed slightly. Their eyes swept over the geniuses from the Yuan realm, such as Tian Ming, Yuan Xian, Bubbles, and the others. However, Tian Ming and Yuan Xian did not speak. Their eyes were fixed on the battle ring. Chapter 23:17. Next, the elder demon attacked and defeated another opponent. This made some of the geniuses from the heaven world look grim. Whoosh! Another figure rushed onto the fighting ring. Yuan Xian. Many people's eyes flickered, especially those who knew the inside story. In the primordial realm, Yuan Xian was the top genius, ranked third. Over the years, as the geniuses of the primordial realm continued to grow, their influence in the heaven world grew. Lu Ming had become an emperor with many different laws, which was unprecedented in history, shocking the heaven world. As for Tian Ming, Bubbles, and the others, their strength increased rapidly, and their reputation among the younger generation of the heaven world grew. Naturally, more people went to the top of the primordial realm, and the results of the Battle of 10 Earths were exposed, and many people knew about it. Yuan Xian was ranked third in the primordial realm back then, behind Lu Ming and Tian Ming. His talent was absolutely amazing, and even in the heaven world, he was the top. Some people even thought that he might be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Jiu Ju in the future. Now, who was he going to challenge? Yuan Xian's gaze fell on Tian Ming. Tian Ming, come out and fight. Yuan Xian's voice sounded. Many people's eyes flickered, surprised. Many people thought that Yuan Xian would also challenge the geniuses of the heaven world, but he actually challenged Tianming. Back then, Yuan Xian was defeated by Tianming in the Battle of 10 Earths. He must want to challenge and defeat him. Indeed. Many people nodded. Tianming, dressed in white, was handsome and elegant, and attracted the attention of many young women. He stood up, took a step, and landed on the platform. Yuan Xian, you were no match for me back then, and now, you are even less of a match for me. Tianming faintly said, full of confidence in himself. Don't be so full of yourself. Today, I will defeat you and prove that I am stronger than you. It's a pity that Lu Ming is dead. Otherwise, I would also defeat him and prove to everyone who is the top genius of the primordial realm. Yuan Xian said, his eyes flashing with a strong desire to fight. His ambition was higher than the sky, but he could only get third place in the Battle of 10 Earths. He was not satisfied, and wanted to regain the throne of the primordial realm. Make your move. Tianming said lightly, his expression calm and indifferent, as if he did not take Yuan Xian's words to heart. Boom! Yuan Xian released a powerful aura. It was much stronger than when he fought Lu Ming in the Alcade ancient city. There were 4 different types of laws on his body that rushed toward Tianming. The 4 different types of laws, led by the law of primal chaos, formed a terrifying mystique. Boom! Yuan Xian punched out, and numerous chaos mountains came crashing down on Tianming. Dazzling white light emanated from Tianming's body. He pointed a finger and a beam of light shot toward the mountains. Boom! 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 Tianming's mountain crumbled and exploded one after another. Defeat. Then, Tianming took a step forward and pressed down with his finger. Boom! A terrifying pressure pressed down on Yuan Xian. At the same time, a dazzling radiance spread towards Yuan Xian like a stormy sea. This was also a terrifying divine ability. It was based on the laws of destiny, and when combined with other laws, it was shockingly powerful. Yuan Xian let out a roar as he unleashed his strength to the limit and attacked crazily. However, his attacks crumbled and disintegrated under the radiance of Tianming's finger. Finally, the radiance hit Yuan Xian. Yuan Xian's body shook violently as he spat out large mouthfuls of blood and was sent flying out of the arena. The scene suddenly fell silent. Many people looked at Tianming in shock, especially the geniuses from the Yuan realm. They were the most surprised. Tianming's strength was too terrifying. He had defeated Yuan Xian in just a few moves. Back in the Yuan realm's Battle of the 10 Lands, Tianming had to use many moves to defeat Yuan Xian. He even had to use his ultimate move to defeat him. But now, he had defeated Yuan Xian so easily. Clearly, Tianming's progress over the years had far surpassed Yuan Xian's. No, this is impossible. Standing in the air, Yuan Xian's face was blank. He could not accept all this. This time, he had wanted to defeat Tianming and prove to everyone that he was the number 1 in the primordial realm. However, in the end, he had suffered a crushing defeat. Furthermore, it had only been a few moves, and it had been an extremely miserable defeat. The difference in strength between him and Tianming was too great. Yuan Xian, you're too weak. Tianming said lightly. His words made Yuan Xian spit out another mouthful of blood as his body swayed. Then, Tianming no longer looked at him and swept his gaze over the other young geniuses. When Tianming's gaze swept over them, except for Jiu, the other young geniuses' expressions changed. From the way he attacked just now, Tianming's strength was simply unfathomable. No one knew what level he had reached. Who was he going to challenge next? Finally, Tianming's gaze fell on one of the young geniuses. Oh Yebing. He had always been known as the strongest Void Emperor among the younger generation of the Celestial Realm. Of course, ever since Lu Ming's rise, he was no longer the strongest Void Emperor. Back then, when Lu Ming became an emperor, he defeated him with one move. Was Tianming going to challenge Oh Yebing? Oh Yebing, come out and fight." As expected, Tianming's voice rang out. "You overestimate yourself." Oh Yebing said coldly as he stepped out and appeared on the arena. A ray of sharpness flashed in his eyes with a trace of ferocity. Back then, he had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Lu Ming, and his reputation had been greatly reduced. Therefore, he didn't have a good impression of geniuses from the Yuan realm like Lu Ming. Now, Tianming wanted to challenge him again. He would teach him an unforgettable lesson. Bang! Tianming took a step forward, and his body erupted with an astonishing light that was incomparably dazzling. Then, he pointed a finger, and a dazzling light suppressed Oh Yebing. Divine Weapon Seal Art. Oh Yebing shouted as his hands quickly formed seals. A huge pagoda condensed and suppressed Tianming. Boom! The huge pagoda and the light from Tianming's finger collided, and a shocking explosion erupted. Then, the huge pagoda condensed by Oh Yebing shook violently, and it was covered with cracks. Oh Yebing's expression changed as his hands quickly formed seals. A vase appeared, and a large amount of sword qi spewed out of the vase. Then, a war blade appeared and slashed at Tianming. River of Destiny. At this time, Tianming used his ultimate move, the River of Destiny. He stood in the River of Destiny as if he was immortal and controlled destiny. Tianming's move was much, much stronger than it had been in the past. Back then, it was only a type of destiny law, but now, other laws were added, and its power was astonishing. Boom! 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 Tianming and Oh Yebing were engaged in an intense battle. Chapter 23:18. In the blink of an eye, Tianming and Oh Yebing had exchanged dozens of blows. At this time, Tianming actually began to gain the upper hand. Tianming's battle strength is terrifying. He can actually suppress Oh Yebing. Many people were shocked. One had to know that Oh Yebing was the strongest Void Emperor among the younger generation of the celestial world. Although he was defeated by Lu Ming, it was only because Lu Ming was too abnormal, not because Oh Yebing was weak. But now, Tianming could actually suppress Oh Yebing. Tianming is worthy of being the second-ranked genius of the primordial realm. His talent is terrifying. Yes, if the primordial realm didn't have an even more abnormal Lu Ming, he would be invincible. Every one of the destiny laws is abnormal. Once they grow up, their achievements will be limitless. Discussions broke out in the surroundings. Many people sighed. Tianming's talent was terrifying. In the future, he would definitely be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the 9 absolutes, or even surpass some of them. But then, everyone thought of Lu Ming. Although Tianming was strong, he was still suppressed by Lu Ming. Everyone sighed. It wasn't that Tianming wasn't strong, but that Lu Ming was too abnormal and couldn't be understood with common sense. Ah! Oh Yebing roared. He was not reconciled to being suppressed by Tianming. He wanted to erupt with all his strength and attack crazily, wanting to turn the tables. He condensed all kinds of weapons and attacked Tianming. Unfortunately, these weapons exploded and crumbled under Tianming's attacks. Tianming became stronger and stronger as the battle went on, and his advantage continued to increase. He completely suppressed Oh Yebing. Bang! In the end, Oh Yebing was sent flying, vomiting blood as he was blasted out of the battle stage. Oh Yebing was defeated. The genius who was known as the strongest in the Void Emperor realm was defeated once again. What strength! The primordial realm really has a few geniuses. Apart from Lu Ming, Tianming should be the strongest in the Void Emperor realm. Yes, he's invincible among the Void Emperors. Many people discussed. Tianming's reputation had risen to the peak. Some of the 9 absolutes looked at Tianming with solemn eyes. Tianming would definitely be a great threat to them when he became a true emperor. However, Xianyuan Yi and Lin Xiaofeng's eyes were calm, exuding strong confidence. Tianming didn't continue. He left the stage and returned to his seat. Now, it's time for the battle between the 9 aces. Many people thought to themselves and became more and more expectant. But at this moment, a petite figure appeared on the stage in a flash. That's a space-time spirit mouse. Many people's eyes flickered. Bubble. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Bubbles was about to make a move. Lu Ming hadn't seen Bubbles fight for many years. He wanted to see how strong Bubbles was. The talents of the top 10 war beasts were absolutely astonishing. Now that they had received guidance from the Almighty of the Heaven Realm, their improvement would definitely be astonishing. Bubbles' gaze swept across the crowd and finally landed on Xinghe and Yuan Xian. The two of you, come up here. I'll let you work together. Chirp chirp. Bubbles pouted, her crisp voice resounding throughout the entire arena. This guy really wants to challenge Stellar River and Yuan Xian. Lu Ming smiled. Both Stellar River and Yuan Xian had a grudge against Lu Ming and had always targeted Lu Ming. Bubbles naturally remembered that. Stellar River and Yuan Xian's faces turned ugly. A loser from back then. I alone am enough to deal with you. Why do I need two people? Yuan Xian said coldly and rushed onto the stage. You can't do it. I'll defeat you in one move. Yuan Xian curled her lips and revealed a look of disdain. Ha ha ha, defeat me in one move. What a joke. Yuan Xian laughed crazily. Bubbles actually said that she would defeat him in one move. Even Tian Ming couldn't do it. Who did she think she was? What a joke. You go first. I'll let you go first. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Chirp chirp. Bubbles said as if she didn't care about Yuan Xian at all. Yuan Xian was furious. Then I'll fulfill your wish. Yuan Xian shouted and rushed towards Bubbles. At the same time, he unleashed his strongest combat power. Facing the space-time spirit mouse, Yuan Xian didn't dare to be careless. He attacked with his strongest combat power. He was surrounded by all kinds of laws and charged towards Bubbles. However, when he was halfway there, his body stiffened in midair. The various laws that covered his body suddenly disappeared without a trace. Yuan Xian's face changed drastically. He roared and manipulated the laws again. However, the laws disappeared as soon as they appeared. Time laws, it's the time laws. Using the time laws to control the power of time and travel back to the moment when the opponent didn't manipulate the laws. Therefore, when Yuan Xian's laws appeared, they disappeared. How terrifying! Many people saw the trick and were shocked. This was already manipulating the power of time. Void Emperor was only able to do this. As expected of the space-time spirit mouse. At this moment, Bubbles appeared in front of Yuan Xian and kicked Yuan Xian's face. Yuan Xian's body was like a broken sandbag. He flew out of the stage and fell heavily on the ground. He vomited blood and his face was completely swollen. Defeated, Yuan Xian was defeated. Bubbles really only used one move. Many people were shocked. Bubbles' combat power was beyond their imagination. Tianming's eyes narrowed slightly. He looked at Bubbles with a grave expression. How useless. Bubbles muttered and stopped looking at Yuan Xian. This made Yuan Xian vomit another mouthful of blood. It was from anger. Yuan Xian had suffered a huge blow today. He originally wanted to defeat Tianming and avenge the humiliation back then. However, he was easily defeated by Tianming in the end. That was fine, but now, he was defeated by Bubbles in one move. Bubbles was his defeated opponent back then, but now, she defeated him in one move. He couldn't accept it. Bubble ignored him and swept his gaze over the remaining youths. Those who were swept by his gaze all had a change in expression. Will she challenge Tianming? Many people thought so. However, in the end, Bubbles didn't challenge Tianming. Her gaze fell on O Yibing. You, come out and fight. Bubbles pointed at O Yibing. O Yibing's face was gloomy. Bubbles actually challenged him. However, today, in the face of a challenge, he had to fight. He couldn't back down. Otherwise, his reputation would be completely ruined. He stepped out and landed on the stage. Although your spacetime law is mysterious, it depends on who your opponent is. If your opponent's strength surpasses yours, your spacetime law won't work. I'm not Yuan Xin. I'll use my powerful strength to break your spacetime law. Oh Yebing said. Many people's hearts moved. That was indeed the case. The spacetime law was incomparably mysterious and unpredictable. It could mobilize the power of time and space. It was terrifying. However, no law was truly invincible. When one's strength reached a certain level, it could break all laws. Chapter 23:19. You talk too much. If you're not going to attack, I'll attack. Bubble muttered, then suddenly rushed towards her opponent. Her speed was extremely fast, as if she was traveling through the void. Oh Yebing didn't dare to be careless. He used the divine weapon seal technique and surrounded his body with all kinds of weapons. The weapons vibrated, shattering the void and stopping Bubble's attack. Oh Yebing's strength was indeed much stronger than Yuan Xian's. His combat strength was astonishing and could already affect Bubble's spacetime laws. Therefore, Bubble naturally couldn't defeat Oh Yebing as easily as she defeated Yuan Xian. However, after the two exchanged blows, Bubble still had the upper hand. Bubble's figure flickered, and no matter how Oh Yebing attacked, he couldn't hit Bubble. In fact, under the influence of Bubble's spacetime law, Oh Yebing's speed was much slower, and the speed at which he condensed divine armament seals was also much slower. After dozens of moves, he was sent flying by Bubble, suffering heavy injuries. Oh Yebing was defeated again. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Today, he had suffered 2 consecutive defeats at the hands of the Yuan realm's geniuses. The talent of the spacetime spirit mouse is indeed amazing. It's only been a few years and it's already reached this level. That's natural. When the top 10 battle beasts grow up, they'll all be peak powerhouses. How do you think the combat strength of the spacetime spirit mouse compared to Tianming? It's hard to say. I feel that the spacetime spirit mouse is stronger. Not necessarily. Many people were discussing. While they were shocked, they couldn't help but compare Tianming and Bubble. Both of them had defeated Oh Yebing. It could be said that they stood at the peak of the Void Emperor realm. However, it was really hard to compare who was stronger between the two. In terms of laws, the destiny laws were indeed stronger than the spacetime laws. However, a law also depended on who was using it. The spacetime spirit mouse was born to control the spacetime laws. No living creature could compare to the spacetime spirit mouse in terms of the application of the spacetime laws. Those so-called Elysian children controlled the spacetime laws, but in terms of the application of the spacetime laws, they were far inferior to the spacetime spirit mouse. Therefore, it was hard to say who would win. Many people were curious. Would Bubble challenge the heavenly mandate next? However, everyone was disappointed. Bubble didn't challenge Tianming. She seemed to have had enough. After the bubble went down, no one in the Void Emperor realm went up to challenge it. Many people looked expectant. Next was the main event, the battle between the 9 aces. This time, the reason why so many people had come was to watch the duel between the 9 absolutes. More than 10 years ago, the ranking of the 9 spellcasters had been determined. Over the past 10 years, the 9 spellcasters had rarely fought each other. Everyone wanted to see if there would be any changes in the rankings of the 9 absolutes in the past 10 years. Whoosh! A figure rushed onto the fighting ring. It was the Black Tortoise Forest. As expected, he was the first to make a move. The Black Tortoise Forest is ranked last among the 9 extinctions. I wonder if he can make it this time. It's hard to say. None of the 9 extinctions are weak. We'll only know after we fight. Everyone expressed their opinions. Next, Xian Wulin started his challenge. He challenged the 8th-ranked genius of the 9 extinctions. The two exchanged many moves, but in the end, Xian Wulin was defeated, not a match for the other. Xian Wulin was unwilling to give up. After taking a pill to adjust his condition to the peak, he challenged the 7th-ranked genius. However, he was still defeated. In the end, he had no choice but to give up the challenge. His ranking remained at the 9th place. Next, it was the battle between the 9 absolutes. Fierce battles continued. The 9 absolutes had long entered the true emperor realm. Their combat strength was so strong that it attracted everyone's attention. Especially the geniuses below the Void Emperor realm. They could learn a lot from the battles. Exciting battles took place one after another. However, there were very few changes in the rankings. In the past, the higher-ranked geniuses were indeed stronger. This was the case until now. There was only one change. The 5th-ranked genius defeated the 4th-ranked genius and took his place. The rest of the rankings did not change. Soon, the 3rd-ranked prodigy defeated his opponent. He turned his gaze to Xianyuan Yi and Lin Xiaofeng. In the end, he challenged the 2nd-ranked genius, Xianyuan Yi. You overestimate yourself. Xianyuan Yi stepped out and landed on the fighting ring. I will defeat you within 10 moves. Xianyuan Yi said indifferently, full of confidence. 10 moves. Xianyuan Yi, you're too confident. The 3rd-ranked genius. His face was a little ugly. I'm already flattering you by saying 10 moves. Do you understand? Xianyuan Yi said indifferently. His figure suddenly rushed towards the 3rd-ranked genius. The 3rd-ranked genius was a blue-robed youth. He had fought with the foreign race prince outside the two-world city and was defeated. At that time, he had the combat strength of an 8th-order true emperor. Now, his combat strength was undoubtedly stronger. Boom! The blue-robed youth erupted with all his strength and attacked with a terrifying divine art. 10th-order true emperor realm combat strength. Someone exclaimed. The blue-robed youth was much stronger than when he fought with the foreign race prince. His combat strength had increased by 2 levels, reaching the 10th-order true emperor realm. It was extremely shocking to have such combat strength at his age. Unfortunately, he had met Xianyuan Yi. Xianyuan Yi's world force surged and the laws of the world filled his body. A halberd appeared in his hand. Boom! The halberd was incomparably huge. It grew to the size of a mountain and slashed towards the blue-robed youth. The halberd was invincible and powerful to the extreme. When it slashed down, the blue-robed youth's attacks and defenses collapsed completely. Boom! The blue-robed youth frantically retreated. He was blasted tens of thousands of meters away. His face was abnormally pale. A deep wound appeared on his body. It was so deep that his bones could be seen. Blood flowed freely. He was severely injured in one move. I've already shown mercy. Otherwise, you would have been dead. I said that I'll defeat you in 10 moves. Otherwise, I'll defeat you in 1 move. Xianyuan Yi said indifferently. The blue-robed youth's face turned ugly. 1 move, it was really just 1 move. Xianyuan Yi defeated him. The difference in combat strength between the two was too great. The scene was silent. Many people were tongue-tied. This result was far beyond their expectations. The blue-robed youth, ranked 3rd among the 9 absolutes, was defeated in 1 move by Xianyuan Yi. In everyone's imagination, even if the blue-robed youth was no match for Xianyuan Yi, the two should be able to exchange blows. However, the result was completely one-sided. A 10th-order true emperor realm combat strength can't even withstand a single blow. How strong is Xianyuan Yi? He's at least at the 12th-order true emperor realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to defeat him so easily. It's even higher than that. No wonder the Lan family offered 100 chaos stones as a reward. Could it be that Xianyuan Yi can really defeat Lin Xiaofeng? Chapter 23:20. This time, many people had guessed that Xianyuan Yi must have made great progress and had amazing combat strength. Otherwise, the Lan family would not have offered 100 chaos stones as a reward. But when they saw that the third-ranked genius could not withstand a single blow from Xianyuan Yi, they were still very shocked. Perhaps Xianyuan Yi could really fight Lin Xiaofeng. Lan Cheng and some of the older generation experts of the Lan family smiled, especially Lan Cheng, who stroked his beard and smiled confidently. Xianyuan Yi stood on the fighting ring. He was tall and slender and was full of confidence. His gaze landed on Lin Xiaofeng as he spoke in a firm and confident voice. Lin Xiaofeng, come up and fight. Xianyuan Yi's voice spread throughout the area. As you wish. As soon as Lin Xiaofeng's voice fell, his figure was already on the fighting ring. Lin Xiaofeng, you were lucky to beat me more than 10 years ago. Today, I will trample you under my feet and let everyone know who the strongest genius is, whether in the heaven realm or the primordial realm. Xianyuan Yi said proudly and confidently. I'll take the 100 chaos stones. This was Lin Xiaofeng's answer. He was also full of confidence. Everyone's eyes fell on the two young figures on the fighting ring. These two were the strongest geniuses in the heaven realm and the primordial realm. Their future achievements were limitless and unpredictable. These two people had fought a peak battle more than 10 years ago. That battle left a deep impression and was still unforgettable. After more than 10 years, the two were going to fight again. This time, who was stronger and who was weaker? Boom! Boom! Xianyuan Yi and Lin Xiaofeng exploded with powerful auras. Their auras intertwined in the void and produced a violent roar. Explosive divine slash. A sky piercer appeared in Xianyuan Yi's hand. The sky piercer rapidly enlarged and towered into the clouds. There were precepts surrounding it and its aura was shocking. Then, the sky piercer viciously slashed at Lin Xiaofeng. Clang! The sound of the saber resounded throughout the area. Lin Xiaofeng's saber was unsheathed. A ray of saber light rushed up and slashed at his opponent. Boom! The two terrifying attacks collided fiercely, causing the space to shake violently. Even the fighting stage let out a violent rumble. Boundless energy swept out in all directions. Xianyuan Yi and Lin Xiaofeng both shuddered and took a few steps back. However, as soon as they stopped, they both stomped heavily on the fighting ring and rushed towards each other like two rays of light. Boom! The two of them collided in the middle of the fighting ring, as if two stars had collided. Saber radiance and halberd radiance swept out in all directions. Clang! Clang! Following that, the two of them engaged in an intense battle. In the blink of an eye, the two had already exchanged several dozen moves. So strong, comparable to a 13th level true emperor. That's right, a 13th order true emperor at such a young age. Amazing! Many older generation figures sighed. In the past, not to mention reaching the 13th rank, even becoming an emperor at this age was considered not bad. This era was truly a crazy era. The two of them fought fiercely on the fighting stage. As they fought, their auras grew stronger and stronger, and their battle prowess grew stronger and stronger. In the end, their combat strength had surpassed the 13th rank of a true emperor and entered the 14th rank. This made many people gasp. Lin Xiaofeng and Xianyuan Yi's combat strength had reached the 14th rank of a true emperor. The battle became even more intense. The two of them had exchanged more than 200 moves, but there was no clear winner. Lin Xiaofeng, is this the limit of your combat strength? What a disappointment. At this moment, Xianyuan Yi's voice was heard. That's all you've got. It's impossible for you to defeat me. Lin Xiaofeng said. Is that so? Lin Xiaofeng, today is the day I rise. From now on, I will be the strongest in the world. Xianyuan Yi shouted and suddenly let out a long whistle. Boom! The halberd in his hand suddenly surged and he struck out, colliding with Lin Xiaofeng's battle saber. Amidst the violent explosion, Lin Xiaofeng's battle saber shook violently and finally exploded with a bang. Lin Xiaofeng's figure retreated rapidly until he reached the edge of the fighting ring. His chest heaved up and down as he looked at Xianyuan Yi in shock. 15th rank of a true emperor. You've reached the 15th rank of a true emperor. Lin Xiaofeng said in disbelief. The crowd was in an uproar. Xianyuan Yi's combat strength had reached the 15th rank of a true emperor. This was too terrifying for someone so young to have reached this step. The 15th rank of a true emperor was close to the peak of the true emperor realm. Once one reached the peak of the true emperor realm, they would be able to break through to the emperor realm. Many older generation figures had to spend a lot of time to reach this step. Xianyuan Yi, on the other hand, had reached this step in less than 100 years. It was too shocking. The third-ranked youth in the Blue Mountain was only at the 10th rank of a true emperor. The difference between him and a 15th rank true emperor was too great. Terrifying, too terrifying. Is this Xianyuan Yi's true combat strength? No wonder the Lan family is so confident. Who can defeat a 15th rank true emperor at such a young age? The Lan family took out 100 chaos stones. It seems generous, but they're confident that Xianyuan Yi will get it. Moreover, they can push Xianyuan Yi to the peak in one fell swoop. This move is brilliant. Many people were discussing and admiring the Lan family's methods. Lan Qing stroked his beard with a smug smile on his face. After this, the Lan family would have 2 of the 9 absolutes geniuses. Moreover, one of them would be the number 1 genius in the world. The Lan family's prestige would definitely reach the peak. The Lan family would also become stronger and stronger in his hands. Lan Cheng was incomparably happy. It's a pity that Lu Ming is dead. It's a pity that I didn't get the indestructible ancient scripture. Lan Cheng sighed in his heart. Boom. At this time, Xianyuan Yi stepped forward and a powerful aura pressed down on Lin Xiaofeng. Lin Xiaofeng, I've said it before. This time, I'll trample you under my feet and prove to everyone that I'm the number 1 in the world. Xianyuan Yi shouted loudly as the power of the sky piercer in his hand grew stronger. Fight! Lin Xiaofeng shouted. He was unwilling to admit defeat. He became one with his saber and attacked Xianyuan Yi. However, the gap between their combat strength was there and it was difficult to cross it. The difference between a 14th rank true emperor and a 15th rank true emperor was real, not a difference in cultivation. The two of them exchanged a few more moves, but Lin Xiaofeng was no match for him. He was sent flying and vomited blood. In the end, he was hit by Xianyuan Yi and was sent flying off the battle stage. Chapter 23-21. Xianyuan Yi stood on the fighting ring, holding the sky piercer in his hand. He looked like an invincible god of war, majestic and imposing. On the other hand, Lin Xiaofeng's face was pale and full of dejection. He had lost. From now on, he was no longer the number 1 expert in the world. The number 1 genius of the younger generation had changed hands. Ha ha ha, good, good, good. Lan Qing laughed even louder, his smile blossoming like a flower. All of this was as he had expected. There was no change at all. Xianyuan Yi had indeed defeated Lin Xiaofeng and seized the title of the world's number 1 genius. His prestige would reach its peak, and so would the prestige of the Lan family. Is there anyone else who wants to fight? If not, this duel is completely over. Lan Qing stood up with a smile on his face, and his voice spread throughout the arena. I'll do it. At that moment, a clear voice was heard. Outside the square, a rainbow light flew in at an extremely fast speed and landed on the fighting ring. It was a young man of 15 or 16 years old. He was elegant and had an extraordinary temperament. However, many people were stunned when they saw the young man's face. Long Chen, Huang Ling, Huang Li, Bubbles, and the others were all stunned and dumbfounded. At the same time, Blue Cloud, Heng Xinghe, Yuan Xian, and the others, including Lan Cheng and the others, were also dumbfounded. Even Lu Ming himself almost bit his tongue. His eyes were wide open. Because the young man looked too much like Lu Ming. He looked 70 to 80% similar to Lu Ming, but more delicate. No, he's not Lu Ming. He's only 15 or 16 years old. He can't be Lu Ming. Immediately, someone said. A person's appearance could be changed at will. However, one's aura, or life chi, would not change. One could clearly tell a person's age from their life chi. The young man was definitely not old. He should be 15 or 16 years old. Of course, a 15 or 16-year-old could not be Lu Ming. My hair, could this young man be Lu Ming's illegitimate son? Heartless monk chanted the name of Buddha and muttered softly. However, everyone present was an expert, so they naturally heard it clearly. Many people's hearts trembled. Perhaps this was really possible because the two of them were really too similar. This monk, Lu Ming, rubbed his nose speechlessly and looked at the unscrupulous monk with disdain. What a wild imagination, Lu Ming thought. But at that moment, the youth turned to Monk Wuliang and cupped his fists. Master, do you know Lu Ming? Of course, Lu Ming is my brother. We've known each other for decades. Little guy, what's your relationship with Lu Ming? Monk Wuliang said. That's my father. The young man said. Puff. Lu Ming had been drinking a mouthful of wine, but at this moment, he spat it out. He stared at the youth, dumbfounded. The young man actually said that he was his son. Son? He has a son. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. At the same time, his mind raced. Little Qing. Suddenly, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He thought of Xian Yinqing. He had only had sex with Xian Yinqing before. Calculating the time, it just so happened to be the same age as the young man. Moreover, Lu Ming sized him up carefully and realized that there were indeed some traces of Xian Yinqing in the young man's eyes. Could it be, really my son? Lu Ming had an inexplicable feeling in his heart. This feeling was very strange and indescribable. The others, such as Long Chen, Huang Ling, Bubbles and the others, were also dumbfounded. Brother Lu Ming has a son. Little Lu Ming. He really looks like him. Chirp chirp. Bubbles cried out. Chirp chirp, I was just guessing. I didn't expect that I was right. Monk Wuliang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Lu Ming, Huang Ling sighed with mixed feelings. Lu Ming's son, Blue Cloud, Heng Xinghe, Yuan Xian and the others had a cold light in their eyes. As for Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu and the Primordial Body Cultivator Supreme Elders, they all looked at Lu Ming with strange expressions. Lu Ming resisted the urge to rush out. Now was not the time. Even if the other party was really his and Xian Yinqing's son, it would be the same after they recognized each other. If he went out now and showed his true body, he would probably not have a share of the 100 Chaos Stones. Lan Cheng and the others would definitely not let him challenge Xianyuan Yi. Everyone's thoughts turned in their hearts. Senior, do you know where my father, Lu Ming, is now? The young man looked at Monk Wuliang and continued to ask. He is in seclusion in a secret place and can't come out for the time being. Monk Wuliang made up nonsense. What seclusion? Let me tell you, Lu Ming is already dead. A cold voice sounded. It was Blue Cloud. The young man was actually Lu Ming's son. He was unhappy just looking at him. What did you say? You're talking nonsense. My mother said that my father is unparalleled and invincible in the younger generation. How can he be dead? The young man glared at Blue Cloud. What unparalleled, my ass, you're really deceiving yourself. Blue Cloud despised. In my opinion, you must have been defeated by my father before, and even abused very badly. Otherwise, you wouldn't deliberately belittle him like this. A light flashed in the young man's eyes as he said coldly. You, Blue Cloud's face flushed red. The young man's words just happened to poke his sore spot. He was abused by Lu Ming more than once. Each time, it was very miserable, causing him to lose face. Ha ha ha, little Lu Ming, you're right. He was abused very badly by Lu Ming. He was simply kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy, crying for his father and mother. He even betrayed his ancestors. Monk Wuliang added fuel to the fire and directly implicated the Lan family. This made Lan Chang's expression ugly. He wished he could slap Monk Wuliang to death. On the other hand, Blue Cloud's face alternated between green and green. Alright, young man, you want to challenge? Who do you want to challenge? Lan Qing quickly changed the topic. The young man's gaze swept across the crowd and finally landed on Xian Wulin. I want to challenge him. The young man pointed at Xian Wulin. What? Everyone was shocked. The young man actually wanted to challenge Xian Wulin. The young man was only 15 or 16 years old. How strong could his cultivation be? It was already rare to be able to become an emperor at this age, but he actually wanted to challenge Xian Wulin. No matter what, Xian Wulin was still one of the 9 absolutes. His cultivation had already broken through to the true emperor realm. Now, he even had the combat strength of a 6th-order true emperor. How could he challenge the 9 absolutes at such a young age? Xian Wulin's face darkened. It was embarrassing for him to be challenged by a 15-year-old young man. At such a young age, you're overestimating yourself. You actually want to challenge the 9 absolutes. You don't have the slightest bit of self-awareness. You're no different from your father. Blue Cloud was very unhappy and seized the opportunity to mock and ridicule. Oh, since that's the case, I'll challenge you first. Come down and fight. The young man looked at Blue Cloud. You want to challenge me? Blue Cloud's expression changed slightly. Nonsense, you, come down and fight. Don't tell me you don't even dare to accept my challenge. Chapter 23-22. The young man used provocation to challenge Blue Cloud. However, Blue Cloud had no choice but to accept it even though he knew it was a provocation. The other party was only a 15 or 16-year-old youth. If he didn't even dare to accept this challenge, then he wouldn't be able to show his face in the future. He would be laughed at by others. Since you want to fight, I'll grant you your wish. Blue Cloud said coldly as he stepped out and landed on the battle platform. Lu Ming's palm couldn't help but tighten. He was a little worried for the young man. He was ready to take out the fallen star Bao at any time. If the young man was in danger, he would help. Bubbles and the others were also staring at the arena, especially Bubbles. He wouldn't let anything happen to the young man. You're so arrogant at such a young age. I'd like to see what you're capable of. Blue Cloud said coldly. The young man was only 15 or 16 years old. He didn't believe that the young man could be a match for him. He was also a top prodigy who had cultivated hard for decades to achieve such an achievement. He had never heard of anyone who could achieve as much as him at the age of 15 or 16. There had never been anyone since ancient times. Make your move. Once you make your move, you'll naturally see what I'm capable of. The young man said indifferently. His expression was calm and indifferent as if he didn't take Blue Cloud seriously at all. Blue Cloud was getting angrier and angrier. Since you're courting death, I'll grant you your wish. Kill. Blue Cloud roared angrily as light erupted from his body. Then, endless light converged into a giant lion that pounced towards the young man. The giant lion was as big as a mountain and had a terrifying aura. Blue Cloud used his ultimate move right away. If the young man was hit, he would definitely die. Since the young man said that he was Lu Ming's son, then he would send him on his way. A sinister look flashed in Blue Cloud's eyes. Seeing that the giant lion was about to pounce on the young man made his move. A layer of dark light emanated from his body. Then, a black sword light burst out and slashed towards the giant lion. Pfft! The giant lion that Blue Cloud transformed from his ability was like a piece of tofu. It couldn't withstand a single blow and was directly defeated by the young man's dark light. Moreover, the black light did not stop there, and continued to attack Blue Cloud. The speed of the black light was so fast that Blue Cloud couldn't dodge it. How is this possible? Blue Cloud roared in anger. Both of his fists continued to bombard the giant lions. However, they were all swept away by the black light and disintegrated. Whoosh! The black light hit Blue Cloud, and Blue Cloud let out a blood-curdling scream. He tried to retreat, but it was useless. His body was directly cut in two by the black light. He fell to the ground, howling in pain. Hiss hiss hiss, many people sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at the young man in shock. One move. With just one move, the young man had cut Blue Cloud into two halves. This was too shocking. One should know that Blue Cloud was a top-notch genius who had mastered an ultimate law. His current cultivation had even reached the level of a 5-star illusionary emperor. Even with such a high level of cultivation, he couldn't even withstand a single move from the youth. This was too shocking. Some of the older generation figures saw even more. What kind of power is that? It's so terrifying. This young man's cultivation is at the level of a 3-star illusionary emperor, but the power he cultivates is terrifyingly strong. That's right. It's a bit like the power of the immemorial cultivation system, but it's more condensed, sharper, and more terrifying. Some of the older generation figures discussed animatedly. It was already extremely shocking for a young man to reach the level of a 3-star illusionary emperor at such a young age. However, the power that the young man cultivated was even stranger. When the young man attacked, there wasn't any fluctuation of law. Obviously, the young man didn't cultivate the law system. However, it wasn't the immemorial cultivation system either. This was because the young man's power was even more terrifying than the power cultivated by the immemorial cultivation system. Some of the older generation figures discussed in shock. Nest, you're amazing. You're really amazing. You're worthy of being Lu Ming's son. He defeated Blue Cloud in one move. He's really amazing. Monk Wuliang, Long Chen, and the others were also discussing in shock. This power, only Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. This was because he had seen this kind of power once. Back then, after he had sex with Xian Yanqing, the next day, Xian Yanqing seemed to have changed into a different person and attacked him. The power that Xian Yanqing used was this kind of power. It was invincible and its attack power was so strong that it could even penetrate the laws. He's really my son. At this moment, Lu Ming came to a conclusion and felt an inexplicable excitement in his heart. No one would be able to remain calm if they suddenly had a son. Lu Ming couldn't wait to rush out immediately and reunite with the young man. Then, he would ask about Xian Yanqing's whereabouts. If the young man was here, then Xian Yanqing must also be in the Taiqing sky domain. He had to get to the bottom of this matter. However, he wasn't in a hurry for the time being. It wouldn't be too late to wait until the Lan family's matter was resolved. At this moment, the experts of the Lan family had already rescued Blue Cloud. With Blue Cloud's cultivation, being cut in half was a small matter and could be easily healed. The biggest blow to him was that he was defeated by the young man in one move. Impossible, impossible. Blue Cloud kept yelling in his heart. He couldn't accept it. He had been defeated by a 15 or 16-year-old boy in one move. This was a great humiliation. You can't even withstand a single blow. The young man shook his head and looked at Xian Wulin. Now, we can fight. The young man said. Xian Wulin narrowed his eyes and stepped onto the fighting ring. Buzz! Stars appeared around Xian Wulin. There were a total of 360 stars that covered his entire body. Xian Wulin didn't dare to be careless in front of the young man. Clang! A sword chime sounded and a pitch-black battle sword appeared in the young man's hand. Remember, the one who defeated you is Lu Shenhuang. The young man's voice sounded and the sword light whizzed out, piercing the void and slashing towards Xian Wulin at an extremely fast speed. Lu Shenhuang. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Was this the name that Xian Yanqing had given the young man? Lu Shenhuang meant the divine wilderness continent and also the place where Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing met and fell in love. They had experienced unforgettable times in the divine wilderness continent. Heavenly Cycle Stellar Fist. Xian Wulin roared as he waved his hands and stars flew toward Lu Shenhuang. Whoosh! 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 Lu Shenhuang's battle sword shook and sword chi whizzed out. Streaks of black sword light slashed at the stars. Pang! Pang! The stars exploded like fireworks. Xian Wulin's expression changed and he used all his strength. More stars flew toward Xian Wulin. Each star contained his power of law, but Lu Shenhuang's sword light was shockingly powerful. It could easily tear apart his power of law. The two quickly attacked and the sky was filled with sword light and starlight. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. What terrifying strength! A genius, a genius! Some of the older generation exclaimed at Lu Shenhuang's battle strength. His cultivation was only that of a 3-star Void Emperor. However, he was able to fight against Xian Wulin. His fighting strength was not only shocking, it was unimaginable. Chapter 23-23. My hair, my nest, this is too perverted. Too heaven-defying. Unscrupulous monks started to spout nonsense. As expected of Lu Ming's son. He's even stronger than Lu Ming. Long Qin sighed. If that was the case, then Lu Shenhuang was stronger than Lu Ming back in the day. When Lu Ming broke through to the martial emperor realm, he became a 4-star Void Emperor and fought against Xian Wulin. In the end, he managed to defeat Xian Wulin by combining 9 types of laws. However, Xian Wulin wasn't as strong as he was now. At that time, Xian Wulin was only a 3rd-order true emperor. It was obvious that Lu Shenhuang was stronger than Lu Ming back in the day. Of course, now that Lu Ming's mastery of various laws had deepened and he had cultivated the primordial body cultivation, his physical strength had skyrocketed. Now, Lu Ming's ability to fight beyond his level was much stronger than before. Great! Lu Ming was overjoyed to see Lu Shenhuang's strength. Damn it, how could this be? Some were happy while others were worried. Heng Xinghe, Yuan Xian, Lan Cheng and the others roared in disbelief. Lu Ming was already abnormal enough, but his son was even more abnormal. How could this be? They roared in their hearts and went crazy with jealousy. Pang! 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 Lu Shenhuang and Xian Wulin fought fiercely, causing explosions to ring out. However, the more they fought, the stronger Lu Shenhuang became. His entire body was covered with a layer of black light that merged with his battle sword. The sword light was extremely sharp and it constantly destroyed Xian Wulin's stars. In the end, the sword light destroyed the stars even faster. Before Xian Wulin could condense his stars, Lu Shenhuang had already arrived in front of him and slashed out with his sword. Xian Wulin screamed as he coughed out blood and retreated from the battle stage. There was a deep wound on his body that was bleeding profusely. Xian Wulin had lost. He had been defeated by Lu Shenhuang. From now on, the position of 9 absolutes would be replaced by Lu Shenhuang. Xian Wulin's expression was extremely ugly. This was a huge blow to him. Lan Cheng's expression was ugly as he said coldly, Lu Shenhuang, do you still want to continue? No. Lu Shenhuang shook his head and rushed down the stage. He landed on a seat and closed his eyes to meditate. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? If not, then the first place today belongs to Xianyuan Yi. Lan Cheng stood up and announced, his voice spreading throughout the audience. Let me. As soon as Lan Cheng's voice fell, he was interrupted. At this moment, Lu Ming stood up and took a step forward, landing on the battle stage. Many people's eyes fell on Lu Ming, but when they saw Lu Ming's appearance, they were slightly stunned. This was because they had never seen Lu Ming's appearance before. Another genius that had never appeared before. Some heavenly emperor characters revealed looks of surprise. With Heavenly Emperor realm cultivation, they could sense that Lu Ming should have changed his appearance. But they could not see through Lu Ming's original appearance. What a brilliant disguise technique! Some Heavenly Emperor characters whispered. You want to challenge? Who do you want to challenge? Lan Qing asked. If I want to challenge, of course I want to challenge the first place. Xian Yuan Yi, come down and fight. Lu Ming's gaze looked at Xian Yuan Yi. What? Many people were shocked. Someone actually wanted to challenge Xian Yuan Yi. Xian Yuan Yi's combat strength was obvious to all. He had reached the 15th level of a true emperor. This kind of combat strength, without a doubt, was unparalleled among the younger generation. But now, someone wanted to challenge Xian Yuan Yi. This was crazy. Many people originally thought that Lu Ming's challenge was nothing more than the same as Lu Shenhuang's, casually challenging a few experts to hone himself or gain fame. But now, Lu Ming wanted to challenge Xian Yuan Yi, which was greatly beyond everyone's expectations. This kid must be playing to the gallery. He wants to challenge Xian Yuan Yi to increase his fame. Even if he loses miserably, his fame will rise. Yes, it must be so. Some people discussed. Xian Yuan Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as he rushed to the battle stage. Kid, swords have no eyes. If you challenge me and I make a mistake and cripple or kill you, you only have yourself to blame. Xian Yuan Yi said coldly. He was not in a good mood. He had already defeated Lin Xiaofeng and ascended to the first place. Everything was perfect. But now, someone wanted to challenge him. Everything seemed to be flawed and not very perfect. Therefore, he wanted to kill Lu Ming. Later, he would kill him in one move to make an example and let everyone know the consequences of challenging him. Kid, what's your name? At this time, Lan Qing asked. I'm just a nobody. Let's not talk about it. Lu Ming smiled faintly. A nobody dares to challenge Brother Xianyuan. He's overestimating himself. In my opinion, this person is playing to the gallery. Brother Xianyuan doesn't need to accept the challenge at all. Just ask someone to throw him out. A voice sounded. It was Xian Wulin who spoke. Xian Wulin had just been defeated by Lu Shenhuang in public, so he was in a bad mood and would bite anyone he could find. At this time, Lu Ming rushed out. He was very unhappy with Lu Ming and directly mocked him. You can't even be compared to a 15-year-old boy. How dare you yell here? If I were you, I would just destroy my own cultivation. Lu Ming looked at Xian Wulin and sneered. You, kid, Brother Xianyuan doesn't need to do anything today. I'll teach you a lesson. Xian Wulin was furious. He rushed to the battle stage and cupped his fist at Xianyuan Yi. Brother Xianyuan, you don't need to deal with a nobody. I'll teach him a lesson for you. Okay. Xianyuan Yi nodded and moved to the side of the battle stage. In his opinion, it was best that Xian Wulin did it so that he would not have to do anything. You want to fight? Lu Ming looked at Xian Wulin and said. That's right. I'd like to see what makes you dare to challenge Brother Xianyuan. Xian Wulin said coldly. You can't. You're too weak. I don't want to torture you. Unexpectedly, Lu Ming shook his head with a look of contempt. Xian Wulin's lungs were about to explode. Who was he? He was one of the 9 absolutes. But today, he had been defeated by Lu Shenhuang, and now, even a nameless person was looking down on him. He was furious, and his killing intent soared. Kid, who doesn't know how to talk nonsense? Show me what you're capable of. Xian Wulin roared. Hundreds of stars appeared all over his body, and hundreds of stars gathered together and blasted towards Lu Ming with extraordinary power. As soon as he attacked, Xian Wulin used his killing move to blast Lu Ming into ashes. Boom! The huge star fell like a meteor, dragging a long tail. Its power was terrifying. But then, Lu Ming moved. There was no energy fluctuation on his body, nor was there any fluctuation of laws. It was just a simple punch. Chapter 23-24. Boom! The punch landed on the huge star. The huge star was like a bubble. It could not withstand a single blow and was burst by Lu Ming's punch. After destroying the star, Lu Ming's fist didn't stop and continued to attack Xian Wulin. Wherever the fist passed, the space would explode, forming a terrifying spatial storm that swept towards Xian Wulin. Xian Wulin was completely enveloped by Lu Ming's fist. It was as if the space around him had solidified, making it difficult for him to move. How is this possible? This thought surfaced in Xian Wulin's heart. Thereafter, Lu Ming's fist landed heavily on his face. Bang! Xian Wulin was sent flying out of the battle stage and crashed heavily on the ground. He lay there, vomiting blood. His face was completely deformed and swollen beyond recognition. Everyone was stunned and looked at Lu Ming in a daze. One punch, just one punch, defeated Xian Wulin. They weren't on the same level at all. It was a complete one-sided defeat. One had to know that Xian Wulin's combat strength was at the 6th order True Emperor realm, but he was defeated. Who was this person? They had never seen him before. How could he be so strong? Physical strength, he's an Archean physique cultivator. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Just now, Lu Ming's body didn't have any fluctuations of laws. He relied purely on his physical strength. Only an Archean physique cultivator could cultivate his physical strength to such a level. Bao Da's eyes lit up. He was also an Archean physique cultivator. He was naturally curious and excited to see another Archean physique cultivator with such shocking combat strength. I told you that you're too weak. I didn't want to torture you, but you just had to ask for it. Lu Ming said indifferently and looked at Xian Wulin with disdain. Xian Wulin vomited a few more mouthfuls of blood. Today, he was defeated by two people. One was a 15-year-old boy, and the other easily defeated him with one punch. Today, he was destined to become a laughingstock and be ridiculed by others. Is there anyone else who wants to stand up for Xian Yuanyi? Lu Ming's gaze swept across the young geniuses present. No one spoke. Lu Ming was able to defeat Xian Wulin with one punch. His combat strength was unfathomable. If others were not confident, who would stand up for Xian Yuanyi? In that case, Xian Yuanyi, let's fight. Lu Ming looked at Xian Yuanyi. He, you have some skills, but you are still far from being able to fight me. Xian Yuanyi stepped out and sneered. In his opinion, defeating Xian Wulin with a single punch was nothing. Black Wulin only had the strength of a 6th order True Emperor. Anyone above the 8th order True Emperor realm could defeat him in one move. On the other hand, he was a 15th level True Emperor, much stronger than Xian Wulin. Therefore, even though Lu Ming had defeated Xian Wulin in one move, he did not think much of Lu Ming. You talk too much. Make your move. Lu Ming said. I've already said that swords and sabers have no eyes. If I accidentally hit you too hard, you'll only have yourself to blame. Xian Yuanyi said coldly as a halberd appeared in his hand. Dong! Xian Yuanyi suddenly took a step forward and slashed the Fengtian halberd toward Lu Ming. In the process of slashing, the halberd rapidly grew to a length of 1,000 meters and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a step forward and the fighting ring rumbled. His body suddenly dashed out and he threw out a punch. Lu Ming circulated his physical strength to the maximum for this punch. Boom! Lu Ming's fist and the halberd collided. There was a terrifying roar and Lu Ming's body retreated madly. He only stopped after retreating a few hundred meters. This person actually blocked Xian Yuanyi's attack. Many people were shocked. Although Lu Ming was at a disadvantage and was pushed back, they were still shocked. Who is this person? He has the strength of a 13th order True Emperor. There is such a genius among the younger generation in the heaven domain? A 13th order true emperor was also impressive. Among the 9 peerless youths, only Lin Xiaofeng and Xianyuan Yi had the strength of a 13th order true emperor. The third person was only a 10th order true emperor. This was almost the pinnacle of the younger generation in the heaven domain. There was such a genius among the Archean physique cultivators. Xianyuan Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as a ray of sharpness flashed in them. He was also very surprised that he did not defeat Lu Ming in one move. Let's see how many moves you can take. Die! Xianyuan Yi roared and charged at Lu Ming with the halberd in his hand. My physical strength is still a little lacking, Lu Ming whispered. Now that he had cultivated the 7 gods' mysterious art to the middle of the 4th level, his physical strength was equivalent to a 13th order true emperor. He was still not a match for Xianyuan Yi. Boom! Lu Ming punched again. But this time, Lu Ming used the indestructible golden body from the indestructible ancient scripture. The indestructible golden body could turn one's body into a divine weapon. Not only did it have a terrifying defensive power, but it also had a powerful offensive power. The indestructible golden body complemented the powerful physical body of an Archean physique cultivator. The two complemented each other, and the power that erupted was extremely shocking. The law, it's the power of the law. He's cultivating the law system. No, his physical body is too amazing. He's obviously an Archean physique cultivator. He's cultivating both the physical body and the law at the same time. Someone exclaimed, feeling incredulous. It would take many people a lifetime to cultivate one of them. However, Lu Ming had cultivated 2 of them and seemed to have achieved amazing results in both of them. Boom! At this time, Lu Ming and Xianyuan Yi collided for the 2nd time. Another violent roar sounded. This time, Lu Ming and Xianyuan Yi's bodies shook violently and they retreated. Hiss, gasps could be heard, and many people couldn't help but widen their eyes. They were evenly matched. In this move, Lu Ming and Xianyuan Yi were evenly matched. There was actually someone in the world who could fight with Xianyuan Yi. They had already felt that Xianyuan Yi had just unleashed the combat strength of a 15th level true emperor. Even Lin Xiaofeng couldn't contend with such combat strength. However, Lu Ming was able to contend with it and they were evenly matched. This meant that Lu Ming's combat strength was also at 15th level true emperor. There was actually a genius in the world who had reached such a level. It was simply amazing. Damn it! Lan Qing roared in his heart and was a little worried. He was worried that if Xianyuan Yi was defeated, his plan today would be ruined and the 100 Chaos Stones would be given to someone else. I must win. Lan Qing gritted his teeth and whispered. Xianyuan Yi's eyes were also filled with shock. He also didn't expect that there would be another youth in the world who could reach such a level. I'm invincible. This person must die. Xianyuan Yi roared in his heart and his eyes were filled with cold killing intent. There was actually a genius in the world who could fight with him. He absolutely couldn't allow such a person to appear. Kill. Chapter 23-25. Xianyuan Yi crossed the void, and the halberd seemed to be able to split the sky as it slashed towards Lu Ming. Wherever it passed, the void was directly split in half, revealing a terrifying dark crack. This kind of attack power could be said to be invincible among the younger generation. No one could stop it. Even Lin Xiaofeng would be defeated by this move. But Lu Ming's face was calm. To be honest, such an attack did not bother him at all. Boom! The muscles and bones of Lu Ming's body vibrated violently, reaching hundreds of millions of times per second. The vibration of his muscles at such an amplitude caused intense friction with the air and space. Lu Ming's body directly rushed out and blasted out a punch. The fist once again collided with the halberd. In the violent roar, the halberd exploded, and Lu Ming's body swayed slightly, but Lu Ming's other fist also blasted out. This punch directly pierced through the space, causing a spatial storm to sweep towards Xianyuan Yi. Lu Ming did not use the power of the world or other magical techniques. He only relied on the strength of his physical body and the immortal golden body. Xianyuan Yi's face changed wildly. His body glowed, and a halberd condensed in his other hand. He slashed out with the halberd and blocked Lu Ming's fist force, but his body was forced to retreat again and again. Xianyuan Yi fell into a disadvantageous position, and his offensive was suppressed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's muscles and bones vibrated. He did not need to step at all, and his body naturally rushed towards Xianyuan Yi. Boom! 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 Lu Ming kept punching, and the terrifying power smashed the space. Moreover, Lu Ming did not care about defense at all. He only wanted to attack with all his strength. Xianyuan Yi roared, holding a halberd in each hand, madly slashing it, and engaged in a fierce confrontation with Lu Ming. After a few moves, Xianyuan Yi's halberd landed on Lu Ming's shoulder. However, Lu Ming's muscles and bones vibrated rapidly, rebounding most of the power. At the same time, the invincible golden body's defense had also blocked the majority of the power. The other side's halberd could only leave a shallow white mark on Lu Ming's skin. It couldn't even break through Lu Ming's defense. At the same time, Lu Ming punched Xianyuan Yi. Xianyuan Yi's body shook violently, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard from his body. He retreated wildly and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air, their hearts trembling. Lu Ming's defensive power was also too astonishing. Xianyuan Yi was not a match at all. The two people's battle prowess was equal. Each person struck the other with a move, but Lu Ming was completely unscathed, while Xianyuan Yi was severely injured. "Number one in the world. Is that all you have?" Lu Ming said coldly. In the next moment, his figure suddenly rushed towards Xianyuan Yi and launched a new round of fierce attacks. "Damn it!" Outside the battle platform, Lan Qing roared in his heart. His eyes were full of anger and cold light. Xianyuan Yi could not be defeated. Once Xianyuan Yi was defeated, his plan would be ruined. Moreover, he still had to take out 100 pieces to give to Lu Ming. He would never allow that. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He took a slight step, and a force rushed towards Lu Ming along the ground. On the side, the heavenly emperors of the other major forces noticed this. Their eyes moved slightly, but no one spoke. Seeing that the force was about to hit Lu Ming silently, at this time, Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu snorted coldly. He also took a slight step, and a force gushed out from the ground, intercepting Lan Cheng's force. Boom! The two forces collided. The ground suddenly exploded, and a large pit appeared. The force was rampant. "What's going on?" Many people were shocked. "Lan Cheng, as a heavenly emperor, you actually secretly attacked a junior. You are really shameless. Or, you see that Xianyuan Yi is about to lose and can't bear to part with the 100 pieces of chaos stones? Since you can't bear to part with it, don't say it first." Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu said coldly. Many people's gazes swept towards Lan Cheng. Seeing Lan Cheng's gloomy face, they came to a realization. It seemed that Lan Cheng saw that Xianyuan Yi was about to lose and secretly attacked, but was intercepted by Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu. "Damn it!" Lan Cheng roared in his heart, but he could not flare up. He could only keep a sullen face and not speak. While at this time, the battle situation on the battle stage was already completely one-sided. Lu Ming launched a torrential attack, completely ignoring defense, only attacking. Xianyuan Yi was not a match at all. Even if he resisted with all his might, he could not block more than a few moves too. Bang! Lu Ming's punch hit Xianyuan Yi's chest, almost piercing through his chest. Xianyuan Yi vomited large mouthfuls of blood, his body retreating wildly. Lu Ming pursued and blasted out another punch. Xianyuan Yi's body was sent flying out like a cannonball. Half of his body exploded. His body flew out of the battle stage, flying towards the crowd. Lan Cheng's face was gloomy. With a wave of his hand, a force wrapped around Lan Cheng, catching him. At the same time, it helped Lan Qing recover from his injuries. Defeated. Xianyuan Yi was defeated. Lu Ming defeated Xianyuan Yi with absolute superiority. Everyone's hearts were complicated. They knew that an even more terrifying Heaven's Chosen was born. The pitiful Xianyuan Yi had just defeated Lin Xiaofeng and just ascended to the throne of the Nine Absolutes #1. His butt had not even warmed up the seat yet and he was kicked off the throne by someone. Is there anyone else who wants to come up and challenge me? Lu Ming did not look at Xianyuan Yi anymore. His gaze turned to other directions. No one responded. Lu Ming's combat strength was so horrifying. Even Xianyuan Yi could not withstand a single blow. Who could still be his match? Since no one answers the challenge, then I'll be #1 this time. Lu Ming opened his mouth, his gaze turning to Lan Cheng, and he said, Family head Lan, since I got #1, then those 100 chaos gems are mine. Lan Cheng's heart ached. 100 chaos gems was not a small number. Even if the Lan family was large, it would not be easy to take out 100 chaos gems. Originally, he thought that Xianyuan Yi would definitely get first place. Giving 100 chaos gems to Lan Cheng's son-in-law to help the Lan family's son-in-law advance to the next level was naturally not a loss. However, he could not bear to give 100 chaos gems to someone else. Kid, who exactly are you? I know you used a disguise technique to hide your head and tail. You didn't even tell me your name, yet you still want to get 100 chaos gems. What a joke. Lan Qing sneered. He began to find excuses. Ha ha ha, Lan Qing, are you trying to cheat? That's not what you said before. You released the news that as long as it's the younger generation, whoever gets first place will get 100 chaos gems. Now you're looking for so many excuses. I know you must have thought that Xianyuan Yi would definitely get first place at first, so you took out 100 chaos gems to prepare for him. However, you used 100 chaos gems as a gimmick to attract others to set off Xianyuan Yi. You're treating everyone in the world like monkeys. Lu Ming mocked. Nonsense, how dare you slander me? Show your true form, I want to confirm your identity. Otherwise, don't even think about getting 100 chaos gems. Lan Qing said. Alright, since you want to see, then let's see. Lu Ming said. After saying that, his appearance changed rapidly and returned to his original appearance. His aura also recovered. Lu Ming. Chapter 23-26. At the sight of Lu Ming's appearance, Lan Qing could not help but widen his eyes and yell. The others were also dumbfounded. How is this possible? Isn't Lu Ming dead? Blue Cloud, Heng Xinghe, Yuan Xian and the others roared in disbelief. Huang Ling, Long Chen, Bubbles and the others were overjoyed. I was wondering who could have such powerful combat strength. It turns out to be Lu Ming. It's amazing. Lu Ming has only been an emperor for a few years, but he can suppress Xianyuan Yi. He's invincible in his generation. It's incredible. He just used his physical strength and didn't use the power of laws. Indeed. Hiss. All around, there was a hubbub of noise as the sounds of discussion converged into one. Lu Ming was too famous. He had become an emperor with many different laws, which was unprecedented. As soon as he became an emperor, he defeated Xian Wulin, one of the 9 absolutes, which shocked the entire heaven field. A few years later, he defeated and captured the prince of a foreign tribe outside the Two-World City. That battle had pushed Lu Ming's reputation to the peak. But it was far from comparable to today's battle. In today's battle, Lu Ming defeated Xianyuan Yi and became the strongest of the younger generation in the Tian Yuan world. It seemed that every time Lu Ming appeared, his combat strength would increase by leaps and bounds. The speed of his improvement was shocking. Fa. Father. At this moment, Lu Shenhuang stood up and stared at Lu Ming without blinking. There was astonishment, surprise, anticipation, curiosity, and other emotions on his face. Lu Ming also heard Lu Shenhuang's voice. He turned around and looked at Lu Shenhuang. Their eyes met. Lu Ming nodded slightly and smiled. Lu Shenhuang took a deep breath and suppressed his excitement. He stepped forward and came to the fighting ring to face Lu Ming. His mother's comment about his father rang in his mind. Unparalleled in the world. Today, he saw that it was true. Father. Lu Shenhuang spoke again. Your mother is Xian Yanqing? Lu Ming could not help but ask. Although he already knew that Lu Shenhuang's mother was definitely Xian Yanqing, he still couldn't help but ask to confirm it. Yes. Lu Shenhuang nodded firmly. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. Looking at Lu Shenhuang, who was 70 to 80% similar to himself, there was an indescribable feeling in his heart. She didn't expect that after parting with Xian Yanqing for more than 10 years, they already had a son, and he was already so old. Divine Wasteland, step aside first. After I settle the matters here, I'll go with you to find your mother. Lu Ming said. All right. Lu Shenhuang nodded and retreated to his seat. Lu Ming turned around and faced Lan Cheng. At this moment, Lan Cheng's face was contorted with a ferocious expression, and a murderous intent emerged in his eyes. Lu Ming, you still dare to appear here? Good, very good. Lan Cheng said coldly. Why can't I appear here? Lu Ming sneered and asked. A few years ago, on the battlefield outside Two World City, you killed the beings of the Heaven region and stole their treasures and resources. This is a serious crime, and you must pay with your life. Lan Cheng said coldly. Ha ha ha, a thief crying thief. Since that's the case, I'll explain everything today. Lu Ming laughed heartily. He then recounted how the Lan family and the Yen family had besieged him and how the Lan family and the Yen family had killed Bai Tai and the rest to silence him when Bai Tai and the rest arrived. How could such a thing happen? Many people's eyes flickered as they pondered. Back then, the Lan family had announced that Lu Ming had killed them and stolen their treasures, and the Lan family and Yen family had encountered him. According to the rules of Two World City, they had attacked Lu Ming. Could there be such a secret? Nonsense. Lan Cheng scolded. Nonsense? I suspect that the people of the Lan family were instructed by your Lan city to steal my indestructible ancient scripture, but in the end, they were discovered and killed to silence me. Then, they framed me for the crime. Such behavior is not worthy of being called a great family of the heavenly world. In my opinion, the one who should be punished is you, your Lan family. Lu Ming shouted. Presumptuous. How dare you slander me? Today, no matter how glib your tongue is, you will be punished. Men, take Lu Ming down, cripple his cultivation, and throw him into prison. Lan Cheng shouted. Bang! Bang! Immediately, two experts from the Lan family stepped out. They exuded a powerful aura and dashed toward Lu Ming. These two great emperors were extremely powerful. Let's see who dares. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu shouted coldly, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. With a wave of his hand, a giant hand formed and pressed towards the two great emperors. Hengyu, I'm afraid it's not up to you to protect Lu Ming. Lan Cheng roared and rushed out. His Heavenly Emperor cultivation also erupted. With a press of his hand, a heavenly lion roared and pounced towards Heavenly Emperor Hengyu's giant hand. Boom! With a shocking explosion, Lan Cheng's face changed drastically. His body was directly sent flying as he looked at Heavenly Emperor Hengyu in shock. He was no match for Heavenly Emperor Hengyu at all. At the same time, the two great emperors from the Lan family were also sent flying by Heavenly Emperor Hengyu's remaining force. Hengyu, you want to violate the rules of the Heaven region by yourself? You want to go against everyone? Lu Ming has committed a crime, and he must be punished. Lan Cheng shouted. The one who is guilty is your Lan family. The one who went against everyone in the Heaven region is your Lan family. Lu Ming shouted. A bunch of nonsense. Lan Cheng said. Hee hee, if what I said is a bunch of nonsense, then isn't what you said a bunch of farts? Lu Ming scolded coldly. How dare you? Lan Qing roared. Lu Ming, a junior, actually dared to go against him and contradict him. It was simply impudent. The anger in his heart soared to the sky, and he wished he could slap Lu Ming to death. Fellow Taoists, lend me a hand. Lan Cheng's gaze looked at the Yen family's heavenly emperor, Luo family's heavenly emperor, vast expanse hall master, and the rest. These forces were on good terms with the Lan family. They even had marriage relations with the Lan family. Lu Ming killed his fellow heavenly realm cultivators and stole their treasures. In my opinion, he was able to rise so quickly by relying on such methods. It's simply a heinous crime, and he deserves to be punished. The Yen family's heavenly emperor stepped out and walked side by side with Lan Cheng. A powerful aura erupted as they resisted heavenly emperor Heng Yu together. That's right. Today, Lu Ming must be taken down. Cripple his cultivation and interrogate him strictly. The Luo family's heavenly emperor also stepped out. Following that, 2 more people stepped out. They were both heavenly emperors. One was the vast hall's hall master, and the other was Xing He's master, a terrifying heavenly emperor powerhouse. 5 heavenly emperor powerhouses stood together, and their aura was shocking. Heng Yu, I've said it before. Today, you alone can't stop us. Lu Ming must be taken down. Lan Qing sneered. Then, he stared at Lu Ming. With a stretch of his hand, a terrifying force condensed into a giant hand and grabbed at Lu Ming. You dare. Chapter 23-27. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu gave a long howl. Heavenly Tao pressure erupted. The entire world was trembling, terrifying to the extreme. Bang! Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu made his move. A battle sword appeared in his hand, a sword slashing toward Lan Cheng. Heng Yu, I'll face you. Xing Xinhe's master was a gray-robed old man. He made his move, a palm rumbling toward Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu. The 2 people exchanged a move, sharing the limelight. Xing Xinhe's master was also an extremely terrifying existence. Even among heavenly emperors, he was an expert, not weaker than Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu. While at this time, Lan Cheng's large hand already approached Lu Ming. But Lu Ming stood calmly on the battle stage, his expression unchanged. It was as if he did not see Lan Cheng's attack. Right at this time, an old man suddenly appeared beside Lu Ming. The old man's expression was calm, a punch rumbling out. This punch did not have the slightest bit of energy surge, and also did not have any power of law. It was just pure power. But when this punch rumbled out, the large hand that Lan Cheng condensed directly exploded. The terrifying fist force continued rumbling toward Lan Cheng. Lan Cheng's expression changed, hurriedly using a divine ability art. A heavenly lion pounced out. With a rumble, Lan Cheng's body trembled, involuntarily retreating repeatedly, looking at the old man beside Lu Ming with a look of shock. Primordial Physique Cultivator, you're a Primordial Physique Cultivator, a Heavenly Emperor Realm Physique Cultivator, who are you? Lan Cheng roared angrily, extremely shocked. He did not expect that there was actually a Heavenly Emperor Realm existence following beside Lu Ming. Furthermore, it was a Physique Cultivator powerhouse that he had never seen before. Heavenly Emperor Realm Physique Cultivator. In the crowd, Baoda's eyes emitted an excited light. At the scene, the others were also extremely shocked. There was actually a Heavenly Emperor Realm Physique Cultivator following beside Lu Ming, helping Lu Ming at the critical moment. Primordial Physique Cultivators were virtually almost lost until now. The people who cultivated were extremely few, and those who could cultivate to success were even fewer. Presently, in the Heavenly Realm, there was only one known person who could reach Heavenly Emperor Realm Physique Cultivator. But it was absolutely not the person in front of them. Could it be that this Physique Cultivator powerhouse did not come into being and has been living in seclusion all along? Someone guessed. Fellow Taoist, are you planning to make an enemy out of me and my Lan clan because of a mere junior? Lan Qing stared at the old man and said coldly. His words contained a hint of threat. If anyone dares to touch him, I'll smash them to death with a single punch. The old man pointed at Lu Ming and spoke indifferently. His words were very simple and clear, but it caused everyone to be stunned. Whoever dared to touch Lu Ming, he would smash them to death with a single punch. This made many people gasp. These were the words of a celestial emperor, and no one would doubt them. Lan Cheng's expression darkened as he said, "I'm afraid you alone won't be enough." The Yan clan's heavenly emperor, the Luo clan's heavenly emperor, and the Boundless Palace's palace master also unleashed their terrifying auras to suppress the elder. But in the next moment, 3 more old men appeared beside Lu Ming. They were wearing the same clothes as the previous old man. Their expressions were calm, but a terrifying aura erupted from them, crushing the aura of the Yan clan's heaven sovereign and the others. Lan Cheng, the pupils of the Yan clan's heavenly emperor and the rest constricted sharply, revealing looks of disbelief. Heavenly emperors were all heavenly emperor realm powerhouses. Furthermore, they were all body cultivators. How was this possible? At the scene, the others were also stunned, dumbfounded. There were actually so many heavenly emperor realm powerhouses by Lu Ming's side. This force was too terrifying. The Lan clan's side could not do anything to Lu Ming at all. Damn it, how is this possible? Where did these powerhouses pop out from? Lan Cheng roared angrily in his heart. As a heavenly emperor realm powerhouse, he had basically seen or heard of all the heavenly emperors in the grand pure heavenly domain. But he had never heard of these few old men in front of him. Where did so many heavenly emperor realm body cultivators pop out from? Could it be those old monsters in seclusion? Lan Cheng could not help thinking. The grand pure heavenly domain, or the primordial realm, naturally had some old monsters in seclusion. Their cultivation base and strength were terrifying. Generally, they were cultivating bitterly in seclusion. Only when the foreign races launched a truly terrifying war would these powerhouses come out. At this moment, many thoughts flashed through Lan Cheng's mind. Lan Cheng, hand over those who chased me on the battlefield that day, and those who killed Senior Bai Tai and the others. Also, hand over the Yan clan. I want to see all of them. Lu Ming took a step forward, staring at Lan Cheng intently. His voice spread across the entire place. Lu Ming would not let any of those who attacked back then go. All of them had to die. How dare you? Those people were clearly killed by you, and now you want me to call for reinforcements? Lan Cheng roared. Even now, he still insisted that Lu Ming had killed them and robbed them of their treasures. Lu Ming, although I don't know where you found these helpers from, my Lan clan is not afraid of you. Lan Cheng continued to shout, his body erupting with a shocking aura. The Yan clan's heavenly emperor, the Luo clan's heavenly emperor, and the vast hall's palace master also raised their auras to the extreme. The world was filled with a terrifying heavenly Tao pressure. Bam! 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 Several old body cultivators took a small step forward. This small step caused the entire ground to tremble. The battle stage under their feet was directly reduced to dust. Lan Cheng and the others' expressions changed slightly, and they could not help but take a few steps back. In the confrontation of auras, they were at a disadvantage. This made their expressions extremely ugly. Everyone, are you just going to watch and let Lu Ming be arrogant here? This kid killed people and robbed them of their treasures. His character is extremely bad, but his talent is high. We must not let him continue to grow. Lan Cheng looked at some of the others. Today, the heavenly emperors that came were not only the Yan clan's heavenly emperor and the Luo clan's heavenly emperor, but there were also a few other heavenly emperors. However, their relationship with the Lan clan was not that good, so they did not make a move before. At this time, these people's eyes were flickering. They were considering if they should help the Lan family or not help either side. Lu Ming's talent was too shocking. If this continued, he would become a top expert sooner or later. Moreover, he had many powerful experts by his side to help him. If they offended Lu Ming, if Lu Ming did not die, they would be the ones in trouble in the future. Therefore, these people were hesitant for a while. Today, I will take those people. Lu Ming said coldly, and then sent out a message. Rumble. Just as Lu Ming sent out the message, a violent roar came from the depths of the sky. Then, the sky cracked open, and an incomparably huge palace appeared in the depths of the sky. Above it, there was a gray mist that filled the air. This is the Chaos Palace. Many people's pupils shrank, revealing a look of shock. The Chaos Emperor's Chaos Palace was extremely famous in the Heaven Domain. Although the Chaos Emperor had fallen long ago, he had left behind some powerful puppets. More than 10 years ago, they had shown their terrifying strength in another battlefield. Now, why would the Chaos Palace suddenly appear here? Everyone was puzzled. At this time, 9 rays of light flew out from the Chaos Palace. Those were 9 figures, each of them exuding a shocking aura. Heavenly Emperors. Chapter 23-28. In the blink of an eye, 9 figures came out of the Chaos Palace and stood in the sky above this square. Everyone at the scene held their breaths. Because these 9 figures were all Heavenly Emperor realm existences. 9 Heavenly Emperors came all of a sudden. What kind of terrifying force was this? Lu Ming's mouth curled into a smile. These 9 people were 2E, Gold E, and the rest. They had long been nearby. Just now, Lu Ming sent them a voice transmission, which was why they appeared. So it's fellow Taoists from the Chaos Palace. Today, my Lan family's daughter is getting married. I didn't expect that fellow Taoists would actually come here. Your presence brings light to my humble dwelling. Lan Cheng had a bright smile on his face as he greeted 2E and the rest. However, 2E and the rest ignored Lan Cheng and flew directly to Lu Ming. Then, they bowed to Lu Ming. Subordinate pays respect to young master. What? Everyone was stunned by his words. Most of the people revealed a dumbfounded look. Their eyes were wide open, and their mouths were agape. At this moment, they seemed to have become idiots. What did the 9 Heavenly Emperors of the Chaos Palace call Lu Ming? Young master. The 9 Heavenly Emperors of the Chaos Palace were Lu Ming's subordinates. At this moment, many people felt that their brains had turned into paste. It was difficult to think, and they even thought that they were dreaming. Lan Cheng's expression was also stiff. His eyes were wide open, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Following that, a trace of fear emerged. Even Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu and a few body cultivator elders were a little surprised. They did not expect that there were actually so many terrifying powerhouses behind Lu Ming. Lu Ming is indeed worthy of being Lu Ming. Long Chen, Huang Li, and the rest sighed. Next, I want to follow Lu Ming. I will follow him no matter what in the future. My hair. The unscrupulous monk madly chanted Buddha's name. This is my father. Lu Shenhuang whispered. Looking at the figure standing among the many heavenly emperors, it was like a moon surrounded by stars. At this moment, Lu Shenhuang felt inexplicably proud. Because this person was his father. Although this was the first time they had met, he was still proud and excited. Primal Chaos Palace, damn it, all of this should have been mine, mine. In the crowd, Yuan Xian roared in her heart. Because of jealousy, her eyes were red. Yuan Xian had seen 2E and the others before. Back then, Yuan Xian and the others had told him that he had to defeat Lu Ming in order to become the young master of the Primal Chaos Palace. However, in the end, it was Lu Ming who defeated him, so he naturally lost the qualifications to inherit the Primal Chaos Palace. What he did not expect even more was that 2E and the rest were actually Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouses. This made him go crazy with jealousy. How great would it be if he inherited all of this? But now, he could only roar in his heart. He didn't dare to make a sound. He was extremely sullen. Seniors, there's no need to be so courteous. I'll have to trouble all of you today. Lu Ming smiled. Young master's enemy is our enemy. 2E turned around and looked at Lan Cheng and the others. 9 heavenly emperors, How terrifying was their aura! The faces of Lan Cheng and the others changed wildly as they retreated again and again. The gap was too big. Lu Ming had more than a dozen heavenly emperors on his side. They completely crushed Lan Cheng and the others, causing their faces to be extremely ugly. Hand over those people from back then, not a single one of them. Lu Ming stared at Lan Cheng and said coldly. Lu Ming, it's clearly you who killed people and stole their treasures. My Lan family's people are only following the Heaven Realm's rules to hunt you down. Yet, you harbor a grudge in your heart and want to kill them. Outrageous, how can there be such logic in this world? Lan Cheng roared and continued to quibble, using the Heaven Realm's rules to suppress Lu Ming. Lu Ming sneered. He had already lost his patience and was too lazy to argue with the other party. Lan Cheng, you don't have to quibble here and use the Heaven Realm's rules to suppress me. I'm not here to reason with you today, but to ask for the people. Today, you have to hand them over even if you don't want to, understand? Lu Ming said indifferently. These words made many people's hearts tremble, and they were shocked to the extreme. Lu Ming's words were very obvious. Today, he was not here to reason, but to ask for the people. The Lan family must hand over the people, even if they don't want to. This was forcing the Lan family to hand over the people. A junior actually forced a heavenly emperor, no, not just a heavenly emperor, but several powerful forces. This was simply domineering. Many young people were watching with their blood boiling. Lan Cheng, the Yen family's heavenly emperor, and others had ugly expressions. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many experts standing beside Lu Ming, they would have slapped Lu Ming to death long ago. But now, they could only endure. Hurry up and call for help. Today, if the Lan family doesn't hand over the people, then I will slaughter the Lan family and the Yen family each, and bury them with Senior Bai Tai. Lu Ming said coldly. He had already lost his patience. You dare. Lan Cheng, the Yen family's heavenly emperor, roared. Why wouldn't I dare? Kill. Lu Ming shouted and rushed directly to the Lan family's area. There, countless Lan family disciples gathered. You're courting death. Lan Cheng roared furiously, wanting to deal with Lu Ming. However, Tu Yi threw a punch one after another. Many huge mountains appeared and blasted Lan Cheng backward continuously. The Lan family's great emperors wanted to attack, but Jin Yi appeared and released a terrifying aura. All the great emperors of the Lan family vomited blood and retreated. Kill! Lu Ming roared and threw out a punch. Bang! Bang! 7 to 8 true emperors from the Lan family were killed by Lu Ming. Blood and flesh splattered all over the place. Lu Ming showed no mercy when facing the Lan family. Bai Tai was killed by the Lan family and the Yen family. He must avenge this. Lu Ming, you're crazy. You killed the experts of the heavenly world. These people are the power to fight against the foreign races, but you killed your own people. Are you a spy of the foreign races? Lan Cheng roared. He was going crazy. Lu Ming was too decisive, killing the experts of the Lan family directly. At this moment, the people of the Lan family scattered in fear. Ha ha ha, how many can these trash kill? In the future, I can kill 1,000 times, 10,000 times more of them. I alone can fight against thousands of them. Kill! Lu Ming roared and threw out another punch. A few experts of the Lan family were killed. Run, run! Blue Cloud was also mixed in the crowd. He was running away in fear. In his opinion, Lu Ming was a madman. However, at the next moment, he screamed in horror. Lu Ming had fixed his eyes on him and appeared above his head in an instant. He stepped on Lan Yun's face and Lan Yun screamed in pain. His body fell heavily to the ground and he screamed in agony. Let go of Blue Cloud. Lan Cheng roared and his eyes turned red. Blue Cloud was not an ordinary person. He was a top genius and had the potential to become a heavenly emperor in the future. He must not die. He tried his best to attack Lu Ming, but he was blocked by 2-1. Hand him over. Lu Ming's response was only 2 simple words. His voice was sonorous and powerful. At this moment, the scene was silent as if time had frozen. There was only one person in everyone's eyes, and that was Lu Ming. Chapter 23-29. Luo family's heavenly emperor, Xinghe's master, and the rest, had ugly expressions, but none made a move. The power that Lu Ming brought was too strong. More than a dozen heavenly emperors, if they made a move, it would only be courting death. Young man, you're too much. Right at this time, a voice suddenly sounded out. The direction that the voice came from was the depths of the Lan family. The voice was old, seemingly full of the aura of time. Ordinary people were still fine, but Heavenly Emperor Hengyu, Earth One, Gold One, and the rest, after hearing this voice, their expressions changed wildly, revealing solemn looks. Because this voice gave them a lot of pressure. Ancestor, ancestor! Lan Qing cried out excitedly. Many people's hearts shook wildly. Legend had it that the Lan family had a peerless powerhouse guarding, always hiding in the depths of the Lan family, in close seclusion all year round. That was a 4-star heavenly emperor. Could it be that it was this one? Was the Lan family's peerless powerhouse going to come into being? Bang! Just as everyone's imagination was running wild, a burst of qi erupted from the depths of the Lan family. This qi was ancient and powerful, shocking the heavens and the earth. Even the heavenly emperors felt a terrifying pressure, their faces extremely solemn. Bang! It was as if the ancient heavenly Tao was pressing down on everyone's hearts. Many with weak cultivation had to kneel down. Then, a figure appeared in the depths of the Lan family. This was an old man, wearing a coarse hemp garment, white hair fluttering in the wind, stepping on the air and coming over. Each step he took seemed to be stepping on people's hearts, making people's heartbeats accelerate. We pay respects to ancestor. The Lan family's people bowed one after another, their faces revealing wild elation. Ha ha ha, my Lan family's ancestor came into being. Lu Ming, you dare to kill my Lan family's people, you're dead, you're dead. I'm going to skin you alive and pull out your tendons, making you never reincarnate for all eternity. Blue Cloud roared loudly, his face full of madness and malevolence. Is that so? In that case, I can't let you off even more. Lu Ming's expression was calm, opening his mouth indifferently, filled with ice-cold killing intent. Blue Cloud's expression changed wildly, roaring loudly, Lu Ming, what are you trying to do? Bang! Lu Ming suddenly stomped down on Blue Cloud's face. A terrifying force exploded out. Blue Cloud let out a miserable scream. All his bones had been shattered by Lu Ming, and his meridians had also been turned to dust by Lu Ming. Blue Cloud had turned into a pile of mud and was lying limply on the ground. His eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. He wasn't dead, but he couldn't even scream. The others gasped and looked at Lu Ming in shock. They thought that Lu Ming would not dare to make a move when the peerless masters of the Lan family appeared. However, he severely injured Blue Cloud in front of the peerless masters of the Lan family with one kick. Lu Ming, you're courting death. Lan Qing roared. The Lan family's patriarch's face darkened as well. The other party actually severely injured Blue Cloud in front of him. This was completely slapping his face. Young man, you're young and impetuous. Now, let go of Blue Cloud and kneel down to cripple your cultivation. The Lan family's patriarch said coldly. Get lost. Lu Ming's response was only one word, get lost. This word caused everyone's expression to change wildly. Lu Ming was simply audacious, actually telling a peerless powerhouse to get lost. The Lan family's patriarch's face completely darkened as he said coldly, young and ignorant, then I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. After the Lan family's patriarch finished speaking, he took a step forward and charged towards Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. However, in the next moment, an old man appeared in front of Lu Ming. A body cultivator's supreme elder. Get lost. The Lan family's patriarch shouted coldly and reached out a large hand to grab the body cultivator's supreme elder. He was a peerless powerhouse. Ordinary heavenly emperors were not his match at all. However, this body cultivator's supreme elder's expression was calm as he threw out a punch. Bang! The body cultivator's supreme elder's fist collided with the Lan family's patriarch's palm. However, the result was beyond everyone's expectations. The Lan family's patriarch's expression changed drastically. His body trembled as if he had been electrocuted, retreating repeatedly. One of his arms was somewhat deformed. On the other hand, the body cultivator's grand elder didn't even sway a bit. Everyone could not help but stare with wide eyes. This body cultivator powerhouse was actually able to blast back the Lan family's peerless powerhouse with one punch. This was too shocking. Could it be that he was also a peerless powerhouse? Lu Ming's expression was calm. Among the body cultivators, there was indeed a peerless powerhouse. He was the archaic body cultivator lineage's strongest supreme elder. So it's a kindred spirit. Today, I want to experience it. The Lan family's patriarch spoke coldly and urged his strength to the limit. Bang! The Lan family's patriarch's figure enlarged with extreme speed, turning into a giant that could support heaven and earth. He blasted out a terrifying move. A streak of divine light slashed down violently toward the body cultivator's old man. Heavenly Emperor powerhouses were able to borrow the power of heavenly Tao to launch terrifying attacks. In this streak of divine light, there was the power of heavenly Tao. It was indestructible and could annihilate everything. However, the body cultivator's supreme elder still just blasted a punch out. This punch seemed to be able to pierce through the universe, able to defeat heavenly Tao. Bang! The divine light that the Lan family's patriarch slashed out was directly pierced through. The terrifying fist force penetrated heaven and earth. The Lan family's patriarch gave a muffled groan, his body retreating wildly, retreating several tens of thousands of miles. His body trembled, spewing out a mouthful of fresh blood. Everyone sucked in a cold breath, perilous waves stirring up in their hearts. The Lan family's patriarch was defeated, beaten until he vomited blood in one move by a body cultivator powerhouse. He was completely no match for him. How can this be? Lan Cheng, as well as the other Lan family's people, the Yen family's heavenly emperor, and the rest, all revealed shock and disbelief. The Lan family's patriarch was actually no match, being injured by the other party's one punch. Blue Cloud's eyes were filled with despair. Hand him over. At this moment, Lu Ming continued to speak, his voice becoming colder and colder. Sigh. The Lan family's patriarch sighed, revealing a helpless expression. He understood that he was no match for the body cultivator's elder at all. If he insisted on fighting, he would definitely be the one to die. Lu Ming, my Lan family can hand him over, but you have to let Blue Cloud go. The Lan family's patriarch looked at Lu Ming. Let Blue Cloud go. Wait for him to take revenge on me. Didn't you hear him shouting that he wanted me to live a life worse than death? Moreover, Blue Cloud has been trying to kill me in the past, I have already spared him a few times. If he doesn't know how to cherish the opportunity, then there won't be a future. Lu Ming said coldly. Blue Cloud revealed a look of horror and despair, wanting to struggle with all his might. However, all the bones and meridians in his body had been shattered by Lu Ming, and he couldn't move at all. Boom! Lu Ming's power erupted, bombarding Blue Cloud's body. Blue Cloud's body directly exploded, turning into ashes and dissipating. A top-notch Sky Pride was killed by Lu Ming just like that. Lan Cheng and the other powerhouses of the Lan family were red-eyed, and their hearts were bleeding. The Lan family had produced many Sky Prides in this generation, but they only had 2 top-notch Sky Prides, but now, one of them was killed in public. Moreover, it was in front of Lan Cheng, the Lan family's patriarch, and countless other powerhouses. Chapter 2330. Lan family's old ancestor, Lan Cheng, and the rest were enraged. Cold killing intent emanated from their bodies as they wished they could slap Lu Ming to death. However, when they saw Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu, the physique cultivators, and the 9 heavenly emperors from the Chaos Palace, they held themselves back. There were so many heavenly emperors and even some peerless experts. This force was enough to wipe the Lan family off the face of this world. Therefore, they did not dare to kill Lu Ming. In fact, if they wanted to kill Lu Ming in the future, they would not dare to let others know. Otherwise, this force would be enough to wipe them out. They were mad with hatred, but now, they could only suppress it in their stomachs. Hand him over. Lu Ming said indifferently again. Lan Qing almost vomited blood from anger, and so did the rest of the Lan family. Lan family's old ancestor's face was incomparably gloomy as he squeezed out a word. Hand him over. Go and find those who attacked Lu Ming back then. Lan Qing ordered. Not long after, some true emperors from the Lan family arrived. They were all the people who killed Bai Tai and Lu Ming back then. At this time, these people looked at Lu Ming in horror. Yan family, where are your people? Lu Ming looked at the Yan family's heavenly emperor and said coldly. Our Yan family's people are not here. It will take time to call them over. The Yan family's heavenly emperor said. I'll wait here. Lu Ming spoke calmly. He really started to wait there. At the scene, everyone was discussing in low voices. No one left and they all waited here. Time passed day by day. Finally, a rainbow light rushed over from afar. The Yan family's people had arrived. Some of them were the ones who attacked Lu Ming back then. When they saw Lu Ming, their faces changed drastically. Some were in disbelief. They thought that Lu Ming was dead. They did not expect that Lu Ming was still alive and well. After that, a master from the Yan family told the Yan family about what had happened. He hadn't told them before because he was afraid that they would resist and run away. Hearing this, the Yan family members were terrified. They simply couldn't believe that Lu Ming would force the Yan family's heavenly emperor to hand them over. Back then, it was the Yan family's celestial emperor who ordered them to attack Lu Ming. But now, the Yan family's celestial emperor was going to hand them over to protect himself. However, they didn't dare to say anything. This was the celestial emperor's decision. The celestial emperor's orders couldn't be disobeyed. They still had family and friends. The people from the Lan family and the Yan family gathered together. There were dozens of people in total. Lu Ming's gaze swept across these people. He remembered each and every one of them very clearly. Being swept by Lu Ming's gaze, these people all revealed frightened expressions. Boom! Lu Ming took a step forward, causing the void to tremble. I can give you a chance to fight me. As long as you can kill me, you can live. Lu Ming said indifferently. The Lan and Yan family's eyes lit up. Even the Lan family's ancestor, Lan Cheng, and the Yan family's heavenly emperor's eyes lit up. Although Lu Ming had defeated Xian Yuan only had the strength of a 15th level true emperor. On the other hand, these people had the strength of 17th level true emperors. One of them had even broken through in the past 2 years, reaching 18th level true emperor. Among them, there were more than a dozen 16th level true emperors and 15th level true emperors. This kind of strength was enough to kill Lu Ming. This was an excellent opportunity. Lu Ming was courting death. If they were to kill Lu Ming, the Chaos Hall's heavenly emperor and the rest would have nothing to say. Promise him that you will seize the opportunity to kill him. As long as you can kill him, I will reward you handsomely. I will do my best to help you become a great emperor. Lan Qing transmitted to these people. Those people's eyes lit up, especially the few strongest experts, whose eyes were incomparably bright. This might be a blessing in disguise. As long as they could kill Lu Ming, they would be handsomely rewarded. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming stepped on the void like a primordial beast. Every step he took caused the void to rumble as he closed in on the true emperors from the Lan and Yan clans. Attack! One of them roared and charged at Lu Ming. Pulling one hair would affect the whole body. When one person attacked, the others all charged at Lu Ming. There were dozens of true emperors, and the weakest among them was a 10th order true emperor. Their combined strength was terrifying. Dozens of attacks came at Lu Ming from all directions, wanting to drown Lu Ming. Can Lu Ming be their match? Everyone's eyes were fixated on the battlefield. Boom! At this time, Lu Ming made his move. He ignored the attacks in front of him and charged forward with brute force. The attacks that landed on Lu Ming's body were destroyed. Die! Lu Ming roared and punched out with both fists. Streaks of terrifying fist force blasted forward. In front of him, there were 5 to 6 figures. Their bodies were like huge watermelons and they were directly blasted into the air. So strong. Many people's hearts trembled. Those people were all 10th order true emperors and above. There was even a 15th order true emperor among them, but they were still killed by Lu Ming with a single punch. After killing those people, Lu Ming didn't stop and continued to charge forward. Lu Ming pushed his physical strength to the limit. At the same time, he erupted with world force and several types of laws. Lu Ming only used 4 types of laws, but these people were no match for him. Boom! A fist energy that was as thick as a mountain blasted open a large hole in the air. Wherever the fist energy passed, another 5 or 6 people were killed. One of them was a 16th level true emperor. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They finally understood that Lu Ming didn't use his full strength in his battle with Xianyuan Yi. Otherwise, he could have killed Xianyuan Yi in one move. Xianyuan Yi's expression turned ugly. Those below 15th order true emperor, retreat and attack from afar. Those above 15th order true emperor, attack. Someone shouted. All of a sudden, they formed a temporary formation. Those below the 15th level of the true emperor retreated and attacked Lu Ming from the rear. Those above 15th order true emperor attacked Lu Ming fiercely. There were 2 17th level true emperors and 1 18th level true emperor. Their battle prowess was the most frightening. They launched a sure kill attack. Die! Lu Ming didn't dodge and punched out. A 17th order true emperor's attack was destroyed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's fist energy continued to crush his body. He screamed in despair as his body was torn apart. Whoosh! Lu Ming's body spun and his right leg swept out like a whip towards another 17th order true emperor. This person couldn't withstand a single blow. Just like the previous one, he was sent flying for tens of thousands of miles by Lu Ming's kick before exploding. What? Everyone was shocked, their bodies and souls trembling. In particular, those who had fought with Lu Ming were even more shocked, revealing a horrified and incredulous expression. 2 17th order true emperors couldn't withstand a single blow from Lu Ming. Chapter 23:31. The others who were fighting Lu Ming turned pale with fright, especially the 18th level true emperor. He could not kill 2 true emperors with combat strength of 17th level true emperor so easily. Lu Ming's combat strength was far above his. Run, run. The remaining people had the same thought and turned to run. The 18th level true emperor was the fastest. You want to run? A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes as his 6 feathered wings appeared. With a flap, Lu Ming caught up to the 18th level true emperor. Seeing that he could not escape, the powerhouse with the combat strength of a level 18 true emperor turned around and roared. He unleashed all his strength and charged toward Lu Ming. However, it was all in vain. Lu Ming's fist landed, directly crushing the other party's attack and penetrating the other party's body. The terrifying force tore the other party's body. Lu Ming reached out and grabbed the other party's heart of the world. The 18th level true emperor was killed instantly. Many people were speechless. This level of power was too terrifying. What was an 18th level true emperor? One of the laws must be a supreme law. Controlling 9 different laws at the same time would give one the battle prowess of an 18th level true emperor. Only the top geniuses could reach this level. Some of them only managed to comprehend a supreme law after becoming an emperor. However, they were also terrifying geniuses with limitless potential. Clearly, Lu Ming was one of them. Lan Cheng and the others felt their hearts bleeding. Today, they had lost Lan Yun one after another, as well as that expert just now. This was definitely an unimaginable loss. However, they could only watch helplessly as Lu Ming massacred those people. Die! Lu Ming let out a long howl and flapped his six-feathered wings continuously. His speed was extremely fast as he charged toward the remaining people. They screamed and begged, but it was useless. It was too late for regrets as Lu Ming killed them one by one. Not long after, dozens of experts fell and their world cores were taken away by Lu Ming. What kind of power is this? An 18th level true emperor can't even fight back. Too shocking. From now on, no one in the younger generation can compete with Lu Ming. His opponents will be the older generation. The so-called 9 severals can't even withstand a single blow from him. At the scene, countless people were discussing. Their hearts were in turmoil, and it was difficult for them to calm down. How can this be? Heng Xinghe, Yuan Xian, and the others who had a conflict with Lu Ming were dumbfounded. Their eyes widened in disbelief. During the 10 Earths competition, Lu Ming was strong but not much stronger than them. Moreover, they were confident that they could surpass Lu Ming in the future and crush Lu Ming if he couldn't become an emperor. However, it had only been a few years and Lu Ming's ability had already reached a height that they could not reach. The difference was too great. The current Lu Ming could kill them with a single finger. They were still in the Void Emperor realm, while Lu Ming could kill an 18th level true emperor. They couldn't compare at all. Awesome, I'll definitely follow him in the future. My hair. Wuliang Monk kept shouting. We have to work hard too. Otherwise, we'll be left behind by Lu Ming. Indeed. Long Chen, Huang Ling, and the others sighed. Father, mother was right. Father is unparalleled in the world. No one can compare to him. Looking at Lu Ming in the sky, Lu Shenhuang clenched his fists in excitement. Lan Cheng, the Yan clan's heavenly emperor, the Lan clan's ancestor, and the others were furious, but they could only endure it. Let's go. The old ancestor of the Lan clan shouted coldly. He turned around and was about to leave. Lan Cheng and the others did the same. Wait. Lu Ming's voice sounded. The Lan clan's ancestor and the others stopped. What else do you want? Lan Cheng held back his anger and asked. The Lan clan's patriarch is really forgetful. I won first place, so where are the 100 chaos stones? Give them to me. Lu Ming said indifferently. Lan Cheng almost vomited blood. Lu Ming had killed so many people from the Lan clan today, and now, he was asking him for chaos stones. That was ridiculous. What? The Lan clan said it yourself. Are you going to deny it? Are you talking nonsense? Or are you playing the others like monkeys? Lu Ming said indifferently. Lan Cheng was about to explode. Give it to him. The Lan clan's ancestor said. In the end, Lan Cheng had no choice but to take out a storage ring and threw it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a look and saw that there were 100 chaos stones in it. Thank you. These chaos stones can help me improve my cultivation. Ha! Lu Ming laughed. Lan Cheng's eyelids and lips trembled. Thank you my ass. If it wasn't for the situation, why would he give 100 chaos stones to Lu Ming? That was prepared for Xianyuan Yi. Let's go. Lan Cheng squeezed out a word from the depths of his throat and turned to leave. The people from the Lan clan, the Yan clan, and the forces related to the Lan clan left one after another and entered the large palace in the depths of the Lan clan. Lu Ming didn't let Tu Yi, Jin Yi, and the other body cultivators stay. With their strength, they were enough to flatten the Lan clan. However, the Lan clan and the Yan clan were great forces after all. They had an ancient heritage and a few heavenly emperors. To the heaven realm, they were still very useful. If Lu Ming completely flattened the Lan clan because of Bai Tai, he would probably be stopped by the other heavenly emperors in the heaven realm. Moreover, the Lan clan's ancestor was a peerless expert. If he ran away desperately, they had no confidence in stopping him. However, if a crazy peerless expert took revenge, it would be too terrifying. But now, the other party was wary of Lu Ming's strength and definitely wouldn't dare to take revenge. At least, they wouldn't dare to take revenge openly. All around, everyone sighed. They didn't expect that today's matter would evolve like this. Today, the Lan clan was originally the main character, and Xianyuan Yi was the main character. Xianyuan Yi defeated Lin Xiaofeng and stepped onto the peak, becoming the #1 genius in the world. But everything, because of the appearance of Lu Ming, had undergone an earth-shaking change. In the end, the Lan clan and the Yen clan suffered heavy losses and left dejectedly. Lu Ming became the only main character today. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, long time no see. Monk Wuliang rushed out, his face full of smiles. Long Chen, Huang Ling, Huang Li, Ouyang Wushuang, and the others also stepped out and came to Lu Ming's side. Lu Ming greeted everyone one by one. Brother Long, this is for you. A jade bracelet appeared in Lu Ming's hand and he handed it to Long Chen. This was Long Chen's fiancée, Xian Yanlin, who asked Lu Ming to bring it to Long Chen. When Lu Ming was in the Divine Wilderness continent, he had taken the time to meet Xian Yanlin and told her about Long Chen's current situation. She asked Lu Ming to give Long Chen a bracelet. Long Chen's gaze trembled as he took the bracelet and cupped his fists to Lu Ming, saying, "Thank you. You're welcome. Xian Yanlin asked me to bring a message to you. She said that she will wait for you, no matter how many years it takes." Lu Ming said. Long Chen didn't say much, but there were tears in his tiger eyes. Father. Chapter 2332. Shen Huang. Lu Ming looked over and asked, "Where's your mother now?" "She's in the Grand Pure Heaven domain, not far from here." Lu Shenhuang said. "All right, let's leave this place first." "Take me to your mother," Lu Ming said. Then, they left Blue Moon City. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, Lu Ming, Long Chen, Tu Yi, Jin Yi, Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu, and the others bade farewell and headed in a certain direction with Lu Shenhuang. Along the way, the father and son chatted a lot. Lu Ming also learned that Xian Yanqing had come to the Taiqing heavenly domain more than 10 years ago. All these years, he had been cultivating in the Taiqing heavenly domain and imparted cultivation to Lu Shenhuang. Lu Ming was secretly amazed. In just 10 years, Xian Yanqing was able to raise Lu Shenhuang's cultivation to the 3-star illusionary emperor realm, and his battle strength was even more shocking. Lu Shenhuang's talent was undoubtedly shocking, but it had a lot to do with Xian Yanqing's teaching method. "Shenhuang, has there been anything unusual with your mother over the years?" Lu Ming asked. "Yes." Lu Shenhuang nodded with a solemn expression and said, "Mother, there seems to be 2 people in my body. Sometimes they love me, sometimes they are as cold as ice, but they have one thing in common, which is that they teach me cultivation seriously." "Is that so?" Lu Ming murmured with a heavy heart. He remembered that Xian Yanqing was also like this in the land of infinite demons. The day before, they were fine, but later, they wanted to kill him, as if they were different people. Lu Ming still did not know what was going on. It was exactly the same as what Lu Shenhuang said. The two chatted as they hurried along. It was the first time the father and son met. They were a little distant at first, but as they chatted, they felt that their relationship had become much closer. They were very fast. A few days later, they arrived in a mountain range. There was a lake at the top of the highest mountain. The lake was like a mirror that adorned the peak of the mountain, making this place look like a paradise. There was a figure standing on the shore of the lake. Her black dress fluttered in the wind, revealing a pair of jade-like beautiful legs that were slender and straight. Her long black hair reached her waist and fluttered in the wind, making her look like a goddess who had descended to the mortal world. Shao Qing. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as joy filled his heart. That figure was definitely Xian Yinqing. Lu Ming would never mistake it. Even if it was just a back view, Lu Ming would never forget it. It had been more than 10 years. It had been more than 10 years since they parted in the land of all demons. Mother! Lu Shenhuang shouted and flew towards Xian Yinqing. Divine Wilderness, you're back. What did you gain from this trip? What kind of prodigy did he encounter? Xian Yinqing spoke. Her clear and melodious voice rang out, and then she turned around. She looked exactly the same as before. After more than 10 years, Xian Yinqing's face had not changed at all. She was still as beautiful as ever. Lu Ming looked at Xian Yinqing in a daze. When Xian Yinqing turned around, she also saw Lu Ming. Her words came to an abrupt halt as she looked at Lu Ming in a daze. Lu Ming, Xian Yinqing whispered as if she could not believe that she would meet Lu Ming here. Moreover, Lu Ming came with Lu Shenhuang. This was beyond her expectations. Mother, look who I brought. Lu Shenhuang flew over. Lu Ming. Xian Yinqing whispered, tears welling up in her eyes. She missed him dearly. Then, she stepped into the air and flew toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming also flew over. However, when Xian Yinqing was halfway there, her delicate body trembled. At this moment, her eyes changed and became as cold as a knife. When she looked at Lu Ming, her eyes were filled with killing intent. Despicable ant, die. A cold voice came out of Xian Yinqing's mouth. A jet-black sword light slashed towards Lu Ming. Not good. Lu Ming's face changed drastically. Xian Yinqing's move was a fatal threat to him. He felt that if he was hit by this move, he would definitely die. Retreat. Lu Ming retreated. At this moment, Lu Ming unleashed all his strength and retreated like a bolt of lightning. However, the black sword gleam was like an awl attached to a bone. It followed closely behind Lu Ming and was even faster than him. Block. A spear condensed in Lu Ming's hand. This long spear was formed by intertwining 9 types of laws. It was Lu Ming's most powerful ability, Infinite Dragon Spear. At the same time, the power of Lu Ming's physical body and the power of the world erupted. Whoosh! Whoosh! The spear vibrated as Lu Ming thrust out several hundred times. Several hundred spear lights pierced towards the jet-black sword light. This could be considered Lu Ming's strongest attack at the moment. No true emperor could stop this move. Boom! 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 Hundreds of spear auras continuously bombarded the jet-black sword aura, causing continuous explosions. However, the jet-black sword light was incomparably sharp. Lu Ming's spear lights were shattered inch by inch and swept away. Whoosh! Even though Lu Ming tried his best to resist and retreat at the same time, a ray of light still swept past Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming had activated the indestructible golden body and the defensive power of his physical body, he could not withstand the attack. His body was almost slashed into 2. There was a deep wound and even his bones were broken. Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with shock. Great Emperor! He could clearly sense that Xian Yinqing's cultivation had reached the Great Emperor realm. This speed was too fast. One had to know that Lu Ming's cultivation speed was astonishing. It could be said that he was advancing at a tremendous pace. However, Xian Yinqing's speed was even faster than his. He had entered the Great Emperor realm. Coupled with his terrifying strength, Lu Ming was no match for him. The difference was too great. Die! When Xian Yinqing saw that she did not manage to kill Lu Ming with one blow, she revealed a trace of surprise. With a shout, she charged towards Lu Ming again. Mother, don't! At this moment, Lu Shenhuang shouted and rushed over in a panic. Hearing Lu Shenhuang's voice, Xian Yinqing's body trembled. She stopped chasing and her eyes were filled with struggle. Mother, don't kill father, don't! Lu Shenhuang shouted and rushed over, blocking in front of Xian Yanqing. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Ming circulated the indestructible ancient scripture to heal his injuries. His wounds healed at an astonishing speed. "Little Qing, wake up, it's me!" Lu Ming shouted. "Mother, it's father!" Lu Shenhuang also shouted. The struggle in Xian Yanqing's eyes became more and more intense. In the end, she shouted, "Lu Ming, leave now." With that, Xian Yanqing turned and left. He turned into a ray of light and disappeared. "Little Qing!" Lu Ming shouted and chased after her. However, Xian Yanqing was too fast. At this moment, Xian Yanqing's figure was nowhere to be seen. "Damn it, what's going on?" Lu Ming roared. He couldn't figure it out. Xian Yanqing's situation didn't seem like she had been possessed. When they first met, she was indeed Xian Yanqing, just like before. But immediately, she seemed to have changed into another person. Chapter 23:33. The father and son stood there and looked at each other, not knowing what to do. "Lu Ming." At this moment, a voice sounded. Lu Ming turned around and saw a graceful figure in a long white dress. She looked almost the same as Xian Yanqing. She was unparalleled in her beauty. Xian Yanjuan. Lu Ming was tongue-tied. He never thought that Xian Yanjuan would be nearby. Back at Yuan Mountain, Lu Ming went to the ancient sacred tribe to find Xian Yanjuan. His purpose was to inquire about Xian Yanqing, but the people of the ancient sacred tribe told him that Xian Yanjuan had left and no one knew where he went. It turned out that Xian Yanjuan had also come to the heaven world. "Aunt!" Lu Shenhuang smiled and flew over. Obviously, Lu Shenhuang and Xian Yanjuan had known each other for a long time. Xian Yanjuan stepped in the air and arrived in front of Lu Ming. He curiously looked at Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, long time no see. Your cultivation has improved a lot." Xian Yanjuan smiled. "Not as good as you," Lu Ming said. He looked at Xian Yanjuan and the surprise in his eyes became stronger. Unfathomable. In his eyes, Xian Yanjuan was unfathomable. He had no idea what Xian Yanjuan's current cultivation level was. However, it was definitely not a true emperor. It was definitely above a true emperor. The Great Emperor Realm. It was very likely that Xian Yanjuan's cultivation was also in the Great Emperor Realm. At the thought of this, Lu Ming was dumbfounded. What was going on? How could Xian Yanqing and Xian Yanjuan's cultivation speed be so fast? One had to know that Lu Ming had experienced countless dangers to reach his current cultivation level. The other geniuses from Heaven World were even weaker. For example, Xianyuan Yi only had the strength of a 15th level true emperor. However, he was the strongest outside of Lu Ming. However, Xian Yanqing and Xian Yanjuan were around the same age as Lu Ming and the others, but they had already broken through to the Great Emperor Realm. If news of this were to spread, it would probably scare people to death. "Lu Ming, do you really want to know why Xian Yanqing is like this now?" Xian Yanjuan said with a smile. "You know?" Lu Ming's eyes lit up. "Of course I know. Let's go to the side and talk." "Little guy, don't follow me." Xian Yanjuan said one last sentence to Lu Shenhuang and then stepped towards the center of the lake. Lu Ming followed. The two came to the center of the lake and stood on the surface. Lu Ming looked at Xian Yanjuan and waited for her answer. "Do you know about past and present life?" Xian Yanjuan asked. "Past and present life?" Lu Ming was stunned. Xian Yanjuan did not answer and only looked at Lu Ming with a smile. "You mean reincarnation, past and present life?" Lu Ming asked. "That's right. Reincarnation, past and present life." Xian Yanjuan nodded. "How is that possible?" "As far as I know, although there is the law of reincarnation in this world, no one can reincarnate. Once they fall, their body will die and their Tao will disappear. Everything will become nothing," Lu Ming said. At Lu Ming's current cultivation, he understood more. No one in this world could reincarnate. At most, one could seize another's body. Even a peak heavenly emperor invincible powerhouse could not reincarnate. Moreover, Lu Ming had also asked reincarnation heavenly emperor back then. Reincarnation heavenly emperor also gave a similar answer. No reincarnation, that's because those people are too weak. As long as the cultivation realm is there, everything is possible. Xian Yanjuan said, revealing a trace of faint disdain. Lu Ming was tongue-tied, not knowing how to answer for a moment. Too weak, a peak heavenly emperor invincible powerhouse was too weak in Xian Yanjuan's words. A peak heavenly emperor was already an invincible powerhouse in this world. According to Lu Ming's current knowledge, it seemed that only the ancestral dragon was above the heavenly emperor. Could it be that above the heavenly emperor, there was reincarnation? You're saying that little Qing is the reincarnation of a powerhouse, and now the memories of her past life have awakened? With Lu Ming's wisdom, he immediately thought of a lot. That's right, Xian Yanqing is indeed the reincarnation of a powerhouse. Moreover, the memories of her past life have already awakened. This is also why when you see Xian Yanqing, it's like there are two people in her body. Originally, the awakening of the memories of the past life has to be fused with the memories of this life. In the end, with the memories of the past life as the main force, she will once again embark on the supreme path, and even surpass the past life. There is also a great possibility. However, Xian Yanqing is unwilling to fuse the past life with this life. Because once fused, the memories of the past life will be the main force. At that time, I'm afraid that Xian Yanqing will not be the current Xian Yanqing. Therefore, the current situation will occur. Xian Yanjuan explained. So that's how it is, After listening to Xian Yanjuan's explanation, Lu Ming suddenly understood. There was actually reincarnation in the world, and Xian Yanqing had awakened the memories of her past life, but she was unwilling to fuse the memories of her past life with this life. Xian Yanqing was definitely unwilling to fuse because she couldn't let go. Therefore, it was like there were two people in Xian Yanqing's body. One moment, she was controlled by the memories of her past life, and the other moment, she was controlled by the memories of this life. Xian Yanqing's past life must have been an incomparably powerful powerhouse, but her body was taken by Lu Ming, and her chastity was taken away. She felt humiliated, so when she saw Lu Ming, she wanted to kill Lu Ming. Various thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Also, back in the Devil's Sea in the land of infinite devils, those black-robed men had seized the ancient demon coffin and placed Xian Yanqing inside. It was very likely that they had helped Xian Yanqing awaken the memories of her past life. Lu Ming had figured everything out. Whoosh! Lu Ming took a deep breath, looked at Xian Yanjuan, and said, "You are also the reincarnation of a powerhouse, right?" "That's right. And in my previous life, Xian Yanqing and I were also sisters." Xian Yanjuan smiled. Lu Ming was slightly surprised. In his previous life, Xian Yanjuan and Xian Yanqing were actually sisters, and they had both reincarnated. After reincarnating, they were also sisters. No wonder the two of them looked so similar. And it was obvious that Xian Yanjuan's memories of her past life had already fused. However, in the history of the heaven realm, were there such two powerhouses? What realm were you in your previous life? Could it be the realm above the celestial emperor? Lu Ming was extremely puzzled, and more questions emerged in his heart. Above the celestial emperor? Ha, forget it, let's not talk about this. Even if I tell you, you won't understand. I'll teach you how to help Xian Yanqing. Xian Yanjuan said. You have a way. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Of course, you just need to help her and let her memories of her past life fuse. Xian Yanjuan said. No, according to what you said, the past life will be the dominant one in the fusion of the memories of the past life. At that time, Shaoqing will not be Shaoqing. No. Lu Ming shook his head. This was hard for him to accept. Who said that the previous life must be the dominant one after the fusion? Xian Yanjuan curled her lips and said, "Now, Xian Yanqing's two memories are fighting for control. As long as one of them has the upper hand and devours the other's memory with an absolute advantage, then the winner will naturally be the dominant one. For example, Xian Yanqing's memory of this life has the upper hand and devours the memory of her past life. That means that she only has an extra memory, and it has no effect on her personality. Xian Yanqing is still Xian Yanqing, understand?" Chapter 23-34. Lu Ming nodded. He could understand this point. Just like when he merged with some of the 9 dragons' memory fragments, it did not affect him. He only gained some extra memories, but he was still him. He would not become another person. It was the same for Xian Yanqing. As long as Xian Yanqing's memories of this life took the upper hand and devoured the memories of her previous life, then it would be equivalent to her gaining a few more memories. Not only would she be fine, but she would also obtain a great opportunity. What should I do to make Xian Yanqing's memories of this life devour her memories of her previous life? Lu Ming asked. It's very simple. Xian Yanjuan smiled slyly and said, "Actually, you have a great advantage now. You have a son, Xian Yanqing's, and your son. With a son by your side, Xian Yanqing's memories of this life will be greatly affected. It will make her more obsessed and unwilling to let go. It is also because of this that her memories of this life are not merged with the memories of her previous life. In the future, as long as you can stay by Xian Yanqing's side and accompany her more, her obsession will naturally become stronger. You can even sleep with her more often. Her memories of this life will naturally take over and devour her memories of her previous life." Ah! Lu Ming was a little confused. Sleep with her more often. It was that simple. How is it? Do you feel very happy? The method I taught you is not bad, right? Xian Yanjuan smiled. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Her memories of her previous life make her hate me to death. I'm afraid she will kill me before I can even get close to her, let alone sleep with her. Lu Ming touched his nose and said. Therefore, your cultivation is too weak. In the future, cultivate well. As long as your cultivation surpasses Xian Yanqing, you will be able to suppress her and subdue her. Then, you will be able to do whatever you want. Xian Yanjuan smiled slyly. Lu Ming was completely speechless. He felt immense pressure. The main reason was that Xian Yanqing's cultivation speed was too fast. She was the reincarnation of an unknown powerful expert. Even if her memories of her previous life and this life were not merged, her cultivation speed was still astonishing. Now, she was already in the Great Emperor realm. It was too difficult for Lu Ming to catch up or even surpass Xian Yanqing. Other than this method, is there no other way? Lu Ming did not give up and asked. There is no other way. Xian Yanjuan shook his head. So, little Qing won't recover in a short time? Lu Ming asked again. Yes. Xian Yanjuan nodded. Lu Ming sighed helplessly. At the end of the day, his cultivation level was too weak. Why are you helping me? After a while, Lu Ming asked curiously. It's very simple. Once Xian Yanqing's memories of this life and her previous life's memories are devoured, her cultivation speed will definitely drop. In the future, she will no longer be my opponent. He. As she spoke, Xian Yanjuan giggled. Lu Ming was speechless. So this was the reason. By letting the memories of her previous life take over, Xian Yanqing would become a terrifying expert. Her cultivation speed would naturally be astonishing. However, if the memories of this life devoured the memories of her previous life, she would only gain a few more memories. Although it was a supreme opportunity, there would still be a huge gap. In the end, Lu Ming stayed here and accompanied Lu Shenhuang for a while, giving him some cultivation resources. Lu Shenhuang did not cultivate the law system, but Xian Yanqing's system. Lu Ming had never seen it before, but it was extremely exquisite and powerful. Lu Ming stayed for another month, but during this month, Xian Yanqing did not appear. Lu Ming was helpless. After a month, Lu Ming left. Lu Shenhuang did not leave with Lu Ming. He continued to stay by Xian Yanqing's side. Cultivate. I must speed up my cultivation speed and help little Qing's memories of this life devour the memories of her previous life. On the way back, Lu Ming swore to himself. Originally, he thought that his cultivation speed was already very fast. Previously, he had defeated Xianyuan Yi and suppressed all the elites to obtain first place. This made him feel like he was standing at the peak. But now, he had a lot of pressure. Because of Xian Yanqing. Xian Yanqing's cultivation speed was faster than his. To catch up or even surpass Xian Yanqing was easier said than done. This forced Lu Ming to constantly move forward. Not long after, Lu Ming contacted Tu Yi and the others. Lu Ming brought Tu Yi and the rest, as well as the body cultivators, back to Two World City. With the addition of these experts, Two World City's strength increased greatly. The news of the battle in Blue Moon City had already spread throughout the Grand Pure Sky domain. Lu Ming's reputation had reached its peak. After defeating Xianyuan Yi, Lu Ming stood at the peak of the younger generation without a doubt. And behind Lu Ming, stood a shocking number of heavenly emperors. Without a doubt, Lu Ming already had a great influence in the heaven domain, even greater than some heavenly emperors. After Lu Ming returned to Two World City, he devoted himself to cultivation. As for Long Chen, Huang Ling, Bubbles, and the others, they also came to Two World City to cultivate. Sometimes, they would go to the battlefield outside Two World City to train themselves. In addition, Heng Xinghe, Yuan Xian, Tian Ming, and the other geniuses of the heaven domain, including Jiu Ju, were all cultivating with all their might. The battle in Blue Moon City showed them Lu Ming's battle strength. Lu Ming brought them unimaginable pressure, making them understand their own shortcomings, forcing all the geniuses to cultivate with all their might. In this great era where geniuses were as common as clouds, if one stagnated or did not improve fast enough, they would be surpassed and crushed by others. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. 5 years was just a blink of an eye for some heavenly emperors. However, 5 years was of great significance to geniuses like Lu Ming and the rest. In these 5 years, Lu Ming had made great progress in all aspects. First, Lu Ming had cultivated the 7 gods' mysterious art to the late 4th level. This allowed Lu Ming's physical strength to skyrocket. Now, Lu Ming could defeat and even kill an 18th level true emperor with just his physical strength. This was purely the power of his physical body. However, the drop of ancestral dragon blood in his heart was almost used up, leaving only a little bit. Moreover, Lu Ming's remaining laws had all reached the 3rd level. Lu Ming's 9 laws had all reached the 3rd level. In the last few years, Lu Ming had refined the 100 chaos stones he got from the Lan clan. Lu Ming's cultivation had reached peak 6-star true emperor, not far from reaching 7-star true emperor. This was an all-around improvement. Lu Ming didn't know how strong he was now. In any case, he could kill an 18th level true emperor with a flick of his finger. I wonder how strong I am compared to a grand emperor right now. Lu Ming pondered. A grand emperor was much stronger than a true emperor. A great emperor had cultivated all 9 types of laws to the 3rd level, and then used the 9 types of laws to evolve into a great Tao. Chapter 23:35. Thus, Lu Ming was curious to see if he could fight against a grand emperor. Let's give it a try. Lu Ming ended his cultivation and flew in the direction of the Two World City. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at a spacious area. It was a drill ground of Two World City. Usually, the army and experts of Two World City would train here. From afar, Lu Ming saw a few huge light shields. They were like a few big bowls that were placed upside down on the ground. Around the light barrier, there were many different living beings. There were humans and divine beasts. Lu Ming looked over and saw more than 10 true dragons circling around the body, suspended in the air and looking seriously at one of the light shields. There were also 9 phoenixes and more than 10 chilins. Divine beasts that were rarely seen in other places could be seen everywhere. It wasn't just a rumor that half of the Grand Pure Celestial Realms experts were gathered in Two Worlds City. Boom! Boom! Intense rumbling sounds could be heard coming from several of the light shields. There were people fighting inside. Lu Ming flew over and came to one of the light shields. Inside, there was a human expert and a gigantic heavenly snake. They were fighting and killing each other. Both of them were true emperors at the 15th level. They were considered top experts among true emperors. The beings around the barriers were all true emperors. This is the place where true emperors compete. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. These light shields were like fighting rings. They were places for the experts of Two Worlds City to fight against each other and train themselves. The barriers were formed by formations and were sturdy and indestructible. They could unleash their full power in battle. After all, it was too dangerous to train outside the city. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. Therefore, many people fought and killed each other here to train themselves. Of course, the effect wasn't as good as on the battlefield because they couldn't kill their opponents here. At most, they would be heavily injured. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. Many people recognized Lu Ming as soon as he arrived, causing a commotion. Many people's expressions changed. Could it be that Lu Ming was going to make a move? No true emperor was a match for Lu Ming. 5 years ago, Lu Ming was already able to kill a true emperor with ease. Now that 5 years had passed, Lu Ming must have become even more unfathomable. However, Lu Ming did not plan to make a move. He wasn't interested in the true emperor realm since it wouldn't do him any good. Lu Ming looked at it for a while before walking towards another light shield. The range of this light shield was more than 10 times larger than the previous one. Light flowed and flickered with a metallic luster. Inside, there were two figures clashing against each other. Terrifying rumbling sounds could be heard. Streams of energy shot out in all directions, but they were all blocked by the light barrier. The light barrier continued to vibrate, but it did not shatter. Great Emperor! Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The people fighting inside the light barrier were all Emperor Realm experts. There were also some people watching around the light barrier, but the number was much smaller. In the heaven world, there were many true emperors, no less than void emperors. As long as one broke through to void emperor, it wasn't particularly difficult to break through to true emperor. As long as 3 types of laws reached the second realm, one's cultivation would reach the peak of 7-star void emperor. As long as one's talent wasn't too bad, it wouldn't be difficult to break through after a long time. However, to break through to Great Emperor, it wasn't something that could be achieved through patience. The prerequisite for breaking through to Great Emperor was to have 9 types of laws at the third realm. Moreover, at least one of them had to be a King Dao law. Those who weren't talented enough wouldn't be able to reach this step in their lifetime. Not to mention comprehending the Great Dao with 9 types of laws. There might not even be one Great Emperor among 100 true emperors. Great emperors were considered top-notch experts in the heaven world. They would be respected wherever they went. Therefore, it was normal that there were few great emperors here. Lu Ming, seeing Lu Ming coming over, the great emperor's eyes moved. Could it be that Lu Ming wanted to spar with a great emperor? The great emperors weren't the only ones who thought so. The true emperors also thought so. Lu Ming went to the battlefield of the great emperors. Could it be that he wants to spar with a great emperor? Someone exclaimed in the true emperor's area. Impossible. The difference between true emperors and great emperors is too big. Even if Lu Ming could easily kill an 18th level true emperor, it would be difficult for him to fight against a great emperor. In history, there has never been a true emperor who could fight against a great emperor. Let's go and take a look. Many true emperors flew towards the battlefield of the great emperors. Even the battlefield of the void emperors further away was alarmed. Many void emperors also flew over to watch from afar. Lu Ming didn't say anything as he stared at the 2 people inside the light barrier. The 2 people inside the light barrier should be 2-star great emperors. The battle was extremely intense. Boom! Boom! The two of them controlled the power of the Grand Tao and continuously attacked each other. Not long after, the two of them were evenly matched. It was considered a draw and they retreated from the light barrier. Lu Ming, what are you doing here? Are you looking for a great emperor to spar with? At this moment, a voice rang out, and a burly middle-aged man walked over. That's right. Lu Ming nodded. He didn't hide anything. He had come to find a great emperor to spar with to test his fighting power. Many people were shocked. Lu Ming actually wanted to spar with a great emperor. What great confidence! A true emperor fighting against a great emperor? He, I have never heard of such a thing. Aren't you too arrogant? The middle-aged man sneered with a hint of mockery. Lu Ming squinted his eyes slightly. This person mocked him as soon as he arrived. It seemed like he was unhappy with him. Which force is he from? Lu Ming pondered. What's your cultivation? Lu Ming asked. 1-star Great Emperor. The middle-aged man replied. Alright, it's you then. I challenge you now. Come in and fight. Lu Ming was very direct and directly challenged the other party. Having said that, he stepped into the light barrier. The light barrier wouldn't have any reaction when one entered from the outside. However, if one was attacked from the inside, the light barrier would produce a strong defensive force. Seeing that Lu Ming dared to challenge him, the middle-aged man's eyes emitted a cold light. Everyone, Lu Ming is too arrogant and arrogant. He challenged me first. I didn't bully the young and the weak. The middle-aged man said excitedly. He originally wanted to find a reason to challenge Lu Ming. He didn't expect Lu Ming to challenge him first. This was exactly what he wanted. Although he was only a 1-star Great Emperor and had only comprehended an ordinary Grand Tao, he was confident that he could easily suppress Lu Ming. A Great Emperor was far from being comparable to a true emperor. Even the top prodigies with 1 supreme law and 8 monarch laws at the 3rd level only had the battle prowess of an 18th order true emperor. Even the weakest Great Emperor was much stronger than an 18th level true emperor. Chapter 23:36. Everyone present was shocked. They did not expect Lu Ming to really want to fight with a great emperor. Moreover, he took the initiative to issue a challenge. A true emperor against a grand emperor, this was enough to shock the world. Boom. The middle-aged burly man took a step forward and entered the light shield, standing opposite Lu Ming. Who do you think will win, Lu Ming or Lan Jie? A few people whispered outside. I think Lan Jie will win. Lu Ming is strong and could easily kill an 18th level true emperor 5 years ago. However, the difference between a true emperor and a grand emperor is too great. I've never heard of a true emperor being able to fight against a grand emperor. Even the strongest true emperor isn't a match for the weakest grand emperor. That's right, Lu Ming is definitely not a match for Lan Jie. I think Lu Ming will be defeated within 20 moves. 20 moves. If Lu Ming hasn't improved in the past 5 years, I think he won't even last 10 moves. Many people were discussing, but no one thought that Lu Ming would be able to fight with a great emperor. This was because the gap between them was too great. Lan Jie. Looks like you're from the Lan clan. Lu Ming said indifferently with a cold glint in his eyes. No wonder Lan Jie mocked him the moment he appeared. So he was from the Lan clan. That's right, Lu Ming, you're too arrogant. Even though I can't kill you here, no one will say anything if I torture you. Lan Jie said ferociously. Is that so? Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Then let's see what the number 1 genius of Heaven World is capable of. Lan Ye said coldly. With a loud bang, Lan Ye's figure dashed toward Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. He threw a punch at Lu Ming, as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. At this moment, Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and unleashed the power of his physique and world. Swoosh. Lu Ming struck out with his palm. This palm was surrounded by 6 different lights, containing 6 different laws. The laws of primal chaos, the laws of death, the laws of devour, the laws of tools, the laws of array, and the laws of alchemy. This was a type of divine ability. Lu Ming had obtained an advanced version of the primal chaos ancient scripture, which contained many divine abilities and laws. One of the palm techniques contained 9 types of laws. It was the evolved version of the chaotic divine palm. However, of the 9 laws, Lu Ming had only cultivated 4 of them. Over the years, Lu Ming had improved them, incorporating the laws of death and other laws into Lu Ming's unique divine ability, making it even more powerful. What Lu Ming was using now was exactly this kind of mystique. Boom! Lu Ming's palm collided with Lan Ye's fist and there was an earth-shattering explosion. A terrifying force shot out in all directions from the collision of the 2 people's fists and palms. It bombarded the light shield but was blocked by the light shield. Bang! Bang! Both of their bodies trembled, and then they retreated a dozen or so steps, causing the ground to rumble and explode. What? Everyone's eyes widened in shock. In the first move, Lu Ming actually blocked the attack of the blue membrane. The 2 of them were evenly matched. How was this possible? Lan Yi hasn't used his full strength yet, it's only a probing attack. A Grand Emperor spoke. A Grand Emperor being forced back by a true Emperor was a great loss of face. Even the other Grand Emperors felt ashamed. Lan Yi was enraged inside the light barrier. He had been forced back by a true Emperor. This had never happened before. Lu Ming, you successfully angered me. Die! Lan Ji roared. His body was like a cannonball, pouncing toward Lu Ming. Both his fists bombarded Lu Ming continuously. Before his fists reached Lu Ming, there was already a terrifying pressure that suppressed Lu Ming. This was the pressure of the Grand Tao. Great emperors could control the Great Tao and borrow the power of the Great Tao. The Grand Tao was a type of profundity that was even stronger than the laws. Lu Ming wasn't afraid at all and countered with a palm strike. This time, another law appeared in Lu Ming's hand. 7 laws. Bang! Bang! The 2 continued to clash and exchanged dozens of moves in the blink of an eye. It was still a stalemate. The power of the Grand Tao is truly frightening. During the battle, Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Lu Ming's current abilities contained 7 laws, but they were in imminent danger under the onslaught of the Grand Tao. It felt as if they would be torn apart at any moment. If it wasn't for Lu Ming's powerful physical body, he wouldn't have been able to contend against the opponent. The 2 fought with speed and continued to clash. Terrifying shockwaves slammed into the light barrier, causing it to tremble violently. Damn it! Lan Yi roared. After so many moves, he still couldn't take down Lu Ming. It made him feel humiliated. If he couldn't defeat Lu Ming today, he would definitely become a laughingstock among the Grand Emperors. On the contrary, he helped Lu Ming and made Lu Ming's reputation even higher. Roar! Suddenly, a shocking roar came from Lan Yi's body. Above his head, a huge lion appeared. It was a golden lion. Its fur was golden and dazzling. It was majestic and extraordinary. This wasn't a real lion, but a kind of divine ability. It was a divine ability condensed from the Grand Tao. This lion was covered in Lan Yi's body. Lan Yi was in the middle of the lion as if he had transformed into a golden lion. Roar! The golden lion roared and pounced at Lu Ming. Finally using your ultimate move? Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. At this moment, 9 types of radiance spread out from Lu Ming's palm. 9 types of laws were all used. This divine ability was no weaker than the infinite dragon spear. It was most suitable for close combat. Whoosh! Lu Ming's figure also dashed out. He struck with his palm and the void directly shattered, revealing a pitch-black void space. His palm seemed to be able to pierce through space. Meanwhile, Lan Yi swung his lion claw at Lu Ming. Boom! The 2 collided again. This time, the explosion was even more intense. A terrifying force was generated. But the result was still a draw. Both of them were forced to retreat. Impossible. Lanya roared in disbelief. He had used all of his strength but still couldn't take down Lu Ming. This shocked him. He roared angrily and charged toward Lu Ming. The two of them were engaged in an intense fight. As for the spectators outside the light shield, they were all stunned. They were also extremely shocked. Oh heavens, Lu Ming can actually fight Lanya. He's not at a disadvantage at all. This is too scary. He's only a true emperor. How can he be this strong? What's going on? They're all true emperors but they can't even withstand a single blow from him. Many people found it hard to believe. It was a fact that true emperors were no match for grand emperors. But now, this truth was broken. Lu Ming's true emperor cultivation wasn't any weaker than a grand emperor. This was indeed a freak who used multiple laws to become an emperor. He couldn't be measured by common sense. Chapter 23:37. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of blows, but it was still a stalemate. Great emperors are indeed extraordinary. This Lan Jie should only have comprehended an ordinary great Tao, but his power is so strong. I wonder how powerful the strongest great Tao is. Lu Ming's mind was filled with various thoughts. Great Tao was divided into two types. In the true emperor realm, those who did not comprehend the strongest law and only used the monarch law and ordinary law to form a great Tao were called ordinary great Tao. As for those who had comprehended an ultimate law, they would use one ultimate law to create a great Tao that was derived from the laws of the monarch Tao. Within the same level, the strongest great Tao was much stronger than the ordinary great Tao. Lan Jie had only comprehended an ordinary great Tao and was a one-star great emperor. He was considered weak among great emperors. If a one-star great emperor who comprehended the strongest great Tao came, Lu Ming would not be able to defeat him. Then let's change the way of fighting. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and his attack suddenly changed. He attacked with all his might and did not care about defense. This was a desperate fighting style. Lu Ming's attack suddenly increased, suppressing the blue membrane in an instant. Damn it, you don't care about defense. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Die. Lan Jie roared and gave up on defense to attack with all his might. Most people would reserve some strength for defense when fighting with others. Now that he attacked with all his might, both of them were hit. Bam! Bam! Lan Jie's fist landed on Lu Ming's shoulder. Lu Ming's palm also landed on Lan Jie's shoulder. Both of their bodies trembled and retreated frantically. The difference was that there was a dent in Lu Ming's shoulder. However, there was no blood flowing out and the wound was recovering quickly. Lan Jie was in a much worse state. His shoulder seemed to have been slashed by a saber and almost chopped off his arm. A deep wound appeared and blood flowed out. Even his bones were broken. Lan Jie's face was pale. Although the recovery ability of a great emperor was amazing, it could not be compared to Lu Ming's. Die! Lu Ming didn't give the blue membrane any time to recover and launched another attack. His blue membrane was injured, and one of his arms was almost unable to move. His battle prowess was greatly reduced, and for a time, he was completely at a disadvantage. He was no match for Lu Ming. Bang! Bang! After that, Lan Jin was hit continuously by Lu Ming's attacks until he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Although he had also hit Lu Ming was not seriously injured and his combat strength was not affected. Indestructible ancient scripture. Lan Ji roared out, extremely unwilling. He knew that Lu Ming was using the indestructible ancient scripture, so he was not afraid of being injured. Bang! This distraction gave Lu Ming another opportunity to land a palm strike on Lanya's face. Lanya let out a blood-curdling scream as his body was sent flying. Blood mixed with his teeth as he flew far away and crashed into the light barrier. Lan Jin's brain was buzzing. He was completely stunned. Of course, Lu Ming wouldn't let go of this opportunity. He rushed forward and unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks on Lan Jin's face and body. Lan Jin was like a punching bag that took dozens of blows from Lu Ming in the blink of an eye. After a few dozen moves, Lan Jin was sent flying and fell to the ground. He was covered in blood as he lay there twitching non-stop. Hiss, gasps could be heard. Void, True, and Grand Emperors outside the light barrier all had their mouths agape. Their hearts were in turmoil. A Grand Emperor was defeated by a young True Emperor. Moreover, he had been defeated so miserably. He had been abused so badly that he did not even look human anymore. Even his mother could not recognize him. What a tragedy! Needless to say, Lan Jin would become a laughingstock while Lu Ming's reputation would be pushed to the peak. A true emperor defeating a grand emperor was breaking the truth and creating a miracle. Ha, not bad, I enjoyed myself today. Lu Ming laughed. He had basically figured out his own combat strength. He was probably on par with the weakest grand emperor. Of course, he could use the indestructible ancient scripture and go all out to suppress Lan Jin. He should be able to compete with a one-star great emperor who had comprehended the strongest Grand Tao. His main goal in this battle was to test his strength. Now that the results were out, Lu Ming planned to leave. Initially, Lan Jia was a little more clear-headed. After hearing Lu Ming's words, he was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He roared and fainted. He fainted. Lu Ming curled his lips and stepped out of the light barrier. When the others saw Lu Ming coming out, they automatically made way for him. This was a kind of invisible power. Lu Ming was so young, but his combat strength had already reached the great emperor realm. In a few more years, he would definitely become an invincible overlord in the future. Lu Ming left the place and returned to his residence. With a thought, his soul materialized in the small world. He appeared on top of a mountain peak and looked into the distance. The current lesser world had a radius of 600,000 miles. It was vast and boundless. Moreover, Lu Ming had planted many spiritual herbs and sacred herbs in the lesser world. He had also scattered the seeds of various plants. Now, there were many places in the lesser world that were covered in lush green grass and all kinds of flowers. There were also some small trees in some places. The lesser world was still young and there were no big trees yet. Similarly, there were no animals or demonic beasts. However, the lesser world was becoming more and more similar to the outside world. Lu Ming planned to let some animals and demonic beasts into the lesser world in the future. That way, it would be no different from the outside world. Of course, Lu Ming's cultivation had improved rapidly, but there were still large areas that were dead and lifeless. This required time for the plants in the lesser world to slowly reproduce. With a thought, Lu Ming came to the foot of the Tree of Enlightenment. The Enlightenment ancient tree was planted on a plain. It was now 500 meters tall. This was entirely the credit of the five-colored soil. The 500-meter-tall Enlightenment ancient tree pierced straight through the sky. The tree trunk was incomparably thick. Between the branches, there was great Tao lingering. Cultivating here, the speed of comprehending laws would be greatly enhanced. With the martial Tao ancient tree as the center, this plain was covered in lush green grass and clusters of fresh flowers, their fragrance assailing the nostrils. It was mainly because of the five-colored soil. The vegetation in this area was exceptionally strong. There were also many spiritual herbs and sacred herbs, their medicinal fragrance also assailing the nostrils. Lu Ming sat cross-legged under the Enlightenment ancient tree and cultivated quietly. And regarding the matter of Lu Ming defeating Lan Mo, it was spreading out with the speed of a whirlwind. But those who heard this news were first stunned, then overjoyed, amazed, jealous, roaring, all kinds of expressions, all kinds of emotions. Lu Ming stirred up another wave in the vast land of the Grand Pure Sky Domain. 7 days passed in a twinkle. On this day, Heavenly Emperor Hang Yu came to Lu Ming's residence. Heavenly Emperor Hang Yu did not conceal his aura. The moment he arrived, Lu Ming sensed it. Lu Ming ended his cultivation and met with Heavenly Emperor Hengyu. Senior Hengyu, I wonder what you came to find Lu Ming for? Lu Ming said with a slight smile. Lu Ming, I heard that you defeated Lan Mo, so I came to take a look. Ha ha ha, really impressive, even I was taken aback. Chapter 2338. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu was overjoyed. Lu Ming came from the primordial realm and he had a deep relationship with Lu Ming. Seeing Lu Ming's achievements made him happier than if he had made a breakthrough himself. Lu Ming, with your current strength, I'm afraid that training in Two World City won't do you any good. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu said. I'm planning to cultivate for a while and raise my cultivation to the peak of the true Emperor realm before heading to the Great Emperor battlefield. Lu Ming said. Great Emperor battlefield? I'm afraid it won't do you any good. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu said. Won't do you any good? Lu Ming was stunned. Wasn't there a lot of great emperors from both sides fighting and training in the Great Emperor battlefield? Now, there's no one in the Great Emperor battlefield. The great emperors from both sides have gone to the Void's Sacred Island. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu said. Void's Sacred Island? Lu Ming was puzzled. It was his first time hearing this name. That's right. The Void's Sacred Island is a mysterious place that was discovered a few years ago. It's located in the eternal void and contains countless treasures. Now, many great emperors have entered the Void's Sacred Island. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu explained. Even the foreign races can enter? Lu Ming asked. That's right. That Void God Island is located in the void, and floats there for eternity. Both sides can reach it, and it contains countless treasures. Heavenly materials, primordial stones, primeval stones, fragments of great Tao, imprints of the heavenly Tao, and even weapons of heavenly Tao. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu's eyes were burning with passion as he spoke. There are even heavenly Tao weapons. Lu Ming was shocked. Heavenly Tao weapons were Heavenly Emperor weapons that contained the Heavenly Tao. Once a Heavenly Emperor controlled a Heavenly Emperor weapon and activated the Heavenly Tao's power, the Heavenly Emperor's combat strength would increase greatly. However, Heavenly Emperor weapons were extremely rare. Heavenly Emperor weapons weren't like Great Emperor weapons. Heavenly Emperors could forge Great Emperor weapons, and even some powerful Great Emperors could forge them. However, Heavenly Emperors couldn't forge Heavenly Tao weapons themselves. The Heavenly Emperor could only borrow the power of the Heavenly Tao. It was impossible for him to forge a weapon that contained the Heavenly Tao. A Celestial Emperor weapon could only be forged by a supreme expert who had surpassed the Celestial Emperor. In addition, there were also some Celestial Emperor weapons that contained the Heavenly Tao that could be nurtured in nature, but they were extremely few in number. In fact, the majority of Heavenly Emperors still used Great Emperor weapons and did not have any Heavenly Emperor weapons. Once a Heavenly Emperor gained control of a Heavenly Emperor weapon, the Heavenly Emperor's battle prowess would skyrocket. Therefore, the price of a Celestial Emperor armament was astonishingly high. Lu Ming hadn't expected the Void's Sacred Island to contain a Celestial Emperor weapon. That's right, and there are definitely a lot of them. In the past few years, there have been people who have brought out Celestial Emperor weapons from there, causing a commotion. The fiery look in Heavenly Emperor Hengyu's eyes became even more intense. He did not have a Celestial Emperor weapon either. For example, the Heavenly Monarch sword in Lu Ming's hand was not a Heavenly Monarch weapon. It was only a Great Monarch weapon and did not contain the Heavenly Tao. Wouldn't even the Celestial Emperors be jealous of such a treasure land? What's the use of a Great Emperor going in? Lu Ming was puzzled. The Void's Sacred Island contains an astonishing pressure that can suppress the Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Emperors can't enter at all. Only those below the Heavenly Emperor level can enter. Therefore, a Great Emperor is the most suitable to enter. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu said. What? It can even suppress the Heavenly Tao. This. Lu Ming's eyes widened in shock. What was the highest in this world? It was the Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Tao controlled all things in the world. All things in the world existed and evolved under the operation of the heavenly Tao. Heavenly emperors were the pinnacle of martial arts, but they could only borrow the power of the heavenly Tao. Now, Lu Ming heard that there was a pressure that could suppress the heavenly Tao. Naturally, he was incomparably shocked. Could it be the ancestral dragon's realm? Lu Ming's heart stirred, and he thought of the ancestral dragon. Dandan had once said that the ancestral dragon's realm had surpassed the heavenly emperor realm. It had reached a completely different realm, a supreme realm. Many people speculate that the Void's sacred island was the dojo of a supreme figure in the distant past. It floated in the eternal void. Such a figure had already transcended the heavenly Tao, and even the heavenly Tao was suppressed by him. That's why there was such a terrifying pressure. This also explains why there are so many heavenly emperor weapons in the Void's sacred island. Such a figure could definitely refine a heavenly emperor weapon. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu explained. Lu Ming was deeply shocked. It was hard to imagine such a dojo. It wouldn't be surprising if there were any treasures in it. I came this time to ask you if you want to go to the Void's sacred island. However, the Void's sacred island is very dangerous. There are already some dangerous places on the island. In addition, there are great emperors of the foreign races and the great emperors of the heavenly world. If you don't want to go, you can cultivate in the two-world city. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu said. I'll go. Lu Ming immediately nodded. His eyes were firm. Lu Ming would definitely not miss out on such a precious place. There were all kinds of heavenly treasures, chaos stones, primordial stones, great Tao fragments, etc. These would definitely be helpful to Lu Ming's cultivation. Moreover, tempering himself on the island and fighting for his life would be even greater for Lu Ming. If he wanted to catch up and even surpass Xian Yanqing, he definitely wouldn't be able to do it according to normal cultivation. He had to take risks. Alright, I'll arrange it for you. However, there's one thing you have to remember. On the Void's sacred island, there are times when danger comes from the people of the heavenly world. There are no restrictions when fighting for treasures on the Void's sacred island. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu said. Lu Ming nodded. He had experienced so much and naturally understood this point. During this period, try to improve your strength as much as possible. I'll inform you when I'm done with the arrangements. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu said and left. On the other hand, Lu Ming returned to his residence and thought about the direction of his cultivation. Next, Lu Ming planned to raise his cultivation to the 7-star True Emperor realm. This was currently the fastest way to improve his combat strength. Once his cultivation reached the 7-star True Emperor realm, he could try to break through to the Great Emperor realm. However, Lu Ming didn't plan to break through to the Great Emperor realm so quickly. Once he broke through to the Great Emperor realm, his Tao would be fixed. It would be difficult to integrate more laws. Lu Ming had an ambition. He wanted to cultivate all 10 supreme laws to the 3rd level and then break through to the Great Emperor realm. Then, he didn't know what level his Tao would reach. This was something that ordinary people wouldn't dare to think about. However, Lu Ming could do it. After thinking for a while, Lu Ming took out a few world cores and began to refine them to increase his world energy. He had already refined all the chaos stones in his possession. Now, he could only refine the world cores and origin stones to increase his world energy. Naturally, the speed would be much slower. However, Lu Ming's cultivation was already at the limit of the 6-star True Emperor realm. He was only a step away from the 7-star True Emperor realm. It wouldn't be difficult for him to break through. Chapter 2339. After that, Lu Ming continued to strengthen his foundation. A few days later, Heavenly Emperor Hengyu arrived. The arrangements had been made and they could set off immediately. Not long after, Heavenly Emperor Hengyu brought Lu Ming with him as they tore through space and rushed towards a certain place. An hour later, Lu Ming and the others appeared above a boundless sea. This sea was an inland sea of the grand pure celestial domain. It was vast and boundless. At this time, there were already some people waiting here. Lu Ming glanced over. Other than Heavenly Emperor Hengyu, there were 3 other Heavenly Emperors. Apart from the 3 Heavenly Emperors, there were 5 other Great Emperors. Among the 5 Great Emperors, there were old men and middle-aged men. 2 of them caught Lu Ming's attention. The 2 of them looked exactly the same. It was obvious that they were twins. It was rare to see twins who had both reached the Great Emperor realm. It was obvious that these Great Emperors were also going to the Void Divine Island. Lu Ming's gaze swept over the sea again. In front of him, there was an area of space that was extremely unstable. It was constantly twisting and distorting. Occasionally, spatial cracks would appear. This was the spatial tunnel that led to the Void Divine Island. On the way here, Heavenly Emperor Hengyu had already told Lu Ming about the spatial tunnel in detail. In fact, Two World City wasn't the only way to come to the Grand Pure Celestial Domain from other heavens. There were also 2 spatial tunnels that led to another battlefield. There were also other hidden spatial tunnels that led to other heavens. Some even led to other worlds, such as the Fiend God realm. However, these tunnels were usually extremely small and unstable. Usually, only one person could pass through at a time. At most, 2 or 3 people could pass through at a time. Any more and it wouldn't work. Moreover, these tunnels were extremely chaotic and dangerous. Even great emperors could get lost if they entered. Only heavenly emperors could pass through safely. Naturally, there were terrifying experts guarding these tunnels on the heavenly world side. Although the surroundings were empty apart from the few of them, Lu Ming was certain that there were definitely terrifying powerful figures guarding this area. Once powerful figures from foreign tribes crossed the passageway, they would be killed forcefully. Moreover, this kind of passage usually only allowed 1, 2, or 3 people to pass through. If the foreign races dared to come, they would be surrounded and killed by the experts of the Heaven Realm. As a matter of fact, there were several such passageways in the Grand Lucidity Celestial Realm, all of which were guarded by experts to prevent outsiders from barging in. Lu Ming. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in astonishment. He hadn't expected that Lu Ming would also want to enter the Void Divine Island. As people from the Heaven Realm, I hope that you can help each other when you enter the Void's Sacred Island. A Heavenly Emperor spoke, looking at Lu Ming and the others. Of course. Definitely. The martial monarchs nodded, including Lu Ming. It's about time. Let's go. Another great emperor said. Immediately, he waved his hand, and a wave of energy enveloped the twin brothers. At this moment, the space above the sea distorted, and a spatial crack appeared. The Celestial Emperor's figure moved, and he rushed into the spatial crack with the twins, disappearing from sight. This passageway only allowed 3 people to travel at a time. The others waited quietly. After a while, another Heavenly Emperor rushed into a spatial crack with 2 people. The third group was a Heavenly Emperor. He rushed into a spatial crack with a woman in palace attire. At the scene, only Heavenly Emperor Hengyu and Lu Ming were left. They waited for a moment. Lu Ming, let's go. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu waved his hand, and a wave of energy enveloped Lu Ming. He brought Lu Ming into a spatial crack in a flash. As soon as they rushed into the spatial crack, an endless spatial storm swept toward the 2 of them. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu directly ignored it and rushed into the spatial storm. Soon, they passed through the spatial storm and came to a small void passageway. This void passageway was extremely small. At most, it could only allow 3 people to travel together. The surroundings were chaotic and dark, and there was a strong pressure pressing toward them. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu brought Lu Ming, and their speed was astonishing. They moved forward at extreme speed, and the surrounding void constantly flew past. No idea how long had passed, there was suddenly no path ahead, turning into darkness. The void passageway was cut off. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu brought Lu Ming and stopped. Closing his eyes, he sensed carefully. Suddenly, Heavenly Emperor Hengyu brought Lu Ming and rushed toward the right, breaking through the darkness. After a while, they arrived above another void passageway. This was also something that only Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouses could sense and find the right path. If it were the average person, even a great emperor, they would probably get lost in the dark void too. If their luck was bad, they would never be able to get out, forever wandering in the dark void. Just like this, walking and stopping, a full few days passed. Suddenly, a resplendent radiance came from ahead. In the eternally withered dark void, there would actually be radiance coming. It made Lu Ming slightly surprised. At the same time, he knew that they were about to reach their destination. Sure enough, the next instant, they passed through the void passageway and arrived at a vacuum region. Yes, this region seemed to be forcefully carved open by someone in the dark void. This region did not have a trace of spatial storm. It was as if it was the sky outside. This region was shockingly large. In the center of this region, there was an island floating there. Looking from afar, there seemed to be a sun hanging in the sky above the island. The radiance came from that sun. The heavenly emperors who came in before, the twins, and the others, were all waiting here. When they saw Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu and Lu Ming coming over, they nodded and then flew toward the island. This region was extremely vast and shockingly large. Even with the Heavenly Emperor's speed, it took them a long time to fly there. When they got close to the island, they realized that it was also shockingly large. How was it an island? It was clearly a continent. This void divine island is extremely vast. Someone estimated that it might be 1/10 the size of the Grand Pure Sky domain. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu said. The others were shocked. It was a 1/10 the size of the Grand Pure Sky domain, and this was just a single person's training ground. However, when they were a certain distance away from the void divine island, Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu and the others stopped. We can't go any further. We will be suppressed by that pressure. You guys go ahead yourselves. One of the heavenly emperors said. With your cultivation, don't go too deep into the void divine island. You can move around the periphery of the void divine island. Many high-level emperors have already gone to the depths of the void divine island. Another high-level heavenly emperor said. Everyone nodded their heads and flew toward the void divine island alone. Senior, farewell. Lu Ming bid farewell to Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu. Lu Ming, be careful. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu said solemnly. Chapter 2340. The group of 6 flew towards the void sacred island. The closer they got to the island, the more they felt the vastness of the island. It was about 1/10 the size of the Grand Clarity Heaven realm, and was simply too vast. Below it were endless mountain ranges, endless plains, and all kinds of rivers and lakes. When they got close to the edge of the void sacred island, they suddenly felt a terrifying pressure pressing down on them. It was as if they were carrying an endless weight. Their bodies couldn't help but fall downwards at an extremely fast speed. Their faces changed as they channeled their world force with all their might to stabilize their bodies. Lu Ming used his world force and at the same time, his muscles were constantly vibrating. Only then did he stabilize himself. Otherwise, he would have fallen straight down. What a terrifying pressure. The 6 of them didn't look too good. Although Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu and the others had warned them that the pressure here was terrifying, they were still shocked when they actually felt it. Among the 6 of them, 5 were great emperors. Lu Ming also had the battle prowess of a great emperor. Even with their cultivation, they were almost unable to fly due to the pressure. One could imagine how terrifying it was. If a true emperor was here, they wouldn't be able to fly at all. They would fall straight to the ground and die from the pressure. This pressure, this aura, the more the 6 of them sensed, the more shocked they were. The pressure and aura seemed to be higher than the heavenly Tao. It transcended and ruled over everything. Even the heavenly Tao would be subdued by this aura. It was as if there was a supreme existence in the center of the island that was emitting an aura that suppressed the universe. However, someone had set foot on this island a few years ago. In the past few years, everyone speculated that this island was left behind countless years ago. The owner of the island had long left. The aura on the island should be the remnant aura left behind when the owner of the island preached and went into seclusion. Lu Ming and the others were even more shocked when they thought of this. However, the remnant aura was still so terrifying even after so many years. It was truly terrifying. Even heavenly emperors couldn't enter the island due to the pressure. After they stabilized themselves, they slowly descended towards the ground. Soon, they were only a few tens of thousands of meters above the ground. What's that? Suddenly, someone looked ahead. Over there, a dark cloud was flying towards them at an astonishing speed. Croak, croak, croak. Following that, a series of ear-piercing cries could be heard. Not good, crows, all crows, someone exclaimed. Let's go. Their expressions changed. They turned around and rushed downwards. Croak, croak, croak. That flock of crows blotted out the sky and covered the sun. It was unknown how many of them there were. Every single one of them exuded a terrifying aura. Among them, there were true emperors and void emperors, but there were too many of them, so they could only retreat. However, the speed of those crows was also very fast, and they were quickly approaching. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, streaks of black light shot towards Lu Ming's group from below. These black streams of light were also crows. Their bodies were pitch black, and they were about the size of a head, as if they were made of black iron. Why are we so unlucky? We met this kind of crow as soon as we came in, one of them shouted angrily. As far as they knew, there were some terrifying mutated beasts living on the Void's sacred island, and these crows were one of them. They were very terrifying and came in flocks. Some people were unlucky and met these crows as soon as they landed. It was very dangerous, and many people had died in the mouths of these crows. However, the Void's sacred island was so vast, and the chances of meeting these crows were not very high. They could only say that they were too unlucky. Let's kill our way out. Lu Ming shouted, and a long spear was formed in his hand, shining with 9 different colors. Whoosh! 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 The long spear burst out, turning into streaks of spear light, and collided with the crows. The spear light was extremely sharp, and each spear light could pierce through a crow. The others also attacked. Among the 6 people, only one was a 1-star Great Emperor. Among the other 4, 3 were 2-star Great Emperors, and 1 was a 3-star Great Emperor. Their attacking power was much stronger than Lu Ming's. When the 6 of them attacked, a large number of crows were killed, and their corpses fell to the ground. However, there were too many crows, and they continued to attack from below. The flock of crows in the distance also rushed over, and there were too many of them. Lu Ming and the others were delayed, and they were instantly surrounded by the flock of crows. Let's work together and kill our way out. The 3-star Great Emperor was a middle-aged man, and his fighting power was shocking. He held a battle axe, and with a swing of his axe, an axe radiance that was tens of thousands of meters long slashed out, and a large number of crows were killed. Void Emperor and True Emperor crows could not stop him at all. With him as the leader and the others as support, they immediately tore a path out of the flock of crows, and rushed out continuously. Caw! At this moment, an ear-piercing sound was heard, and a streak of fiery red light rushed towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man swung his axe, and when it collided with the streak of fiery red light, there was a loud explosion, and the streak of fiery red light was sent flying. It was a fiery red crow, and its feathers were bright red, as if it was burning. The crow was shockingly strong, and it did not die after being hit by the middle-aged man's axe. It was an emperor-level crow. Caw! Caw! Ear-piercing sounds were heard continuously, and the crowd saw a streak of fiery red light flashing in the flock of crows. Those were fiery red crows, and all of them were great emperor crows, and there were more than a dozen of them. The 6 of them were shocked. There were more than a dozen great emperor crows, and their strength was too shocking. Go, quickly go! Someone shouted, and they unleashed their full strength. At this moment, no one held back, and they used all of their strength, and attacked continuously, trying to rush out. However, more than a dozen fiery red crows were already closing in on them. Caw! Caw! Ear-piercing sounds were heard, and the crows flapped their wings, and they were as fast as lightning. Their claws were indestructible, and they pounced towards Lu Ming and the others. Get lost! Lu Ming shook his long spear, and swept it out, and it collided with a fiery red crow. Buzz! The long spear vibrated continuously, and a terrifying force came along the long spear. Lu Ming's body trembled, and he took a few steps back. The long spear that was formed by the power of the world and the laws was almost shattered. What a powerful force! Lu Ming was shocked. That crow was only sent flying by Lu Ming, but it was not injured. Its eyes shone with a cold light, and it flapped its wings, and pounced towards Lu Ming again. The other 5 were also in a tough battle. The weakest of these crows had the combat strength of a 1-star great emperor, and the strongest was no weaker than the middle-aged man.